Sup, nerds? How's everybody doing today? I hope you are well. Where are you? Let me see you. Milky, did you see I made a video based on your homebrew? I tagged you in a comment to give you credit for the idea. I hope that was all right. Who's ready to start the show? What's up? What's up? What's up? Sponge Man! Mano Sponge. How's it going, buddy? Suitable Command, how are you? Shades the Mothman, good to see you. Poka Fan, love to see you. Ooh, excuse me. Where are my cough drops? Okay. Rock Lataro, how's it going, buddy? So, Rock, you sent me an email asking me how to submit Homebrew, or if you wanted me to review Homebrew of yours. So, just to be very clear, I don't usually take emails in terms of like us having like a private one-on-one, unless I'm working with someone as like an editor. But I do these Homebrew review streams where you can submit Homebrew and I spin it on a big wheel. So there's a chance your Homebrew will get reviewed on any one of these if you want to participate in that way. If you are more like, no, I'm looking to like, I want to like work with you on something, then that's another conversation. What's up, iPado? Yazi, good to see you. Moldy Bread, how's it going? Longumber, how's it going? Your name's almost inappropriate. Animator's Voice, good to see you, buddy. You're gonna be published in an art book. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Congratulations! We love to see it. We love to see it. Forehead cam. Forehead cam. Longumber, I hardly know her. How's it going, Dice? What's up, Starfish? Just so you know, Rock, just to be very clear, I'm not actively looking to partner with anybody on any any books at the moment. But if you are like, hey, I want to like hire you as like an editor on something, we can have that conversation. But I'm really not looking for partnerships on projects at the moment for books, just because it's a lot of work. And I don't want to sort of half sign up for something, you know? That feels kind of I don't want to be like, yeah, we'll do that, and then I won't, you know? What's up, horny eunuch? My god, what a confusing life you must lead. What's up, Jacob Sherbert? You got your first Homebrew subclass ever? Fuck yeah, dude. Oh man, I'm pumped. Anyway, welcome to the show. How's everybody doing tonight? You doing good? Everybody living their best lives? Oh yeah, do you mean my daily goals cut off in one of these weird videos? Yeah, it's fine. We don't need to live in these screens for that long. These are sort of the side. These ones. Oh, my chair's in the wrong position. That's what's happening. Okay, there we go. Much better. This is the camera I usually use to figure out if I'm sitting in the right position. Anyway, hi. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're well. Rock, you're being very kind. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Rock. When I see a Q-U-E, I usually think that's just a K noise. I'm gonna burp soon. There it is. What's up, Ryzorai? Cinder, can you see YouTube comments? Yes. And so can Twitch. Everybody can see everybody. You're all revealed to each other. You're all revealed. What is this? It's not even a camera I use anymore. There we go. That's what. Nope, I don't want you. I think we just get rid of you. Yeah, here's what I want. Yeah. No green screen today. I haven't set the green screen up for this background. I can show it to you guys if you want to see it. But it's set up in like a different part of the room right now. I don't actually know if it's the right width. Like, I think I could do it, but I need to crop myself a little tighter. It's not a huge green screen. It's just a very good quality green screen that's very easy to set up and take down. It's one of those like cases with a and then the green screen is up. So I'm planning on using it more for like regular filming than I am for stream. But I'm down to try. I think I need a smaller chair, honestly, because it needs to be, well, whatever. We'll figure it out at some point. Maybe we'll play around with it. Also, I got to figure out how to sit straight on my chair at some point, maybe. Maybe. You're doing a Vampire the Masquerade game soon? I've never played Vampire the Masquerade. What's up, Cloudian? I could be... oh, wait. I noticed something that could be a problem with something showing YouTube comments on the feed in stream. What are you talking about? I don't think that's happening, so I don't think it's a problem. But I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mean the YouTube comments showing up in the thing like this thing? No, they're not. Look, check it out. This is just Twitch, baby. You've been asking what so many times? Cinder, I don't know if I can stay awake to listen to your feedback if my homebrew gets picked because I'm from Germany. And it's nearly midnight and I have to wake up early in the morning. You'll watch it afterwards, though? Yeah, that's totally... I don't expect you to stick around if you can't. One of the camera views has a raw Twitch feed with the stream. All right, I'll go through that later. I don't think it's a big deal. I think if it only is a big deal if it's up forever, I think. That's like a... I'll just fix that later. I appreciate the heads up, though. Skim milk. Skim milk. Thank you for the 5, Skim milk. Skim milk says, so my arch nemesis shows his face again. Take my money, you unnatural beast. I will. I will. I will take your money. That'll probably pop up on stream in a minute or two. It always shows up late. I can use it to buy regular milk. Cinder, I took your advice for my spider player race, and I have to say I'm glad I got it. In hindsight, the draft I submitted was ... one of the balancing decisions of all time. That's fine. Listen, man, we're all figuring it out. None of us know what we're doing. What's up, Double Twitch TV? So here's the way it's gonna work tonight. If this is your first time watching the show, then congratulations, you're here for the first time. We're doing the show in kind of a different way. Wow, 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 you
So my arch nemesis shows his face again in Take My Money, You Unnatural Beast.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will. So the way that we're gonna do this tonight is based off of a suggestion that one of you gave me. Which was that instead of having all these different homebrew wheel type nights, we just kind of mush them together. So basically the way stream is going to work tonight is that we have a big homebrew wheel that you can submit homebrew to. Anybody can. You don't need to be a follower. You don't need to be anything. You just submit homebrew if you want. Gibbity gobbity, skibbity scobbity. It'll be in there. But if you are somebody that decides to support me financially, if you are somebody that is a subscriber on Twitch a patron on Patreon or a member on YouTube, then you get access to a second homebrew wheel, and we switch back and forth between the two. So it is basically, if you're like, I want a bigger chance of having my homebrew looked at, or I just want to support the channel, then kabam. My voice is quieter. I can turn up the gain. Is that better? Anyway, so that's the plan. Does that sound good? I hope so. Which means I had to do a little bit of a different thing tonight, because we have more than one homebrew wheel. We have two that we're switching between. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky. How are we gonna navigate that? Who knows? We'll figure it out. I'm not too worried. But we are gonna I am gonna set them up right now though. Boom. And also we update the wheels after every spin. So if, for example, you get in the middle of the night, in the middle of stream, you know, you can still get your stuff spun on the wheel. What does that mean that we could submit to both wheels if we are a patron or member? I'll show you what it means. I'll show you right now. Where's my little thingy? Boom. Okay, kaboom. Okay, let's set this up. I'll show you exactly what that means. Okay, so here's the homebrew wheel. Anybody can submit homebrew to it, and as you can see, it's not tiny, but it's not huge. It's got like 40 submissions. However, if you are a member on Patreon, a paying member on YouTube, or a paying member on Twitch, then in the Discord or on those things, but honestly, the Discord is the best place to find it. Boom, there's this other wheel that's much smaller. Look how little it is. It only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things on it right now. So I will spin this wheel, and then I will spin this wheel, and then I will spin this wheel, and then I will spin this wheel, and so we shall go on. Now, I will still only review one piece per person per night, at least right now. So that means that if, for example, Sponge gets spun on the little wheel, we're not going to spin Sponge on the big wheel. Because I think it's better to still keep it to one person reviewed a night, because I don't know, man. There's an element of like wanting to maintain an element of not necessarily fairness, but like everybody getting a shot, that I think is like a good vibe. Do you know what I mean? That I want to keep up there. So I do feel like, as much as I love and respect and want to pay homage to the people that do decide to support me financially, I feel like it will lead to a better overall experience if we still keep the door wide, you know, so that there's more pieces being looked at by more people. Maybe that'll change in the future, but at least that's the way we're going to do it tonight. If I became a YouTube member right now, what would happen? If you became a YouTube member at the very cool level, which is the $5 membership, then you could get access to both my Discord and, well, you'd have access to the Discord anyway, but the member section of the Discord, as well as the member section in the YouTube, which would give you the link to submit homebrew to the member wheel. Cool. So still one piece per person, just paying members get a higher chance of getting a review. Exactly. And we're gonna do this every one of these streams, so it'll just I think that overall it will actually lead to more member reviews than just having one night devoted to it, especially for the folks that like want to come to more streams. Same system that Orator uses. I think that the person in chat who suggested this was basing it off of that person. And if you, okay, I fucking hate being a salesman. Oh, I hate it. I'm so sorry. But the other element to it is, you know, if you do decide you want to participate in it or be a member, it's like a month. So you do $5, and then every stream for that month, boom, you can do that, which is not bad. And then you also get access to whatever else is in the member sections of the Discord, which is very similar to the main Discord, just much smaller and focused and a little bit more personal, and I am in it a little bit more. Okay. That's all I have to say about that. Also, guys, I'm going to be, I can't talk about this yet. I have to sign the contract first. Okay. I'm going to be signing a contract for something in the next week or two. And after I make sure I can talk about it, I will start talking about it. But I got invited to be essentially the guest panelist, the speaker at a really small gaming convention, out on the West Coast. Not a really small one, not a big one, like one I haven't heard of before. But not only am I being like invited to it, they're paying for me to fly out there. Not to fly out there, they're giving me a stipend for flights, but also they're putting me up for the time. Like it's like they're taking care of me. I'm like a fancy boy there. It's gonna be fun. So I'm gonna run when I know I can share details, I will. But I'm basically going to run 2 workshops on designing homebrew items and maybe monsters, and with the goal of these little micro workshops being like, you're gonna enter in, and then by the end of it, everyone will leave with their own little magic item that they've designed. I think it'll be pretty fun. So I'm gonna run some creative writing workshops, basically. I don't want to share too much about it yet because it's not totally finalized, and I don't know. This is kind of a new space for me, so I don't know like what the rules are for that. I'm assuming that once it's finalized, they will want me to share about it. But I want to wait till it's totally finalized first. Does that sound cool? All right. Let me just double check to make sure the wheels are reasonably updated.
Hooray!
What was that? Dravard, you resubbing to me, you dirty dog. Oh, hi, back at you, buddy. How's it going? You glorious beast. All right, the wheels look reasonable. Boom! It's going good? Good. You're gonna miss the first spin? Gosh darn it. Arnaldo, how's it going, buddy? I hope all of you are doing well. I bought the new handbook. I didn't get sent any free copies of it. Am I annoyed by that? No, but a little, but no. No, I got the new book. I like it. Listen, whatever controversy you want to feel about anything in terms of what's happening with D&D Beyond or Hasbro or whatever, if you're just looking at the book in isolation as this thing that got printed out and I bought, I like it. I think the art is really good. I think the layout is phenomenal. Like there's a lot to learn about game design just from the layout of it. And then also all of the new mechanics I like so far. I haven't finished going through it. I barely scratched it so far in terms of the mechanics, like deep dives, but I like it a lot. I really have no complaints about it so far. The only complaint about it I have is complaints that I have heard, and I know that they're true, but I don't know the context of them. Pointy Hat's a nice guy. I met him. He seemed very friendly. He didn't really know who I was, but he saw one of my videos and he remembered that it was funny, and then he told me that I was funny, and I said, yes, you think I'm funny. Or at least you thought I was funny in a video I made a year ago that you watched. All right, let's double check to make sure that everybody's everybody. See, this is why it's good to double check before we do a spin. I see some slack, some late entries. And we want to get these late entries. Boom. All right, we're going to start with our big boy wheel. You were tempted to wait for the Spanish version, but the last translation was awful. I wonder if there are any like community projects that do translation, that do them a little bit better. There's a Brazilian guy, I don't remember his name right now, he's a TikToker, and he reached out to me like a year or two ago and asked me if he could translate my TikToks into Portuguese and essentially repost his own sort of interpretation of them. And I was like, yeah, do it. And he was a part of a very big ttrpg community in Brazil, and they did a lot of like DIY translating of the books. I think there was a big subreddit. I don't know. Anyway, might be worth checking out. Your Mangus? I think I got you. I got you, Mangy. Why do I immediately want to have a nickname for you? All right, we're gonna start with the big boy wheel. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. You know what's this thing? I'm gonna teach you guys something. It's a nice trick. Ooh, first we got Droid. Droid is a newer member of our community. Very cool. Okay, I'm gonna teach you guys a trick that doesn't always work, but it works a little bit. If you are ever in a position where you need to remember the names of a bunch of people and it's a little bit casual, like if you're a camp counselor or like an aftercare worker or anything that is sort of in that vein, honestly, with teachers to a certain extent, for whatever reason, a lot of the time, a nickname is a lot easier to remember than a real name. And when I was a camp counselor, if I couldn't remember, if I knew I was going to struggle with remembering kids' names, I would just give them nicknames. And you'd want the nickname to be nice. You don't want it to be mean. But for whatever reason, it was so much easier to remember nicknames than it was real names. I don't know if that's actually good advice, but that was the thing that I used a lot when I was a camp counselor. Droid has a very interesting goal here. It is preparing my work for publication. So we're going to go through it. When you're looking to publish work, there are some elements that you got to think about that are a little bit more hectic, and we can talk about them, but I do think something that you need to think about whenever you're putting something towards publication, and I already see something here. So if your goal is to publish, we can talk about what's written on the page, but let's just talk about if your goal is to publish for a second. So you sort of have you have basically three options for publishing if your goal is to publish your, by publishing, I'm assuming you mean for money. There's basically three routes you can do. One route is you can publish your work to something called the DM's Guild. The DM's Guild is a thing that is owned by Wizards of the Coast, and it is a specific marketplace for homebrew. And it can be reviewed. There's a lot of bigger writers have a lot of stuff on it. It has some upsides and some downsides. Big upsides are that you can include within that work any Wizards of the Coast published official stuff. So if you want to take some monsters from Xanathar's Guide to, or from Volo's Guide to Everything, or if you want to take some spells from Xanathar's Guide to Everything, they can be baked into your pieces. Downsides. Wizards of the Coast gets half the money, and I'm pretty sure they legally have the rights to use your work in other things. Other way you could publish something would be to self-publish it. Completely put it out on your own, sell it on Ko-fi, start a Patreon. There's a lot of people that do that too. The downsides of that, the upsides of that are you're getting all the money, right? It's all you. Everything is just you. But the downsides of that are it's also all you. So you have to think about how you want to market it. You want to have to think about like what you want your online presence to be. And then you also can't use anything that's not in the basic rules, which is going to mean that there's a lot of monsters and spells, specifically spells, that you can't use in your writing. And I see at least one here already. So if your goal, Droid, is to publish this, you need to double check and make sure all of the spells on this list are essentially part of the Creative Commons in the basic rules. And they are not in anything other than, they are not from something else. Rhymes Binding Ice, I am 99% sure, is not in the basic rules. I bet Create and Destroy Water and Shape Water are. I am not sure about Maelstrom, but I think Control Water and Tidal Wave are also both probably in the Creative Commons. Rhymes Binding Ice, 99% would guess it's not. The other way that you could publish stuff, which is not as quick as publishing it, self-publishing it, or publishing on the DMs Guild, is you can try to find other companies that are third-party companies to work with. I know a lot of people that have like gotten hired on like not commission, but like hired for like individual projects to like design a monster for Kobold Press or something like that. So that's another element that's out there. It does require more networking and a little bit more, it's a little bit more like applying for a job. But if you are able to work with an established publisher to get your foot in the door, that can be super, super useful. Anyway, that's a good thing to think about if your goal is publishing just like in general, regardless of what specifically you are trying to publish. Most of the a lot of the spells with proper names have a basic rules version of them, like I can't think of anything off the top of my head, like Leomud's Tiny Hut and Tiny Hut. I think that is a basic rule spell. It might not be, but yeah, just that's an annoying thing, but it's just the fact of the matter. OnlyFans. Oh, Stronghold, you fiend. Man, Stronghold, at some point let's catch up sooner than later, either through doing a project or just talking on Discord. I feel like it's been a long time. Sticking to the basic rules is good form anyway, since you don't want your don't want to fate your works behind buying books. You mean gate? Yeah. To gate, yeah. You don't want to gate you don't want to do that at all. Yeah. That is a good thing to think about. If you require some books for your work to work, then if people don't have those books, then your work don't work. All right, so let's take a look at this Ranger Leviathan Conclave with the understanding that the goal here is that this is going to be something published, for the money. I want to say we might have looked at this before. If we didn't, we looked at a very similar thing. That's fine. I don't remember looking at it before immediately, though. I don't think we did. Droid, if you're in the chat, you can let me know. But we looked at another Leviathan that had stuff to do with fighting underwater. Let's see. Those of the Leviathan Conclave are bound to the vast and uncharted depths of the ocean, answering the primal call of the sea. I don't know if you need this final phrase here. It's not a bad opener, though. These rangers are shaped by the chaotic ebb and flow of the tides, thriving where others would fear to venture. When they're diving into the abyss in search of long-lost treasure or exploring sunken ruins for powerful, mysterious artifacts, the Leviathan Conclave members seek what others have lost or what they dare not attempt to reclaim. Okay, I like the flavor text. I want to point something out here that I think is worth maybe addressing. All of your sentences have this sort of multi-sentence structure to them. Do you notice that? You've got like independent idea, comma, independent idea, independent idea, comma, independent idea, independent idea, comma, independent idea. And it does create I think a negative rhythm that I would try to pay attention to. Whenever you're writing anything, you want to have like a bounce to your writing, and by that you want it to be a little asymmetrical. Think about it like this. You're Dune, okay? We're on Dune. And the reader has to make it through your work without getting eaten by a sandworm. And if there's too much repetition, too much of a rhythm that is ba 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 ba, we're going to call upon the sandworms. You need to sort of asymmetrically write your sentences. You need some long ones, some short ones, some in-betweens. You got to keep it kind of jarring in a couple different directions to keep the reader focused and keep the sandworms away. That's what we get. A third level, we get Shape Water. Great. And then we get some spells. Create and destroy water, shape water, rhymes binding ice, tidal wave, control water, maelstrom. This is an all right spell list. I don't remember. Does tidal wave work when you're not in the water? I feel like this spell list is much stronger here than it is. It's a bad spell list. By that I mean it's not bad flavor wise. It's not super strong. Like if you compare this to like the Gloomstalker, for example, their spells are just great, or the Fey Wanderer. All of those spells are just great. So you don't need all of these spells to be bangers, but when you're designing your ranger subclass, you do want to think about that a little bit, in that you don't get a crazy amount of spell casting as a ranger, and a lot of the power of the ranger sits in the subclass. So if it's not going to sit as much here, you want it to sit more in the other features. A suitable command says no water breathing. I feel like water breathing would not be a bad spell for this list. Maybe it's going to be baked into the class itself. Let's see. Let me share it with you guys too, so you can take a look at it. I'm not saying tidal wave is bad. I just didn't remember if it works and not in water. Okay. We get Piscator's Knack and Seafarer. I think you mean farer here. Is there an I in that word? There might be. I don't know. Piscator's Knack. At 3rd level, you've spent enough time hunting in the deep waters that you've become exceptionally good at using nets. Oh, this is a net fighter. Okay. When using a net, your range is increased to a little bit better. Not much. Don't say may, say can. And you can use a bonus action to pull it back to you by a length of small chain. Okay. Interesting. In addition, you can use the net. Don't say may, say can. You can throw the net as an attack instead of as an action, and the DC is equal to your strength or dex modifier plus proficiency. Okay. Interesting idea for sure. Wait, let me get the music going again. Oh, this is a good song. Okay. I like the idea. I want to say my first thought is, I don't know if this is enough distance. Is 10 feet good enough? Sure, the long range is 30 feet, but like, that's still like with disadvantage. I guess because you're pulling them in, maybe that's okay. I don't know if I agree with, I don't know if this is a long enough range. You know? Also, when you say you can pull it back to you, I don't know if you mean you're pulling it back with the creature. Yeah. So I think that is important, an important distinction. I don't think you mean that, but I don't know. I can't tell. And that should be clear, because if you're pulling the creature in, that's much more powerful than if you're just pulling the net back, obviously. I also don't remember immediately how nets work. If you hit with the attack roll with the net, is the creature captured in it? Or is it like you hit with the attack roll, then they make a saving throw? Because I don't think it should be gated behind 2 things. I don't think it needs to be an attack roll, then a saving throw. But I just don't remember. So someone in chat maybe clarify for me. This is an all right feature. I think it's a little lackluster. Like, I don't dislike it at all. But I'm going to say that the main thing that I feel like this... Here's my thought. My thought is it's so niche that it almost feels like this would make more sense as a feat than as a subclass feature. I'm not saying it shouldn't be a subclass feature, but it's so specific right now that I'm concerned that maybe it should be a feat. And there might be other ways that you could tweak this so that it would be more open-ended to not just nets. Like, How many weapons have like this special property? I'm not sure, and I don't know where nets sit in that, but I'm wondering if there's a way that you could like make this not solely related to nets, just because it's so niche that right now it feels more like there's a bunch of different feats for types of weapons. Like there's the slasher feat and the piercer feat and the crusher feat. This feels closer to one of those 3 feats right now than it does like a subclass feature. And I think that that is worth thinking about. Let's take a look at Seafarer. All right, see you, Suitable. Have a good one, buddy. Additionally, at 3rd level, your connection with the sea grants you the following traits and abilities. You learn to speak, read, and write Aquan. You gain proficiency in water stuff. You get swim speed, and you don't have disadvantage on stuff related to being underwater. You also consider submersible weaponry to be finesse weapons while using them. Okay, so there's 2 things that are happening right now that I think are important to address. One is that you are not doing something that every ranger does. And I think that that's an important thing to spot. There is something that every single ranger gets at 3rd level. Chat, if you think you know what it is, let me know. I'll give you guys a couple seconds. I will tell you what the other thing is first. The other thing is right now we have well, it's not really 2, but 2 to 3-ish of these features that we're getting at 3rd level require us to go into the book and figure out where the rules for submersible weaponry is so that we can apply it to these features. I don't want to have to look something up to understand how a feature works. So right now, I actually think you're sort of building a solution to your own problem here. So a couple people in the chat got it. At 3rd level, every single ranger gets a way to deal a little bit more damage. Usually it's around a d6, and there's an element of cost to it. So for example, the Horizon Walker does a little bit more damage. It's a d8, but they have to use a bonus action every turn to get access to it, as opposed to like the Monster Slayer, which essentially gets it's like a mini free Hunter's Mark. So it's a bonus action to activate it, but then it's just on, but it's only a d6. As opposed to like the Fey Wanderer, who gets a d4 on every attack roll for free, but it has to be a different creature each time, and it's only a d4. So we need some element of damage boosting here. Now you're doing something that I think might be worth thinking about here. You have a sense of understanding that there are a list of weapons that work uniquely underwater. Submersible weaponry, as you've mentioned here. If I were you, I probably would figure out what all of these weapons are, list them here, and bake them into the subclass. So sure, maybe you're good with the net, but maybe you should get some unique bonus with, I don't know, spears and whatever else is a submersible weapon. And that could be how you bake in the extra damage. That would also help make this thing feel a little bit more open-ended than you just want to use nets. And then that would also solve what I think is maybe the biggest, not problem, but concern at this level. And that concern to me is that most of our subclass features at 3rd level are basically unusable if we're not in water. And I don't think that's good. Like, we don't want, like, the fact that you get all of these bonuses to fighting underwater is really interesting. But again, it sort of falls into the same problem that I think this feature does, where it's so niche that I don't think it should be a subclass feature that is that big. I don't think you should devote that much time to it. Like, there's so much here is only a play. Like, sure, you might be like, well, why would you use this if you were in a desert campaign? But the Fathomless Warlock, which is a Leviathan-themed warlock, is fantastic regardless of whether or not you are in or around water. So I think that you want to think about that in your design here at least a little bit. Like, all of the flavor here is solid, and all of the features are fine, but they're kind of underpowered in a couple ways. They're making us look stuff up in a way that we really shouldn't have to do. But most importantly, they are really limited in how they're useful or when they're useful. Like a lot of these features, being able to use finesse for some of these weapons, like, I don't think this is good. I feel like being able to make submersible weaponry count as finesse weapons, the only time that that's going to be useful is if you decide to multi-class into rogue, so now you can be getting your sneak attack with tridents or whatever. But like, is that good? I don't know. It's kind of nothing. Like, I don't want to have to multi-class to take advantage of a feature. So I think that's worth thinking about. Let's take a look at 7th level. What's up, Sentinel? It's your first time here. I'm doing good. We're looking at Homebrew. D&D Homebrew, submitted by our lovely users. We have Thalassic Adaptation at 7th level. But what's the point, Rizori? Like, I feel like Shades kind of hit the nail on the head. Even if we could do it, like, what's the intention behind that? Where's the benefit? If there's not really a benefit, I think it's kind of, you got to rethink what the design is at the get-go. By 7th level, your time exploring the ocean depths has honed your senses and spellcasting capabilities, as well as changed your physiology completely. This sentence is too long. Get rid of this. You gain blind sight with a range of 30 feet and the ability to breathe underwater. While doing so, you ignore the verbal components of spells. You gain resistance to cold damage. Additionally, your expertise in using fishing tools has garnered you another increase in damage while using them. When using a submersible weapon, your damage die increases by 1 size. All right, I definitely reviewed this on another stream. Droid, I'm going to give the rest of my feedback here, but I remember reviewing this piece before. I'm giving you feedback that I've given you before. And I am going to say very politely, never send me the same thing that I've reviewed again. Ever. I don't like doing that. Okay. Blindside after 30 feet is really strong. Resistance to cold damage is kind of fine. But this is kind of just the same thing where it's very specialized. I think the range of I would probably lower this range to 10 feet. Maybe 15. But again, why are you doing this? Why are you making us do this work to look up the die sizes of the weapons, to do the math, to figure out which the higher die size is? You're overcomplicating. You're overcomplicating. Also, at 7th level, we really shouldn't be getting a damage increase. The damage increase should be appearing at 3rd level. Let's see what we get at 11th level. At 11th level, you gain the ability to strike your enemies when they least expect it, breaking through openings in their guard. When an enemy you can see moves into a space adjacent to an ally, don't say may, say can, you can use your reaction to make a ranged weapon attack against them. If the attack hits, the target gains disadvantage on the next gains a disadvantage on attacks against the adjacent ally until the start of the ally's next turn. This is what is the flavor that is supposed to be sold here? What is this supposed to feel like? What? I'm not against this feature. I just don't really understand why we're getting it. Like, it's like a weird version of Sentry, but it kind of feels out of left field. Like, there really isn't anything that's making us feel like we're prioritizing being a ranged fighter here uniquely. And there really isn't anything earlier that feels like it has anything to do with, like, battlefield control in this way. So it doesn't really fit the flavor of the subclass. It's also just confusing in the way that it's worded. If the attack hits, the target has disadvantage on attacks against the adjacent ally until the start of the next turn. I mean, it's not impossible to understand, but it's a little tedious. You thought it was meant as a net or spear guy, but this feature doesn't need to be with the net, because the target is already going to have disadvantage on attacks if it's hit by the net, because the net restrains them. So it's a little redundant. So I don't feel like it's not really linked with the net at all. You know what I mean? Like, the net already does that. So I feel like it just doesn't fit the vibe. All right, let's take a look at 15th level. Creatures of the Depth. At 15th level, your grasp of Leviathan magic has become so strong. Don't say may, say can. You can cast each of your spells once per long rest without expending a spell slot. This feels like you did not know what to put for the capstone. This feels a little phoned in. If you want to do something that ties into spellcasting, that's fine, but this doesn't feel like a particularly more magical ranger. Like, if anything, all of the features here are very grounded in not being magical, right? We are literally getting, like, fishing. We're getting good at fishing. You know? We're not magical here. We are fishermen. So why is the capstone feature something so magical focused? If I were you, I would come up with something. I would probably rework the 11th and 15th level pretty much entirely. And a lot of what I would do with them would be depending on how I changed the other ones to kind of make them a little bit more open-ended. I don't really have more thoughts than that, other than saying I'm 99% sure I reviewed this before. So just be careful not to send in something that I've looked at on stream before in the future. But yeah, I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's a neat idea, but like, okay, overall, my biggest feedback is this really doesn't feel like it should be called Leviathan Conclave. It feels like it should be called Fisherman Conclave, and you should build it to be a fisherman. Or if you want it to be a Leviathan Conclave, build it to feel like a Leviathan. But it just sort of feels like generalist fisherman ranger. And I don't know if that is enough to be a subclass. I think that could almost be a feat or two. So I think it needs to be, I think we need to feel the fisherman in more of an open-ended way, or we need to feel the Leviathan in more of a focused way. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Droid. Let's give Droid a round of applause. Wait, where's my applause button? Thank you, thank you. And Dravard, thank you for giving out a community sub. That's very kind of you. Blind Sight and Blind Sense are the same thing. I don't know if you're arguing about them, but they're mechanically, it's redundant. They're the same thing. And yeah, getting Blind Sight to 30 feet would be a lot. I think it would be a little too much. All right, now let us move on to our member wheel. This is the wheel that is exclusively for the lovely folk that decide to support us financially. A little bit smaller. As always, if you become a member on Twitch, sub on Twitch, member on YouTube, patron on Patreon, you can get access to this wheel, including if you do like the Prime membership or somebody gifts you one. If you do Prime subs, it doesn't cost you any money. If you have Amazon Prime, you can do it for free. Just link your Amazon thingy-majiggy. All right, let's give it a spin. Bugadoo, 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 bug. What's up, Pixie? Bugadoo, bugadoo. Is he gonna be Kip? Hey, it's Kip. What you got for us today, Kip? Kip says, my goal was to make a fun little piece for a gimmick knockoff character campaign. This is based on the mechanics of Zargus from Hades. All right, well, I don't know who Zargus from Hades is. So, unfortunately, I am going to be looking at these mechanics on their own merit and not with the context of gods or Hades. I'm going to tell you right now, and I mean this very kindly, this is too many tables, and you enter into a dangerous state when you have this many tables. Each one of these features has to be balanced against each other. And each, like, there's a... This is a... I worry when I see design like this. I'm just going to say, I mean that politely, but I worry dramatically. It's like, if you're going to paint a picture and you use every color, if you're not really careful about how you put those colors, you're just going to end up with brown. And that's often what happens when you have this many features. So that's I'm going to give that feedback regardless. Generally, the only time that I think it's ever good to have a big list is when you are doing something that is wild magic-y, and it's all focused on the same list. Outside of that, I think it usually is pretty bad. Pretty bad. All right, this is called Paladin, Oath of Ambrosia. Ambrosia, the essence of life, and also the essence of sick fucking parties, dude. Crack open a jar of that shit and let the babes reign. Please write in full, proper sentences. This is... I don't mind... like, the silly language is fine. But, you lose a lot of the punch of the silly when you have really bad grammar. So, this is not one sentence. This should be multiple sentences. Fix it, you silly goose. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tenants. Respect the house in his domain. You either find your place or learn it. Who is his? What does that mean? There's enough work to go around. This is very confusing, and I don't understand how it's a tenant. Do not stray, or you shall become lost like its residents. Content yourself to look upon it from afar. This also is not a tenant. Isn't it for... It isn't for the good, it's for the great. Great kings are killers. None of these are tenants. None of these are paladin tenants. What is a paladin tenant? It's like rules that you must live by or oaths that you must follow. Straight up, all of these just feel confusing. All of this realm are born of darkness. The mortals fear it, the full. Yeah, so my guess is that these are lines from the video game. There's nothing wrong with pulling lines from the game that you are taking inspiration from, but you are really doing your piece a disservice by not making these feel like clear tenets. If I was going to be this paladin, I genuinely would have no idea about what sort of rules they should follow, how they should live their lives. I also want to point out that you're doing something here that I think is a big concern, and I'll give chat a clue. I've highlighted where the issue is. Can anybody see it? I'll give you a clue. It's everything. It's part of everything that I've highlighted. It's a big concern if your goal is to... actually, I'm not even going to tell you why I think it's a big concern. Can anyone tell me what they think it is? Aside from the fact that the tenants are unclear, there's another thing that from a writing perspective is really worth thinking about here. Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess? It's a little subtle, but it's really important. Matt Thorne says these are actually what the tenants are. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's not what I was going to say, but I hear that. That would make it a lot more clear. Yeah. So if these are your tenants, they need to be written out here. This doesn't sound like an explanation of what this is. So make sure you're doing that. Passive voice, that's not what I was going to say, but that passive voice is popping up here a little bit. Let me show you what the issue is here. I'm going to read two things. I want all of you to close your eyes. Let's do an experiment, okay? All of you close your eyes for a second, and I'm going to read you two separate lines from this passage, and I want you to tell me if you feel like they belong together, okay? Okay? So just close your eyes for a second and just listen. Just listen. Do not stray, or you shall become lost like its residents. Content yourself to look upon it from afar. Ambrosia, the essence of life, and also the essence of sick fucking parties, dude. Crack open a jar of that shit and let the babes reign. Now, both of those sentences are in the same piece of Homebrew. Do we feel like they match in tone? Big tone dichotomy. And that tonal shift, I think, is really doing you a disservice. Because when you want to write Homebrew with a really strong tone, that's great. But it has to mesh. And the dissonance between this and the way these are written is so big that I genuinely don't understand why you wrote this like this, and it makes this opening really feel out of place. So I think if you're going to be writing in a silly tone, write in a silly tone. And if you're going to be writing in a more sort of biblical, poetic kind of tone, write in a more biblical, poetic kind of tone. But don't say sick fucking parties, dude, and then content yourself to look upon it from afar. Do you know what I mean? Like, those two do not mush well together. All right, let's take a look at what spells we get. Bane, Find Familiar, Gentle Repose, Kinetic Jaunt, Haste, Summon Undead, Banishment, Freedom of Movement, Commune, Innervation. I am going to say that there's going to be... I'm going to give you a Kip. I don't know if you're here. If you're here, say hi. But I am unfortunately going to be repeating myself a lot during this homebrew, which is, as someone who has not played the Hades game, I have no idea what this Paladin is supposed to feel like. I have literally no idea. There is no symmetry in any of these features. None of this feels like a Paladin. Something like, what is this subclass supposed to be? I really have no idea. So it sort of just feels like you picked spells you liked and put them here. This could literally be any subclass. Summon Undead feels so out of place. So I think that I'm going to tell you that when you are making D&D a homebrew and you're taking inspiration from something like a video game or a movie, you have a pretty important choice to make. And that choice is, am I taking the concept from that thing and I'm using it to build a solid, focused piece of homebrew that is inspired by that? Or am I going to make a piece of homebrew that is trying to be as similar to that as possible, regardless of if it makes sense independently? And this feels like the second. This makes zero sense. So I don't really have thoughts so far other than I genuinely don't know what this thing is supposed to feel like. These tenants feel like they don't say anything clear. These spells feel completely random. And my guess is I'm going to feel similarly throughout the piece, because that's what's happening so far. Pixie also says none of these feel like sick fucking parties. Yeah, I agree. They just feel like basic bitch Paladin plus bonus, plus some really good spells. Let's see what the channel divinities we get are. We get Charn's Passage. Over the course of a minute, if you keep your hands submerged in any river, a skeletal figure in his boat will emerge from the depths, occasionally willing to buy or sell wares. What does it mean occasionally? Does that mean sometimes they'll come up and they won't? He's not much for conversation. He will always take you 4 hours up or downstream, no matter questions asked, but he and his boat will always recede back to the depth after the 4th hour. This is an interesting mechanic, but I think you need to be a little bit more... I would change the way that I wrote it. For one, I would completely drop the occasionally willing to buy or sell wares, and I would be much more clear mechanically what is happening here. So, like, there's certain, like, how far can you get in 4 hours, for example, is a pretty important piece of information. Also, as far as channel divinities go, I think this is way too focused, like way too specific. Like, not only does this only work by bodies of water, it only works by rivers. So if you are not near a river and do not need to travel somewhere near a river, then you can't use this feature. I think it's way too specific. I think it needs to be more open-ended. Like, what's the goal here? So is this a subclass about being good at traveling? Is this like a safe passage subclass? Why are we getting this channel divinity? And if we're getting this channel divinity because it's just one of the things that happens in the game Hades, I think the question that you need to ask yourself is, what is the point of this homebrew? Is it to be a wink and a nod to the game Hades, or is it to actually feel like something? This is not going to feel like anything. Do you know what I mean? What's up, Max Chillax? How's it going, buddy? Let's take a look at the other channel divinity. Garnered Favor is a bonus action. Channel all the powers of one of the gods into yourself. Roll a d10, granting one of the following features over the next minute. I am not going to read all of these, and I am sorry if you want me to, but I am going to tell you right now, there is no reason this should be 10 options. That's too many. You're doing something when you make this 10 options. You're making it random to a point where it's going to be bad a lot of the time. And you're also doing something where you're going to need to overbalance it. And there's a lot of stuff here that's not that good. And then there's a lot of stuff here that's too good. So you're sort of creating the situation where your channel divinity is not balanced by some stuff being good and stuff being not good. It's always swingy and unbalanced. Always. Do you know what I mean? Couple things that I would not put. I would not make your critical hit score on a 19 or a 20. I would not give you resistance to 3 different damage types. Just off the top of my head. So, unfortunately, I apologize. I'm not going to read through all of these. I'll read through some of them. But again, it's like, if I were you, here's what I would do. I'm assuming that in the Hades game, you have the element to garner the power of the gods. Cool. So if I were you, what does that mean? Does that mean you want to be doing more damage? Is that the goal here? So simplify it. Say you pick between one, you know, if you want to roll a die, roll a d4 and it determines the damage type or something like that. But we don't need to be doing, there's no reason to get this many options. Like, how this really isn't adding anything to, we're still in a place where this subclass doesn't feel like anything. 4 damage resistance. Like, it still doesn't feel like any, like, that's like what this still really just doesn't feel like anything. So if you want to be giving us options for different damage types or different ways that we're dealing damage, I think that's fine, but there needs to be a gameplay reason behind it. The reason why the Wild Magic Barbarian has a table that has 8 things on it, which is still less than this, is because it's supposed to feel like chaotic. Anything else where we're taking options is not really intended to feel chaotic. Matt Thorne, I think that I love the idea that it could almost be like a dragon where each god is associated with a damage type and you deal that damage and you get resistance to that damage or something like that. Like, that would definitely work. But yeah, this is too much considering how much it isn't making the subclass feel like anything. If you want to have something that has a lot going on, it really needs to earn its space, you know? But D&D is not a roguelike, so you wouldn't want to design this to be a roguelike. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you feel like, if this doesn't feel, I'm not sure how this feels designed, but if the suit of armor, I hear what you're saying, but how does that make this work as a D&D subclass? Like, how does the fact that Hades is a roguelike, so you get random features, make this subclass work? Because I would argue I still don't see what the through line is if you're using it in D&D. Yeah, a lot of this 3rd level stuff is overpowered. But honestly, I don't think it's worth going through each of them. Because I think if you want to use a system like this, unfortunately, you're going to hit that wall. And I just don't think it's worth it. Because this don't work for D&D. Oh, you agree? All right, sorry. You were clarifying. I understand. It's always hard for me to tell the tone of people in chat. You understand why the writer was like, well, I have to do this. I see. Yeah, well, you don't. You don't ever have to do anything. Yeah. Let's see what Aura of Hades does. Celestials, Elementals, Fae, Fiends, and Undead within 5 feet of you have advantage on attacks, disadvantage on attacks made against you. I think this might be too strong. I don't hate it, but I do think it might be too strong. I think it's too many creature types. I don't hate it, but I think it's too many creature types. Also, how is, again, going back to the beginning, why is it part of the subclass? Not really sure. But I would say, yeah, too many things. Too strong. Let's see what we get at 15th level. And I wish I could tell you I have ideas, but I don't, because I don't know what this subclass is supposed to feel like. Duo boons. After you use your garnered favor of channel divinity, you don't say may, say can. Kip, come on, man. You've been around the block before with me. You know that by now. You roll a d12 and gain another effect. No. all of the issues that I had with the first level channel divinity are now just amplified. Yeah, see all feedback I had for the third level feature. Child of Vegetation. Your ties to the surface and to Persephone grant you the ability to recover and use your channel. Oh, you're just relying on this one feature, and it's not a great feature, and you're shooting yourself in the foot. Yeah, so unfortunately, my feedback for basically everything is change it. Because everything is based on this table, and this table is not good. This table do not work, my guy. The table do not work. Also, why are you using a D12 when the table only has D10? That is a great question. So yeah, I think if I were you, I would say, what is this thing supposed to feel like separate from the Hades game? And then build it to be that. Shades of the Mothman says you already regain your channel divinity on a short rest. That's a good point. Why do so many homebrew subclasses do that? Go in on all one feature? I think it's... I don't know. Not sure. I think people a lot of time build their subclass almost the same way you build a magic item. Either way, Kip, I don't really have more thoughts. I think that it's always a noble idea to build something off of a video game, but when you don't have a solid idea of what that means from a D&D perspective, and you're really just trying to translate the video game into D&D, it does lend itself to something like this, where it doesn't really feel like anything. What does that even mean to be able to cast Chain Lightning for 1 minute? Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure. I didn't see where Chain Lightning sat in this, but I also decided I wasn't going to read every feature because I don't think it really needs that. But yeah, those are... Chain Lightning is an action. Chain Lightning you shouldn't be able to cast for a minute. If any of these things last for a minute and they're a casting of a spell, it makes no sense. Anyway, I think it's a neat idea to take something from a video game. I think the most important feedback for you is you should think about the way... You should think about the feeling that you're trying to evoke from that video game in D&D, if that feeling can be evoked in D&D, and then what you need to give that D&D thing to make it evoke that feeling. I think that is the way you should build homebrew based off of something. I don't think you should start from which mechanics does this thing have and how do I translate them into D&D, especially not for a subclass, unless it's like you have some really simple, straightforward mechanics. Like, I do think you could do that with something like a Pokemon, where you could just pick a couple of its moves and be like, that's what it gets. But I think for something like this, it feels like you're trying to bake in a lot of larger game mechanics. And whether or not that is successful, I don't think it is translating into a successful vibe of a subclass, unfortunately. All right, that's Kip. Let's give Kip a round of applause. Thank you, Kip. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this subclass was based on the Hades video game, which I have never played. All right, we got some new people for the wheel. If you just got here, reminder how it works. We have 2 wheels. One wheel is for anybody that is anybody, and the other wheel, the little wheel, is for people that are subs on Twitch, members on YouTube, or patrons on Patreon. You can submit to both. So if you are Dice Admiral and you are on both wheels, it makes it a lot more likely that you will get homebrew looked at, especially considering one of the wheels has like 7 things on it. And we switch back and forth between the 2. It feels like it was based on the whole game, not just the character. That is the sense that I was getting from chat. So, you know, which is maybe something you can get away with if you can figure out what game mechanic from the whole game you're trying to base the subclass around. But to try to encompass too much, you can get up kind of like that channel divinity of like summoning the River Styx guy really felt out of place, you know? Do I have a favorite video game? Not really. I have video games that I love or got really into for short periods of time, but I don't really have any. I don't have like favorites. Like I have ones that I played a lot growing up, and I have some that I play a little bit right now, but I don't play video games. I love video games. I have a hard time sitting and playing them. Bug it, a 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 bug. I can do it for a little, but I can't do it for extended periods of time. Bug it, a bug it, a bug it, a bug it, a bug. Even games like the Last of Us, it's like too much sitting and like boo. I like shorter games. Dargner is up next. Darg. Ooh, this Dargnar has another thing inspired from gaming. A lot of things inspired from by games tonight. This is Dargnar's goal, to make an MMO-inspired mechanic for a boss. It's supposed to be some kind of ninja assassin that is meant to be way stronger than the party, but not want to kill them, just delay them until her clan can escape and clean any incriminating stuff off. That is a very complicated idea to try to get across in a game mechanic. And I am going to say, I almost feel like you don't need to worry about making that in a game mechanic. That can just happen from roleplay. Did you just send a picture? You did. Okay, so this is going to be... In the future, I would not post it like this because it's very fuzzy and hard to read. I'm going to do my best to read it, but I'm also going to not spend that much time on it if it just hurts my eyes to read. In the next time, put it in a Word document or something, but this is... Because look at this. If I really want to read this, I gotta blow it up a lot more. And it like... That's squinty as AF. That's squinty AF. All right, so let's see what this baddie does. CR11 monster. Gloom is not a damage type, so something can't be immune to gloom because gloom is not a damage type. Make sure you're doing all your math right for the stats. Is 16 times 3 56? If it is, great. Let's see what's going on here. It looks like you did not do your math right for any of the attacks and damage. So if you want this monster to be CR 11, that means its proficiency bonus is +4. Actually, it might be higher than +4 at 11. I don't remember. But when something's proficiency bonus is +4, then its bonus to attack should be its proficiency bonus plus whatever stat you're using for attack. I'm assuming dex. So that would mean that this should be +9, and this damage should be +5. Also, gloom damage, again, just literally means nothing. That's nothing. Gloom isn't a damage type. All right, let's take a look at what this thing does. But all of your math, I would double check, because it looks like you did not do a lot of it correctly. Shadow magic. As an action, Maud can vanish into a shadow. They are considered invisible for attacking them. The extra words we don't need here. You could just say they're considered invisible. They cannot be traced by wisdom survival checks. As a bonus action, they can warp to another point of shadow at max 30 feet of them. If the shadow they're hiding in vanish by source of light, they're forced out of hiding. So there are a bunch of things in D&D that work basically the same way that this is written, and I would look them up. There's a bunch of different monsters and people that can teleport between shadows. The Shadow Monk, for example. There's a lot of words here that are just the wrong words. Like warp is not a word that we use to mean anything in D&D. You would say teleport. You wouldn't say at max 30 feet. You would say, you know, to a 30. Like if I was going to write this feature, I would probably say, as an action, Maud can vanish into a shadow, becoming invisible. Period. She can't be traced, or they can't be traced. They leave no trail and can't be traced by investigation or survival checks. And while in this state, as a bonus action, they can teleport to an area of darkness within 30 feet of them that they can see. Period. Something like that. But taking the time to write this in the proper way is not a small deal if you have any goal of improving at your writing. Like giving yourself that challenge to learn the correct language to use here is huge. It's really important. People in chat are saying if you post in the Discord, people can help you out these things really quickly. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through all of the nitty gritty of the language, but this is a really good thing to get feedback on in the Discord. People are really good at coming up with the language. Shadow Clone as an action. So all of these things that are actions, they should be listed under the action. That's why actions has its own section. Maud can create up to the number of party members clone of herself. Again, I'm not going to repeat myself but all of this language needs to be worked on. This is very choppy language. You're using language that is it's going to make people feel like you don't know what you're writing. A lot of grammatical mistakes, a lot of sentence structure mistakes. She hides herself amongst them. Each clone dies in one hit, then deal force damage to the killer. If the true one is hit, the others vanish, and she can't use this ability for one turn. Each clone can act on her turn doing basic damage with her dagger. A party member can make a wisdom perception check to try to guess which one is real. This is a complicated feature, and I want to push back on you a little bit here and say, is this going to be fun for you to manage or for the players, and is it reasonably balanced? Because what you're basically saying, and if you want it to be this, then that's fine, but you need to think about all of the things you need to think about. So, let's say, sure, she can make how many clones? Up to the party number of party members of clones. So let's say she can make 4 clones of herself. So if all of these clones exist, they need, what are their ACs? What are their saving throws? What are their attack rolls? Do they do the same damage as her? When do they take their actions in combat? Do they take their actions as a part of her action? Do they have their own unique initiative? Like all of those questions. Also, what does it mean that she can hide herself among them? Does that mean that when she summons them, she switches places with them? Does that mean that there is some sort of magic that is done where the players have to do a check to find her? Because if I was a player and she summoned a bunch of clones, I would just keep track of which, like on the board, literally, I could be like, okay, that's her, because all the other ones just appeared and now she's there. If you want it to be that she switches places with one, then you need to have the language baked in there for that. Now, there's a lot of things that this is doing that is similar to features that exist already in D&D. There's 2 spells that I'm thinking of immediately. The first is called Mirror Image. Mirror Image is a version of this. It doesn't create clones that you fight with, but it creates illusory duplicates that people can miss with attacks on. So you might want to pull some language from that if you want it to feel more defensive. Another one that could work, if you want it to be more like she summons clones and now the players fight the clones, would be the spell Mislead. The spell Mislead basically creates an illusory duplicate of yourself and teleports you away and makes you invisible all in one go. So you could basically take the mechanics from the spell Mislead and plug them in here. But again, if you aren't willing to go through and figure out not just how to write this grammatically correctly, but write it grammatically correctly in the proper language of D&D, and then on top of that, include all of the mechanical elements that are going to be important to make this work, then I don't know if you need to bake this in as this complicated of a feature. For example, you said you wanted this to be a boss fight. Why not give this boss a layer action? So layer actions are something that happen on initiative count 20, and they are sort of the equivalent of like big thing that it does once a round. Why not have one of this monster's layer actions be that it summons an illusory duplicate of itself in front of every character and makes an attack against them? You know, something like that. But you want to think about how these features not just work in terms of using them, but also in terms of how they feel, where they sit in the action economy. And if it's a boss, take advantage of it being a boss. Use layer actions, use legendary actions. I think that both of these features conceptually are fun. The idea of summoning a bunch of duplicates of yourself and teleporting around, flavor-wise, really, really solid. But you're really shooting yourself in the foot by writing it this way and by not taking the time to figure out the mechanics that you're going to need under the hood, because there's a lot of mechanics that are going to get kind of choppy and in the weeds, and where you're going to find yourself as the dungeon master needing to make a lot of like judgment calls in the middle of a fight, which you really don't want to have to be doing. The Trickery Cleric is also a good reference point for sure. Echo Knight also, yeah. Let's see what the aura is. Mod make the whole room. English might not be your first language, which is also fine, but that's also an easy fix. Like, just ask in my Discord for someone whose English is their first language to help you translate, and it'll make a big step. Not even help you translate, but help you translate from your translation to proper English. Because there's phrases in here like English make the whole room she is in is grammatically wrong, and it feels really grammatically wrong, even if it's understandable what it means. Mod makes, like, even just put an S there. Mod makes the whole room she is in or a maximum of 120-foot radius sphere. Completely dark. Any light source is reduced to nothing. However, creatures with dark vision can see in it as if it was a regular darkness. She can disable this ability as a free action. There is no such thing as a free action in D&D, so you shouldn't give her a thing that doesn't exist. All things in D&D happen at a specific time, unless they are really intended for non-combat. So you could say at the beginning of her turn, at the end of her turn, as a bonus action, as a legendary action, any of those things. If you don't want her to have to do anything for her action economy about it. The other thing is, there's other things in D&D that do this, that create big areas of darkness that you could be pulling from. For example, if you want it to be non-magical darkness, that's fine, but take a look at like the Frost brand blade, which has it's a magic weapon, and it has a feature that it snuffs out all light within 30 feet of it when you take it out. Stuff like that. Like, you could bake that language in, you know? All of your math is wrong for these attacks. Your math looks a little bit better here. I have no idea what low boss version true damage means. So that's just confusing. The target has to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or fall prone. There's a lot missing here. What's the range, for example? Like, how far away can they be? That sort of thing. Mod can jump 5 feet away from a target that has attacked her in melee. So whenever you're writing features like this, you want to write the trigger, then the action. So the trigger is the attack. So you would say, when a creature within 5 feet of Mod makes an attack against her, because that's the trigger, then the action. She can jump, blah, 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 blah. If the area is occupied, she jump above the creature and land behind them. She doesn't trigger opportunity attacks. This is another thing where there's a lot of mistakes here grammatically. It's a fairly simple feature. Again, I think that would really, really improve from you looking for other things that do stuff like this in the game. There are a lot of features that work this way, where creatures on reactions can take a jump back. I'm pretty sure, if not the Drunken Master Monk, I would check there, but there's a couple things that have features similar to this. Look at the way they're written. Look how these sentences are written, and it'll work well. Let's take a look at usual tactics. Phase 1, Phase 2. At the beginning of the battle, Maud will use her Aura of the Moon to make the room full of darkness. She will warp around, trying to attack the party. Her goal is to make the battle last 10 turns. You mean 10 rounds, not 10 turns. Once the 5th round arrives, she takes 30 damage or more. Maud lifts her darkness and uses her shadow clone. So all of these tactics, they can kind of be built into this. So I'll give you an example. Aura of the Moon. I would probably, if you want this to be how she opens it, you could say, when Maud rolls initiative, she summons a giant thing. Boom. Then she just has that. Then you could say, after 10 rounds, or if she takes 30 damage or more, the Aura of the Moon dissipates, and she immediately casts Shadow Clone. So you could bake it into the mechanics that way. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea to do. That's what I would do if I was going to do it like that. But again, I think the bigger concern here is if your goal is to improve as a D&D writer, you really need to think through the mechanics you're putting in place, as well as the language you're using to explain them. I think the concept is fun, but I think that you're overcomplicating some of it, and you don't really need to build this system here if you don't want to. I don't think it's needed. And a lot of it, honestly, could be built into the layer actions, too. Oh, the other thing that I was going to say is 10 rounds is a really long time. Like, very few fights last 10 rounds. So I would say, I don't know if I would design a monster around fights needing to last a long time. Like, I might play around with how I want to express that, because it might turn into something that is not fun. Like, I could very easily see it turning into a tedious fight more than a fun fight. this is a mistake a lot of writers make, where they're like, bigger numbers, longer fights, more epic, but then it just turns into a slog. And like, if every round of combat is them chasing this thing and not able to land hits, and it's just like, that could just get frustrating. So I think there's some really cool ideas in here, but I think that if I were you, I would spend a little bit more time familiarizing myself with the language of D&D and reorganize a lot of the way this monster is laid out, and also make sure you're doing your math right. Those are my thoughts. Like, I don't think we need to do an early round where it does negligible amounts of damage that are boring. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I don't really have more thoughts. That's it, Dargnir. Thank you very much for sharing. I think thinking about boss fights in terms of rounds and in terms of like... I'm the Schwa. I don't know if I said thank you. Thank you for the resub. I think thinking about fights in terms of like rounds and combat changing is amazing and totally worth doing. I would strongly encourage you to look up action-oriented monsters, because you don't need to overcomplicate it in the stat block if you don't want to. There's a lot of ways you can express it that are a little bit more simple to navigate as a dungeon master running it, especially if you're doing some fairly complicated mechanics. And then again, the more complicated the mechanics you're doing, the more you need to explain how they work. You can't make any assumptions about basically anything, unfortunately, because, you know, if somebody's going to use your monster, you're probably not going to be sitting there with them to explain it. Alrighty. Thank you, Dragner. All right, let's see who's next. Let's update this wheel. Bagadu 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 ba. King Kadasha, a 4 or 5 round fight can take 5 hours for sure, especially if it's like higher level characters and stuff. Yeah. Or people that just don't know how the game works sometimes, which is, you know, reasonable for most players. Upstream elements is fucked up. I see that now. Oh, no, it's not. It still shows the link. That's fine. As long as the link's working. All right, King Crusher, what you got for us today, buddy? King Crusher says, I wanted to make a guy that feels slippery and hard to pin down, while also making them relatively low threat level. We have a couple monsters like that already. I would say the Quickling is probably the most obvious one, which is basically, you know, it's essentially, it's got really high AC, it's really fast, and it has essentially blur. But I could see us going in it. Measles, another good example of one. But I could see us going in other directions here. Let's see what we're doing here. It's a CR1 monster. This is the Guild Thief. So we're going very humanoid. They got leather armor. How did it get up to 21? Do they have a shield? It feels too high. Because leather armor is what? 13? 13 plus dex is 17? How do you go from 17 to 21? What's going on here? Who knows? All right. We got, oh, look at you doing your math right. I love seeing math done right. Okay. We're good at deception, good at sleight of hand, good at stealth, passive perception. Put the +7 next to the sleight of hand too, even though it's the same as stealth. Just do that. Leather is 11. Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, the math is wrong here. If you want them to have better AC, you got to figure out why that's happening mechanically. Let's see what they have. They have evasive maneuvers and elusive. Oh, I see. Maybe it's explained here. The thief gains +6 to their AC, but this bonus decreases by 1 every time they are attacked, hit, or miss. The bonus is restored up by 3 points at the end of the thief's turn. Huh. I don't know how I feel about this. Huh. Okay, if I were you, I probably would not have it function exactly like this. I disagree with the AC starting at 21. I don't think this makes up for it. I think this still feels like I'm still like, why? I also think this needs to be more specific. Like, I probably would give them a range. Like, it decreases by 1 down to -3, and this just pops it back up. But this also kind of feels overcomplicated. Like, this feels like a overcomplicated version of Blur. So the way that Blur works is that creatures have disadvantage on attacks against you until they hit you, and then they don't have disadvantage on attacks against you. That's very similar to this, right? It's just less nuanced. I don't know if this is worth it for this nuance. I feel like it would be tedious to keep track of, considering it would essentially do exactly what Blur does, except you don't have to keep track of Blur. Yeah, so it's not a bad idea. I just think it might be a little... I don't know if it's worth keeping track of for the outcome. King Crusher, if you're speaking in the chat, you can have a conversation with them. Your explanation is not going to help me give homebrew feedback, though, so I'm not going to read it, because I don't want to just get in a bad mood at you for defending something that I think isn't working. You can just decide you disagree. Elusive. The thief's movement does not trigger opportunity attacks, and they have advantage on checks against being avoid being grappled. That's fine. And then has some basic attacks. Yeah, I think that this feature, I guess this feature is really the main thing. I think that's my main feedback, is like, I don't think the nuance of hit or miss, the AC goes down by 1 each time, and then it goes up by 3 at the start of its turn. I think that that gameplay loop is interesting. I genuinely don't think it is interesting enough in terms of how it will feel to merit its existence. Like, I think if you could, especially because it's like a CR1 monster, like, maybe this, I feel like this could be reasonable on like a boss, but this isn't a boss. This is just essentially like a buddy of the bandits. And assuming that this monster is going to potentially be not just by itself, but it could be in situations where there's 2 or 3 or 4, maybe other creatures, maybe other of it. Do we really want to be keeping track of this number change? I don't know. I don't know if we need to. So I would consider tweaking it and maybe making it like the thief gets a +3 bonus to its AC. If somebody hits it, it loses that AC bonus, and then it regains that AC bonus at the end of its turn, or something like that. That's where my head goes. Samtastic, what's up, you glorious, glorious, glory, glor? How you doing? If there's only 2 players, it's almost impossible to hit. Yeah, so I think it's a neat idea. I think it's overcomplicated for the emotional outcome. And those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool idea for a mechanic. I like it. I just think it doesn't need to be this focused for a CR1 monster. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. That was King Kadasha. Let's give our king a round of applause. I first saw your YouTube short. It's awesome. Oh, thanks. You missed yours. Well, Dagnar, most of my feedback for you was that you need to work on your sentence structure and your formatting, that the core concept was interesting, but it felt slightly overcomplicated and had a lot of mechanics missing for the level of complicated you were trying to make it. But it's a neat idea. That's the nutshell feedback for you. All right, thank you, King Krasha. One second. go. Kaboom! Good luck in class, King Crusher. Thank you for sharing. Bagaduba. If maximum size upload for best results, just post a Word document, my guy. Don't want to see us. Don't send me a screen cap. Bagaduba _ is up next. Song's called Coconut Cowboy. _ what you got for us today? This is a weapon that allows for sharing of smites. Ooh, that could be fun. Let's give her a gander. Light Bedinga. Hey. What's the word? Fucking... Credit your artist, my guy. Credit your artist. 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 I don't think the 21 AC was that high to hit to start. I don't think it was too high to hit to start. I just felt like it was, I just don't know if the system needed to be that nuanced for a single CR1 bad guy that didn't do that much. Like, I felt like you could accomplish the same feeling with something fairly simpler. I don't think this is AI. I just think that they didn't credit their artist. And if they made it themselves, they should tell us so we can tell them that they're awesome. All right, let's see what this thing is. This blade belonged to an NPC who accompanied the party but kicked the bucket in the last session. Until now, I was just giving out smites when I felt like it, but now that the party owns the thing, I need some hard and fast rules for what it actually does. Awesome. Great sword requires attunement by a good aligned creature. If it's tied to smites, maybe. The Viking, that Viking Mangus. Thank you for the sub, buddy. I appreciate that very much. I don't think, no. Whoever said this is AI is, I don't know, but this is not AI. Thank you, the Viking Mangus. If it's giving out smites, maybe it should be for paladins. All right, let's see what it does. Light, it's dormant. It functions as a meding. It's like a regular. It's just a great sword. Boom, simple. Free actions don't exist in D&D. Things still need to happen at specific times. So you need to decide when this ability is activating. You can make Lightbringer glow. It casts a bright light in a 15-foot radius. It's moonlight. As a bonus action, you can turn a spell slot. Mightiest Mum, thank you for the prime. We are reviewing some homebrew. Please consider sending some in if you want. And if you have a subscription, if you have your Twitch account connected to your Discord, you can submit homebrew to my wheel to not just the big wheel, but the little wheel of fancifulness too. Anyway, thank you very much, Matty Isium. Excited for a live stream? Oh, buddy. You feel compelled to use your prime? That's very kind. Okay, so bonus action. You can turn a spell slot into a smite for you or another creature you can see. Your spell slot is expended and you pick a weapon which will glow white until it lands a successful attack. On that hit, add 1d8 radiant damage. Using higher level spell slots doesn't increase this damage. The glow ends and the smite is wasted after 1 minute. Okay, do you know what you should really do here? Just completely turn this into a reaction. This should just be a reaction. Never seen the little wheel? The little wheel is for paid members. So if you are somebody that pays to be a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch or a patron, then you can access the little wheel too. So okay, so here's what I would do if I were you. I would probably make the ability to make it glow a bonus action, just a thing it could do. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Bonus action turn off, bonus action turn on. Doesn't really matter. I would make this separate feature separate. And I would make it, instead of a bonus action to give someone a smite that they can hold on to for a minute, I would just make it a reaction. So the way that normal smiting works is you decide to smite when you hit. It should just be like that. So it should be, and it needs a range too. So I would probably say something like, when a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you hits with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to expend a spell slot and add 1d8 radiant damage to that creature's attack, period. And that can be the whole thing. It doesn't need to be any, like, that could literally be the whole feature. Gets everything in, and I think it makes a lot more sense for it to be tied to a reaction. It really does feel like it's a smite then. And you don't have to deal with the complicatedness of figuring out the language of it glows on them for a minute, all the blah 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 blah. Just get rid of it. You don't need it. So don't worry about that. That's what I would do if I were you. Let's take a look at empowered. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. I would just make it a +1 weapon at the start. I don't know what level they are, but you make this a legendary. So just to make this is not a legendary weapon. If a legendary weapon should probably feel roughly the same power level as a rare weapon in its dormant state. So before you activate it, or maybe awakened, I guess, it should feel like a rare item. And a rare item is generally a +1 item that also does something else pretty good, or a +2 item. So I think that if you want to power this against legendary items, it's kind of weak so far. It's not classes. No. It's any homebrew, but if it's a game mechanic, if it takes a lot to read and understand, I'm gonna skim it and mostly be confused. So if you have like a whole cooking mini game, if it's not like very easy to read and to move through, I'm just letting you know that I am going to struggle to read and move through it. So if you don't find the idea of me struggling to move and read through it appealing, I would either reformat it so it's easy to read, or don't worry about sending it in here, share it in my Discord where people are sort of, doing pretty active homebrew review feedback sort of all the time. For the light effect, is the intention like some magic items where it says speak a command word? I think so. I think that's, it's it's copied pretty word for word from a couple basic glowy swords. So that's what my guess is. Are these scaling items not normally legendary? There's no really rule of thumb for scaling items because they're kind of random. There's different types. I usually make my scaling items artifacts or legendary items because it just allows me to put more cool stuff in them. I'm not super interested in a scaling item that is scaling in like really mundane ways. Scaling items tend to change in rarity. That is just not true, Poke9er. I appreciate the thought, but that just ain't true. Maybe some of them do, but the most popular ones do not. So Poke9er is saying, see the dragon's wraith weapons. And I would push back on you and say, look at the vestiges of divergence. There isn't a rule you need to follow. The empowered one is a +1 to attack and damage rolls. When a friendly creature within 30 feet of you hands a critical hit, Lightbringer glows, and your next successful attack deals an extra 1d8 radiant damage. You don't need this sentence. Here's what you're going to say. When a friendly creature within 30 feet of you lands a critical hit, rolls a 20 on an attack roll, is probably how I would write that. Lightbringer glows, and your next attack with it deals an additional 1d8 radiant damage. And then I would probably say this does not scale, or this does not stack. Or I would say Lightbringer glows for 1 minute. If you hit with an attack within that minute, the light erupts out, dealing an extra 1d8 radiant damage. And then it ends, or something like that. Aren't they from Critical Role? Yeah, but I mean, they're not... But if they are as much a part of the game as the Dragon Wraith weapons. They are officially published module things. My point is, Pokey, it's not a good argument to point towards one very specific example when a bunch of other very specific examples say the opposite or completely different things. One example out of 4 or 5 doesn't mean that that's the rule. What I'm saying is you can decide to write it that way, but to assume that that is the way it's supposed to be is very much looking at a single tree and ignoring the forest. Let's see what the Exalted is. You get a +2 to attack and damage rolls. While you hold the sword, it creates a 15-foot aura of radius around you. You and all creatures with the aura have advantage on saving throws and spells and other magical effects. This is really strong. I don't know if I would just flat out give you advantage on saves against all spells and magical effects. That's really strong. I mean, if you don't think it's going to become Exalted until they're level 14 plus, and it's like near the end of the campaign, I would hesitate with this feature. I would hesitate with it. If you wanted to do an aspect of it, you could do something like they have advantage on wisdom saving throws. That would still be really good, and it would be like pushing them back against like fear effects and mind control effects and things like that. How often are reviews? I do reviews. I'm starting next week. I'm going to be doing 3 days a week of this. And next week is going to be, I think, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. But if I keep, I always post my schedule in my Discord, and this is mostly what my streams are, is looking at Homebrew, talking about them, and then occasionally writing Homebrew art together or doing themed nights. So what I think we're going to start doing is next week, I should have talked about this earlier. What I want to start doing next week, and I'm going to share about this in the Discord and on the YouTube, so just keep an eye out, is that Sunday and Tuesday are going to be sort of like tonight, where they are open forum. Anybody can send in anything. And then Thursday is going to be a themed night. And I'm not exactly sure what the theme is going to be yet. I'm sort of waiting to see what people pick in chat. I asked the question in the Discord, what sort of theme would you want to be? And I want chat to vote in it, so you guys can do that. And you can find that post in the general chat. I think what the theme of next week is going to be pick a monster. It can either be a D&D monster or a monster from some other fiction, and create a D&D species for it. A playable species. That's what I think we're going to be doing on Thursday. In the past, we've done themes that were like, build a subclass based on a Smash Brothers character or something like that. So moving forward, at least next week, that's what we're going to do. 2 open forum days, 1 themed day. And I like that rhythm. So if it goes well next week, that is going to be our rhythm moving forward. We're going to do 2 open theme days, or 2 open forum days, 1 day with kind of a gimmick, and then that gimmick will be either if I have an idea I really want to do, or if you guys have an idea, and I will share the gimmick publicly on Sunday, so that you guys will have from Sunday to Thursday to make the homebrew. Does that sound reasonable? Does that sound good? What's up, Sarah? How's it going, buddy? So I think this is a cool idea. I think that this system of spell slot to add a D8 damage is okay. It's actually kind of bad now that I'm thinking about it. I don't think a D8 damage is enough. Chat, let's actually think about this for a second. Let's pull back here and let's imagine we're playing this game, because this person is going to be using this with their players. If you are a wizard, is it valuable? Well, a wizard's not going to hold this sword. If you're a paladin, is it worth one of your spell slots to expend it to give someone else a D8 damage? I think this should be 2d8. I think it's worth it if it's 2d8. I feel like it's not worth it if it's 1d8. You know? Neon Gamer says, any idea for the grandma hat? Dude, not only do I have ideas for the grandma hat, there's going to be a plot arc around them that I'm waiting to film until I get my lighting better set up for filming with the green screen. Let's just say that every single character in the show might have a grandma and they might pop in together. Dargnar says, I finished the part where you reviewed my homebrew. You're not an English speaker as a first language. I thought so, because there was a lot of things in there that felt like, because you were getting the idea across in a way that I understood it, but it was adding to a level of complicated. So here's what I'm going to say, Dragnar, just to reiterate the point. If you're using this for your home game and you understand enough, then who cares how it's written if you understand it? Really doesn't matter. You still want to think about all the mechanical rules you need to follow for like the clones and stuff, and the best way to integrate that, like that still matters. But but the language use really only matters if you're trying to share it with other people. That being said, if you are trying to share it with other people, I don't know how active you are in my Discord, but if you say, hey guys, English is not my first language, I'm trying to make this homebrew, I need help getting the sentences to be in proper English, people are really, really open to helping in that way. If it's the kind of thing that you are like aspiring for or like want to work on, like especially, I don't know, I feel like we have a lot of people who don't speak English as a first language, and it always surprises me, A, how good at English they are, considering it's not their first language, that they're like designing game stuff in it and writing in it in a way that I can understand, which is just crazy. For like a fantasy game, how much vocabulary do you, like, that just requires an insane amount of language skills. But beyond that, I think that we all kind of commiserate with this feeling of when you have wanting your ideas to be seen for their value as opposed to their limitations. Part of why I give people such a hard time about formatting and sentence structure and like layout of page is because a lot of the time there are really wonderful ideas, but they are kind of being like held down by these limitations. And some of these limitations we don't have any control over. You know, you might not have access to a computer. English might not be your first language. Like, there's a lot of limitations that we kind of have to just figure out how to wear. But there are limitations that we can navigate. And when we can work on them, we are essentially like, it's almost like you're polishing the window into your homebrew. It makes the idea stand out more. Okay, that was a really roundabout way to say, if you do have things that are limiting your ability to write, that are things that are not just like formatting, like they're things that are, you know, you don't have a computer, English ain't your first language, you know, maybe you're blind, so you're listening to this, but you don't have like the typing capabilities or whatever. There's a lot of things out there, you know. People in this community, at least I hope so, we aspire, are very kind for the most part, and genuinely, like, if we can uplift each other beyond the things that hold us back, like that, it feels good to do that. Like, it feels cool to be like, let me help you get your sentences to just be in smooth English, because it's not a lot of work to hop into Discord and like rewrite a sentence, but it really has an impact on other people. So don't hesitate to ask for help ever in the Discord. Generally, people are pretty down to help. And as always, if you are somebody that's posting in the Discord asking for help and you're not getting a lot of responses, my main feedback is double check to see how long the homebrew you posted is. People generally are more willing to read shorter things than longer things. And then also make sure that you are talking to other people about their homebrew. I think a good rule of thumb for asking for feedback in the Discord is however much work you would hope someone would put into your homebrew, you should put that much work into at least one other person's. That's a good kind of just headspace to be in. Anyway, random tangent over. All right, let's talk about this item again for a second. So, I really like this item. I think it's a cool item. I think there's not that much you need to tweak. I would make it a +1 item off the bat. Make this whole thing a reaction to trigger. Make this 2d8 radiant damage. I can simplify this again. I don't think you need to do the timer thing. Just like bake it all in together. And just note how powerful this aura is and be wary of giving it too early. Yeah, and that's all my thoughts. I think players will be down for this. Make it a +1 weapon right off the bat. Otherwise, I think it's not as good as you want it to be. I don't want to punish the Paladin. Like, if somebody is willing to take this item because they want to support other players and doing more damage, I don't want to punish their damage output. And because it's kind of late in how it gets its bonuses, it almost feels a little punishing that way. But I think it's cool. I think it's solid. Underscore. Thank you for sharing. Where's my applause button, underscore? Here it is. Let's give underscore a round of applause. Shalakor says maybe make the smite bonuses based on charges instead of the players needing to use spell slots. Here's what I would do. What if Shalakor, I agree, maybe it should be based on charges, but what about this? What if it was based on charges, but you could upcast it with spell slots? So you could use a spell slot to make it do more damage, or you could use spell slots to recoup charges. I would keep the spell slot option because it feels intentional in the design here in a way that I feel like I don't want to just pull it out. So maybe you would make that like an optional feature for that. Maybe that's the move there. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing, Underscore. And now we're on to our dear sweet little member wheel. Let's see, we got a couple more pieces. Oh, the King Mangus, look at that, became a member. Immediately got up on the low member wheel. Look at that, buddy. As always, guys, there's never guarantees that your piece is going to get looked at, and I don't want to make people feel shitty about being like, I thought I was definitely going to get my piece looked at, but you basically more than double your chances if you decide to become a member, sub, whatever, because there's 2 wheels, and this one is a lot littler than this one. Bagadu, 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 bop, 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 bop. Magnus, not Mangus. I'm sorry. There's many of us. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Magnus. All right, I'm sorry, Magnus. I'm sorry. I'll try to get it right. Brent is up next. Brent is one of my favorite people. I don't want to reveal that much about Brent because I don't know how much they want to know publicly. But I have learned a lot about Brent in terms of how they've shared about their D&D writing, and I'm just going to say this. So Brent runs D&D for their kids. And one of the things that Brent did, and I've talked about this before, but I just think it's fucking crazy, is that Brent designed a little banner of arms for their game with their kids, like, you know, different animals and textures and stuff, and then redesigned it so that it could be a 3D stencil and made it out of metal. I'm jealous of those kids. I've mentioned this several times on stream before because it's crazy. Burger Pal, you only need to recalibrate a little bit. I will also say, you know, you might have gotten me in more of a haha mode, but, you know, I would say simple homebrew is often the best homebrew. Simple homebrew is often the best. You don't need to send me a whole class. I mean, you could if you want to, but sometimes just like a weird idea for a magic item is enough. All right, this is called the Cape of Imploding Mind. Speaking of weird idea for a magic item. What did you write about it? Another magic item for my home game, but I want it to be written well enough to share with my players and not just a bunch... and not need a bunch of back and forth. Awesome, makes sense. On the last stream, you described how to handle domino effects, and I've tried to incorporate that, but I'm not super happy with it. I don't even remember having a conversation about domino effects, and I'm so curious what you are talking about. The Cape of Imploding Mind. Let's see what we're looking at here. I like the name. Work in progress. The Cape's special effects trigger when you lose consciousness. When the Cape's effects trigger, this could be one sentence. So if you do, when you do write this, I would say, when you, something important an important clarification here, Brent. What do you mean by lose consciousness? Do you mean, you don't need to clarify here, but you should think about this. Do you mean you drop to 0 hit points? You become incapacitated? You become unconscious? Because unconscious means you sleep. So I think you mean when you drop to 0 hit points, but I don't know. So I would clarify what that means, because if I was a player and I saw that, I would immediately be like, this happens when I go to sleep. Oh, it is about sleep. Okay. Creatures within a 15-foot sphere centered on you have to make a con saving throw or fall unconscious. Oh, that's really strong. In a funny way. The DC equals 8 plus your constitution modifier. So I don't like building items this way. I don't think magic items should scale with your character level or stats. No official magic items do. The reason for that is it's very hard to power balance those. It's also just pushes against the grain for game design. If you don't care, keep it. If you do care, make it a DC. That will also just help power balance it. Because this could also become too powerful at higher levels, potentially. If the cape triggers another cape of... if the cap triggers another cap of Exploding's mind, The effects combine, and all creatures affected by a cap make one saving throw, but the DC increases by 1 for each cap, and the cap is destroyed. I don't think this needs to be bullet points, because it's all kind of describing the same effect. Normally, if I was going to put bullet points, it would be because it's doing a variety of things. This really isn't. It's sort of just activating a system. I question the importance of this. I don't understand why we need... I mean, the only thing that this seems like it's actually doing is the DC increase. Because I feel like technically if somebody failed to save from this, they would just go unconscious. Like, that's baked into it. This cap has no information about being immune to itself, so I don't know how much of this we need. I literally might just say, I might just have it so every time a creature has to make a saving throw against the same DC within the same round, the DC goes up by 1 to sort of put it on a timer. I think that's what I would do here. I just don't think you need the language for that. How would we say it if we wanted to keep this on, though? The cap triggers another cap of exploding mind. Most I just want to handle a situation correctly where a bunch of goblins attack, where they all wear these. Here's what I would do. I might change it. I might change it like this. I might say, if your goal is that it's going to happen that way, and that it's like, I just want to put on a bunch of goblins, I might just make the DC increase by 1 for each other cap within 30 feet of you. And not even worry about it other than that. Just keep it simple. But again, I do think that, like, this is going to be the thing that I think you need to concern yourself with, Brent, separate from that mechanic, is that if you give this item to your players, like, if you have your players fight a bunch of goblins and they all have this item, your players could very easily break the game with a couple of these items. A creature being incapacitated and unconscious is one of the most powerful states to impose on them. So the fact that you are putting that many creatures unconscious in an AoE and that can stack on top of itself is, like, is dangerous for you. Kantos, this doesn't need to trigger all of these. If I kill, let's say you, Kantos, if we're fighting a group of 10 goblins and one of them triggers this, they're not necessarily all going to trigger. They might, what if the goblins pass the save? What if you kill them before they go unconscious? And if the goal is, well, they go unconscious, so this activates, then I would push back and say, why is this a magic item? If it's literally impossible for the players to engage with, it shouldn't be a magic item. It should just be a feature that the goblins have. But if the goal is that it can be engaged with, you just need to be wary of how easily this could juke a system. Trying to make it one save for multiple caps is just kind of awkward, since you wouldn't know if one person is going to proc the save until after they've made the save. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's a good call, Sponge. I think you don't make this. I would drop that whole aspect. I would just make the DC go up each time. Also, if you're increasing the DC in one place, you don't need to do another feature that lets the DC increase. That's another, like, hat on a hat situation. Just make the DC like 10. Well, Brent, how do you know what the saving throw is going to be until you know if they pass or succeed it? Like, how do you know? If one monster fails a saving throw, and then it triggers 4 more, the first, what is the DC for the third one? You don't know what the DC for the third one is until the second one makes the DC. So you're rolling it individually anyway. Do you know what I mean? I think Sponge brought up a really good point there. So I would just make the DC scale. And then separate from that, just be ready for your players to take advantage of this item if they get access to it. Because they can and they will. It just feels like an annoying math problem over time. I mean, it's actually very similar to King Krusha's monster with the scaling AC. I would say the easiest way to make this something that's not annoying is just make it that if somebody is in the AoE of more than one of these, they make that saving throw with disadvantage. You know, disadvantage versus regular is very similar to a scaling DC. In fact, it's almost exactly the same. So unless you specifically like needing to deal with the nuance of the DC going up every time it happens, like if you enjoy that, then go for it. But if you kind of just want it to be worse if you are in the area of more than one, just make it so that if you're in the area of more than one, you roll with disadvantage. And that'll basically give the same effect from the player perspective. But it's a fun idea, very goofy. I think that it's the kind of item that would fit really well into a goofy campaign, and I would be very scared to give any of my players that were very power gamery. And those are my thoughts. Brent, I think it's a fun idea. I think your players will think it's very silly when they interact with it. And oftentimes, silly is the best. No, goofy is king. I've talked about this before, right? My favorite author is Terry Pratchett. Like, I would argue that goofy is often the best venue for exploring very serious and often sometimes sad and heavy topics. Not only does it allow you to sit in very strange sort of thinking headspaces, but it can end up punching emotionally in ways you really wouldn't expect. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. The Cap of Imploding Mind. Fun name, by the way. All right, Brent. We return to the big wheel. Is this working so far, by the way, guys? Do you feel like this switching back and forth feels reasonable? It's not eating up too much time. Feels like it's nice for the people that are subs. Thoughts so far? Decent? General populace doesn't feel like they're missing out too much. You like it so far? Good, good. Does anybody not like it? Does anybody think it's bad? And if you do think it's bad, give me in the kindest words possible, tell me why, but no pressure. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Pierce the sky. That was a close one. Oh man, I'm loving these cowboy tunes. All right, Pierce the Sky, what you got for us today, buddy? Pierce the Sky says, I'm working to create a hag based off the Umi, I'm pronouncing this, I apologize, Umi Nyobo Sea Wife Yokai. I apologize for the pronunciation. That's a halfway point between a sea hag and a green hag whilst sticking to the mythology of the creature. I'm also working on a new condition, Oblivious, which I hope works as is. Details of which are in the stat block, fine. This is the Coven variety of Sea Witch, which can obviously be scaled back for individual. Thanks for the second look. Second look? Did I look at this already? I did, I don't remember. What is going on here? Why is it? Who sent this in? Who sent this in? Pierce this guy. What is this formatting? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was like, why can't I see it? All right. I don't love this website that you use. I accept it, but I don't love it. But I accept it, but I don't love it. But it's okay. It's not the end of the world. This is the Umi Nyobo. Again, hard apologize if I pronounce it incorrectly. You said you want this thing to be somewhere between a sea hag and a green hag, and I want to push you there. I want to push you a little bit there. Robert Tails, thank you for the resub, you sensual Tyrannosauri. I want to push you there, and I want to say, I think it's okay, and this is before I read it, but I think it's okay to be like, I want to make something that exists sort of between these two pieces. But I think it's important to make sure that you feel like you can give your own homebrew a voice. Because a lot of the time, if your goal really is just, I want something halfway between a green hag and a sea hag, you don't actually need to build it. You can kind of just make, like, you can Lego block it. And that's fine. It's nothing wrong with a Lego block. But I would say, if I were you, I think the move is to make sure you're building it in a way that feels like it's doing its own thing, you know? Let's see here. We have, it's amphibious. Share it in the chat. If I haven't already, I did. I'm a great man. It's a swimmy. Make sure you're doing all your math right. Soothing voice. Any humanoid that starts its turn within 30 feet of the Umi Nyobo can hear it. Its voice must make a DC 14 wisdom save. On a failed save, the creature is charmed for 1 minute. Creature going to beat the save at the end of each of its turns. Disadvantage if it's within line of sight, ending the effects on a success. If the creature's save is successful, or the effects end for it, the creature is immune to its soothing voice for 24 hours. Unless the target is surprised, the target can cover its ears, making an initial save until the start of its next turn. A creature that covers its ears has disadvantage on attack rolls against it. I think this is fine. This is very similar to the Umbra Hulk, which essentially has a confusion mechanic that you can close your eyes to ignore. This is basically, it's actually literally exactly that same mechanic, except you've made it, they have to cover their ears instead of their eyes, and it charms them instead of confuses them. There needs to be some way that they can break the charm consistently. They should be able to break the charm if they take damage. Just because it's a little, I think, too punishing if the charm is just permanent. You think this is a long-ass stat block for a CR5 monster? It is, but I think that's more the formatting of the website than anything else. And the fact that it has the spellcasting block. So yeah, if you're going to copy something like the Umbra Hulk, which I'm 99% sure you did. Again, nothing wrong with that, but just, you know. I spelled it wrong. Because I'm so smart. I think it's called the Umbra Hulk. Did I spell it wrong? How the fuck do you spell it? What is that fucking monster called? The big beetle. Umber Hulk, thank you. Umber Hunk. So the Umber Hulk has almost this exact same feature, except it's called Confusing Gaze, and it's a charisma saving throw, but on a failed save, they have to do one of these things. So it's essentially this feature, just a little tweaked, with absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's totally fine. But just if you're going to tweak that feature, just notice how some things change a little bit when you do that. And I think charming a creature is really powerful. So you just want to pay attention to how powerful that is. It's got some spell list. It looks like your basic hag spell list. If you're making this thing, I don't know anything about the Umi Nyobi, so I'm not sure which spells to fit on this list. I would say if a good place to put the flavor of a specific hag can be on the spell list, especially giving it some weird or nuanced spells. So, that's a good spot for it. Okay, it's got a cleaver that does some damage. It has something called Numbing Whispers. It whispers soothing words, targets one creature, charmed creature within 30 feet of it. If the creature could hear them, it has to make a wisdom saving throw. Or become oblivious. An oblivious creature becomes unaware of any immediate lingering injury it takes and will not try to heal itself as long as it remains oblivious, even if the previous charmed condition is removed. The oblivious condition remains until the creature's next short rest. I don't think you need to create a whole new condition for this. This seems unnecessary to be a condition. This feels like I would just bake this mechanic into the soothing voice. I don't think it needs to be its own thing. And I would also argue oblivious could just be what happens. Like, I would just say when a creature is charmed in this way, it no longer registers pain, does not notice if it is injured, blah, blah, blah. Like, you just tie that into this. I don't think this needs to be its own thing. It feels like it's too many steps to get to something fairly simple. And it's certainly simple enough that it really doesn't need to be its own condition. And then beyond that, I don't think it should be limited to short rests. Most other hag things can be removed by like a remove curse spell or greater restoration or things like that. And I don't see why those wouldn't affect this also. It seems a little silly that it would just be behind a short rest. So those are my thoughts. I think it's a neat idea. I think if you're when you take something from something that already exists, like from the Umbra Hulk, just make sure you're making it fit the vibe of this more and thinking about the difference between a creature like doing a random actions versus the creature being under the charmed effect. And then this action of numbing whispers is not a good action. Like, that's kind of it's genuinely pointless. Like, the only reason this numbing whispers does anything is after you make a bunch of assumptions about how players would interpret that. But that's not great. You don't want to have a mechanic that requires the players and the dungeon master to like have an argument about how a player might interpret like something that's sort of roleplay. It can be a little bit like I feel like that's going to lead to more contention at the table than action or story. So you want to think about how that feature would actually affect itself mechanically. Like, for example, you could say when a creature's... Here's what I might do. I would completely remove numbing whispers, the oblivious condition, whatever. I would say when a creature is charmed in this way, it ignores all injuries and refuses any healing potions or healing magic. Something like that. Like, build into it a mechanic where it's like, as a character, you will not allow yourself to be healed. In the same way that a cursed item basically says you will not relinquish the item. Build it in, you know? You're essentially making the creature cursed. I would build it like a curse. Do you think hiding a player's hit points from them would be a cool way to run it? I think that might be a fun way to run it for a specific table. I would not bake that into the design, especially considering we don't know what systems they're using. Are they using a virtual tabletop? Are they using D&D Beyond? Are they using something like Foundry? Like, are they, like, because there's a lot of, you can't just say you don't get to look at your hit points. Because how do you manifest that at the table actually? What do you do? Do you know what I mean? So I would lean into the cursey element of you like refuse healing. You might even say like you're hostile. You become immediately hostile to creatures that try to heal you. You know, you could literally bake it in that much. But I think that this is a little too open-ended for what it's trying to do. And I think that if you tie it into the curse of the soothing voice, it'll just work better. The problem is that removes so much agency. But then what is the point of the feature? Like, Donna, I hear what you're saying. We don't ever want to remove too much agency from the game, but we also have to remember that D&D is a game, at the end of the day, D&D mechanics, I'm not talking about the whole game, but the things we write on the page are very much the most gamified aspects of the game. So when you are creating the tool that somebody can use for the most gamified aspect of the game, if you choose not to include mechanics for it, you are essentially not giving someone the tool. You're saying, here's an idea for a tool, decide how you want to use it. they're going to decide how they want to use it regardless. So you might as well give them mechanics that they can choose to use and engage with. Because if I, as a dungeon master, want to use this Numbing Whispers feature the way it's written, it requires me to essentially debate with the players about how they should interpret this mechanically. Because they might not just ignore it mechanically. They might just turn it into an RP thing where it's like, oh, I feel fine. Yeah, sure, I'll take some healing. I don't think I need it, but I'll take it. Like, no, let's build some mechanics in there. It's important that mechanics uplift story. That does not mean mechanics always need to be open-ended. And I think especially when we're dealing with something like a curse that is related to combat, which this is not a feature that's going to be used. This is a feature that's going to be used in combat as much as out of combat. Honestly, maybe more so in combat. It's really beneficial to the people that are using your homebrew for you actually to write mechanics for it, as opposed to just keeping something kind of open-ended, even if the game is intended to be an open-ended game. Which I would maybe have an argument with depending on the way you're running your game. Because I think that D&D is largely basically still a battle simulator. At least from these types of things. Healing magic doesn't have answers to assigning DCs and resisting in 5e thanks to not harming the undead. What kind of save to call for would have to be invented? I mean, not if you make it a curse, man. Cursed items don't have a saving throw for you to refuse to deal with them. It just is. You just refuse to deal with them. You know what I mean? Also, like, if the point of this item, the point of this monster is to impact the roleplay, then give mechanics that uplift the impacting of the roleplay. The point of this monster isn't to be like, you should do whatever you want. The point of this monster is your character really doesn't want to be healed anymore. There's literally no reason not to put the mechanics in there. Ramora, I hear you, but that is not what this curse is doing. This curse does not make it so you can't be healed. There are a million features in D&D that make it so you can't regain hit points. That's not the goal here. The goal here is to make you refuse to heal. You don't need it. But so you still could heal. And there's that little game space, that little play space of you could heal, but you don't want to. That's what makes this more like a hag and like a hag's curse, as opposed to like a ghost or a demon that's just like, you don't heal anymore. That weird psychological space that hags sort of sit in, you know? So I don't think it's necessarily worth losing that, because I think that there's a lot of benefit to that. All right, those are my thoughts. I love the idea. And I think there's some really cool things in here. I'm not reading Illusory Appearance because that's just Illusory Appearance. Most hags have it. I'm assuming it's the same. I apologize if there's something hidden in here that I missed. All right. Pierce. That was not Pierce the Sky. Who was that? Oh, it was Pierce the Sky. Thank you, Pierce the Sky. Let's give Pierce the Sky a round of applause. Let's give Pierce the Sky a round of applause. There we go. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. Someone said I rate homebrew stuff. I don't really rate it. I kind of review it. I used to rate it a long time ago, and then I thought that wasn't as nice. So now I give feedback on it and say when I think things are jank or things are awesome. And if you would like to submit some homebrew, you certainly can. All right. We are moving on to the member wheel. No new pieces for that. Let me just double check to make sure. I don't think so. Nope. Ugh. Also, rating really doesn't matter because it's like, who cares if I like it? What matters is if you like it, because you're the one using it. Am I on the big wheel? I might not have updated the big wheel, but I'll update it before the next spin. I can check. Yoda, no, you're not. You didn't submit any homebrew to it. Oh, no, you might be. I'm checking the wrong one. I'm being stupid. Oh, yeah, you're on it, dude. You're there. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Are homebrew weapon sets allowed? It depends on how much is required for each piece. If each weapon is like its own magic item that requires its own feedback, I'm just going to give feedback on one of them. That Viking Magnus. Let's see what you got today, buddy. Magnus is one of our new members. They became a member today. Trying to stat block based on creature that already exists in lore is harsh because often legends say something like no one can ever resist its gaze. Yeah, but that's, you can change, you know, you don't need to, it's literally the same. I'd have the same thoughts towards that as towards the guy who sent in the Hades game homebrew. The goal of making something based on real life should not be accuracy to the lore. It should be accuracy to making it feel cool in D&D. If your goal is being lore accurate, you are doing yourself a huge disservice as a game designer. I mean, you can be lore accurate to a point, but if you are lore accurate to a point where you are ignoring what's going to make the game more fun, then you're losing the point. You've lost the point. Well, we have two wheels. We have the regular wheel, which is the big open one for anybody, and then we have the member wheel, which is a little bit smaller. So if you are somebody that subscribes on Twitch, a member on YouTube, or a patron, you can access the little wheel, which, you know, gives you a much higher chance of being spun. Let's see what the Viking says. Beginning a high-power, long-term, level 1 to 20 campaign with a group of very close friends, inspired by a combination of Curse of Strahd, Vecna, and Planescape. The game is using a combination of 5e and 2024 rules, though the subclass itself should work for any high-power game for either rule set. Matt, Viking, are you looking for feedback, or what's the... Okay, I have to pee, so we're going to pee before we look at it. Well, we don't all have to pee, but I'm going to. I'll be back in a second, and then we're going to look at this piece. Here, you guys can start looking at it in the chat if you want to. The Drake Companion already exists. What is this? Viking. You're in the chat right now. I saw you. I'm going to go pee in a second, but you sent in something that already exists? This is a subclass that already exists. So, did you change it? I'm confused. And if you did change it, do I need to hunt for the changes, or are they obvious? Answer me in the chat. Because now I'm just confused. Why did you send it in a subclass that already exists? Okay, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Please clarify what the point of this homebrew is in the chat. Then we'll take a look at it. You're looking for... Wait a second. Looking for feedback, but it is essentially a rework of the Drake Warden for higher power fantasy. Wasn't a fan of the original Drake Warden, changed it a lot, and they are obvious. Viking, I'm going to just tell you... And I'm going to say this right now, and you can make a decision before I look at this. I am not going to be able to give you super effective feedback here. Because if you are saying you just made the Drake Warden better, I am just going to push back and say the Drake Warden's really strong and just point out every single thing that you did as being overpowered. I don't actually know how helpful that's going to be. If there are some fundamental game design choices here where it like now exists in a totally different gameplay space, I'll be able to give some helpful feedback. But if genuinely you just made it better, then then most likely the feedback that I'm going to have is all of this is overpowered and you should just use the original Drake Warden. So I'm happy to still look at it. I just want you to keep that in mind because I don't want to put you in a situation where you're unhappy with me basically saying that everything you did is overpowered. If you're doing if there's radically different stuff, like maybe it doesn't have a pet, maybe you become a dragon or whatever. But like if it's just Drake Warden but better, I'm just gonna be like the but better is too much because it doesn't need to be stronger. All right, I'll be right back. If you decide that you want to send in something else last minute, I'll also give you that option. But yeah, just so you know, if it's just Drake Warden but better, that's basically what your feedback is almost certainly going to be. All right, I'm going to go pee now. All right, we back. Hey, where'd the music go? Did I leave you guys with no music? I'm so sorry. All right, Viking, are you still here? That's entirely fair. The whole party expressed interest in our session 0 with having a dragon in the party, and the player who wanted the subclass got the idea for becoming bonded with an actual true dragon in a book series. She's a fan of basically looking for feedback on if that would be fun, somewhat balanced, lore friendly. All right, I'll take a look at it from that perspective, but I'm gonna skim it just so you know, because my general feedback is gonna be no, you don't need to do that. I would just make it a drake. By making it a dragon, you're going to be doing a lot of stuff that I don't think is going to work. Why do I have two different... Okay, there we go. This music's too much. We need, like, calmer. There we go. Okay. At 3rd level, you get a Drake. It appears within 30 feet of you. It's friendly. In combat, it shares your initiative. It takes a turn immediately after yours. Bonus action to make it do something when it's reduced to 0 hit points. Okay, so all of this is the same. Did you just make the numbers bigger here? I don't understand. What am I like? I don't want to be mean. I just don't know what the difference is. Like, if the difference is that now they do times 10 times the ranger level instead of times 5 times it or something, I'm not going to notice that. All of this looks basically the same. Okay, yeah, so immediately the breath weapon proficiency bonus times per day. Immediately you're in a situation where now the ranger is too powerful compared to all the other players, because the ranger is already getting the extra bonus action damage of this every turn plus this every turn. So that's already a lot of extra damage. The ability that you can now do this scaling AoE as a bonus action to give you a sense of how powerful this breath attack feature is. The closest thing that I can think of to this breath attack is one of two things. It is either the Dragon Breath spell, which essentially is this feature, but requires a 2nd level spell slot and concentration, and is only up for a minute, or is the Dragonborn in the new version of the Dragonborn, which essentially gets a breath attack that they can use proficiency bonus times per day. I don't think any of them get their breath attack as a bonus action, so it's already better than that. And if you look at the Dragonborn subclass, they don't, or the Dragonborn race, that's the only thing they get, because it's so powerful. So yeah, so you're basically giving their 3rd level character access to multiple fireballs for free. They are damage output, like a ranger with this ability has more damage output. At 3rd level, this ranger is going to have more damage output than a 5th level evocation wizard, which I don't think is good. Like, if you are a wizard fully committed to doing damage at 5th level, you should not be outpaced by a 3rd level ranger. So even at level 3, I think you're jumping the moon, because again, you don't want a situation. Here's what I'm going to say. Viking, tell me in the chat if you want me to keep reviewing this, but that's going to be my feedback the whole time, because if this is the issue here, this is the issue. So here's what I would say. Let me ask you a question. I think if I were you, I would have a conversation with my player. So if you want me to keep reviewing it, I will, but I would rather just give you some feedback as a dungeon master. And the feedback that I would rather give you as a dungeon master is, I think you have to ask yourself a question, or to ask your player a question, which is, do they like the idea of the party becoming friends with a dragon, and the dragon being the party's dragon, in the same way that there's like the dragon prince has a pet dragon with the party? Or do they want to have their own mini dragon, but the dragon can't be theirs? If the dragon is theirs, they are going to be so much more powerful than the other players that I worry it is going to be not fun for any other player that has any goal of dealing damage. Because just this alone is too much. And this is the first thing that we're seeing that's different. So if I were you, I think the more important question to ask yourself is, how do you want to move forward with having a dragon in the game? Does the whole party want to have a dragon that they all can sort of interact with and you just control as a dragon stat block? Or do they want to be a Drake Warden? So my main feedback so far would be remove the breath weapon feature entirely and be a normal Drake Warden at 3rd level. I'm going to keep reviewing it, but I'm going to give you my real feedback. And my real feedback is, so far, I think you should use a regular Drake Warden, okay? And that might be my feedback the whole time. If you're cool with that, I'm going to keep going. Yep, this is all the same. Let me get another thing at 3rd level. This all feels unnecessary. I would get rid of this whole feature. I don't think we need it. I think if this essentially is putting mechanics to making friends with an NPC, I would just completely remove this whole feature. Legitimately, if you make this a mechanic, it's too powerful, and it just should. So yeah, I would just remove this whole feature. Unnecessary, completely unnecessary. Remove it. Also, yeah, you should not have a flying mount at level 3. That's overpowered, 100%. So yeah, just remove this whole thing. Unnecessary. At 7th level, you get resistance and immunity that your dragon has. What do we get at 7th level for the regular Drake Warden? I feel like always dealing an extra d6 damage is too much, so I would get rid of that. Once per short rest, you can use an action to channel the dragon's breath. Let me see what we get normally, because I think my main feedback is going to be just use a Drake Warden. And I want to make sure that I'm pushing you in a... I want to make sure I'm understanding where your homebrew starts and where it ends, because it's hard to tell. I would say your changes are less clear than you know. Okay, what does normal Drake Warden get at 7th level? You can mount it. It deals extra damage. You gain resistance to your damage type. Yeah, this is what you should get at 7th level. You shouldn't just automatically do extra damage. Normally, if Rangers get any extra damage boost, they don't get it till much higher level. This is, again, you are not just doing more, because think about this. Now your attacks are dealing extra damage, its things are dealing extra damage, and its breath, it's just too much. It's just too much. So yeah, again, I'm not trying to be rude here. I would completely remove this feature, and I would use this feature. This is a great feature. Increase your damage, you can ride your dragon now, and you get a damage resistance. That's very good. This is great. A great feature. I would completely remove this one. This is silly, man. I'm going to keep reading it, but I'm telling you, all the changes are unnecessary. Again, this is overkill. We already don't need that extra damage. Rangers get the Drake Warden gets its extra damage from its pet. If you are adding extra damage on top of the pet, that is already a hat on a hat. So if on top of that, you are also making the dragon better, it's just way too much. It's just way too much. It's too much. It's shockingly too powerful. It's too powerful to an extreme where if one of my players handed me this, I would just say, fuck no. And double casting spells, no, this is too strong. If you're knocked unconscious or killed, the dragon regains its full fighting. When in this state, the dragon's breath is no longer limited. Yeah, this is also way too strong. Way too strong. Infinite breath attack when you go down, way too strong. But what do we normally get at 11th level? So at 11th level is when you get your big breath attack with the Drake Warden. This is a great feature. It's awesome. It's really powerful. This should be your 11th level feature. This is completely overkill. And I'm not really worried. I don't know. I don't think we need to read the 15th level feature because you have baked in the 15th level feature. Like, the normal thing we get with the Drake Warden at 15th level is arguably what you could get at 3rd level with this Drake Warden. So I don't think we need to be getting damage immunities. I don't think we need to be doing even more damage. Like, all of this is overkill. It's genuinely not worth reading. My main feedback, again, is just do a Drake Warden, man. You are completely overestimating how powerful Drake Warden is in a way that I would never want to be. And if this was an option that someone could pick in a game, you shouldn't be anything else. The only time that a subclass like this is reasonable would be if every single person was being this subclass. Because it's completely overpowered. You are essentially, like, let me give you an example of how overpowered this is. There is a spell in D&D called Illusory Dragon or Summon Drake. Both of those spells exist. They essentially allow you to summon a dragon-type creature that is a little closer to a dragon-powered minion for a very brief period of time. Both of those spells are like high-level spells. None of those spells are below 5th level. You are giving us infinite access to essentially a 5th level spell. So I think the idea of wanting to make something more interesting for your player is great, but I would not express it in a whole new subclass. I would probably have the player not be a Drake Warden and have a dragon just become friends with the party, or have the player be a Drake Warden and have the dragon be a baby dragon. And it's just a Drake. And as it goes from being a baby dragon to a teenage dragon, it goes from a basic Drake Warden pet to the flying variant that's large, which is reasonable for a baby dragon to like a teenage dragon. I'm sorry if that's not super helpful, but I did warn you that that was almost certainly going to be my feedback, because truly all of the changes that we have here are too much. Every single one is overpowered. None of them are giving us anything nuanced and new. It's all giving us stuff that we basically get at more reasonable times in the basic Drake Warden, just earlier and more and too much. Yeah, you're getting all of the higher level features just at 3rd level. So if I were you, I would just give them a Drake Warden. I would not use this. And in the future, I think if you're trying to change a core subclass, make it something different. If you just make it better, you are really dramatically shooting yourself in the foot. So yeah, I hope that's helpful. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give that Viking Magnus a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Granting yeah, we don't... Urk Languish, we do not need to go into the minutia of what is broken with that specific piece we just looked at. Because enough was broken that the whole thing kind of was, you know... You don't need to complain about the roofing of a building if the foundation's made of quicksand. You know what I mean? All right, thank you very much for sharing. Now we go back to the big wheel. And we've got a couple new submissions, it looks like. Lovely. Kaboosh! But just because they said it was high power, like, what does that mean? Because D&D doesn't work that way. Like, how would you... Like, how do you give... okay, I guess if it's overpowered, then sure. If everything's overpowered, it's cool. But that's like saying, hey, I'm running a game... Like, if you tell me that it's a different temperature outside, I don't know what I should wear. You know what I mean? Like, how much overpowered? And if it's... Like, how do you judge that? How do you measure that? I don't fucking know. D&D is power scaled against itself and a D20. So if you are using a different thing than that, there is literally no way to give feedback that's accurate. Because unless I am looking at literally every single subclass that you're using, I have no idea how to judge if one of them is more powerful than the other in an unreasonable way. Do you know what I mean? I can tell you that based on what I saw for that subclass, they would need to be really powerful. Bagadu 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 ba. Media Stream Press. Your goal is earning some awareness of our stat blocks and game designers. Okay. Just be careful. If your goal is publicity and I tear your homebrew up, I don't know how helpful it's going to be. All right, I really don't like your font choice, and your layout is not ideal. That's my first thing that I'm going to say. This layout feels like I'm looking at like a textbook from like the 1960s. If you've ever seen like a really old math textbook, it's very unappealing. So I would think about that. Who sent this in? All right, dude, I'm going to be as kind as I can. I'm not going to be like learning whole new rule systems here. We'll see how it goes. The main things that I say when you're making a big monster, and this is a big monster, challenge extreme. This is not helpful to anyone. Saying its challenge rating is extreme essentially is sort of the equivalent of saying you don't know how to power balance your monsters, and is sort of like saying, it's just big, lol. And it's like, cool. Do you know who that's helpful for? Literally no one. So the point of a challenge rating is to help the people that are running the monster understand when and how they should implement it. By deciding not to include that or turn it into a meme, you're sort of... It's a little disrespectful, I think, to the people that are going to deal with it or have to engage with it. Like, it's not helpful, sort of at all. Okay, the Momot is an awe-inspiring beast, a gargantuan crustacean that lurks in coastal regions, blending seamlessly into the rocky shores with its barnacle-encrusted carapace. Resembling a colossal crab with segmented body, this ancient behemoth... You don't say ancient behemoth when you said gargantuan these two phrases are too similar. Change this one. Semi-aquatic hulking frame, so it's a big crab. It's got antennae. All right. I like that you include behaviors. That's kind of fun. A territorial creature. Okay, so it's a giant crab. Cool. Make sure you're doing all your math right for hit points and stuff. Hit points are special. So, who is this going to help run this monster? So, my first piece of feedback is I see a little star here that says special hit points, Colossal rules. Does that mean I have to read the Colossal rules to understand the monster's hit points? I'm assuming so. Then there probably should be another apostrophe next to Colossal rules to indicate that that's where I need to go. I'm also going to tell you that I don't know how fun that's going to be. Similar to this just saying extreme, saying hit points special is literally helpful to 0 people. Completely not helpful. The point of a monster stat block is more than just functioning in terms of using it. It's also deciding if you can use it. So if I'm skimming the monster manual, if I'm picking a monster, and I see this is challenge rating is extreme and its hit points are special, those are probably the first 2 things I'm looking at to try to decide if I should use a monster. I have no fucking idea if I should use that monster. Also, the challenge rating of your monster implies the proficiency bonus of your monster, which is, and also, like, there's just a lot of details that are like, I think you're really underestimating how important this thing is to be easy to navigate and not overly complicated in its structure. It occupies a 35 by 35 foot area. What the fuck does that even mean? I'm sorry, I'm getting harsh, but I really disagree with the way this thing is laid out. Okay, so it takes up the space of a battle map. Fine. If it has at least 1 hit point, it regenerates 2d4 hit points. Okay, what? It regenerates each lost body section after 2d4 plus 1 days. Why is this in this colossal size rules? This has nothing to do with size. If it takes more than 50 damage in a single turn without a specific body targeting, the DM rolls a d6, and it will have the following body section crippled as followed. What does crippled mean mechanically? That's very unclear. Total body. Armor class, hit points 35. Head hit. Yeah, I don't... Dude, this is tedious, man. You're gonna give this thing 4 different ACs and 4 different hit point pools? So... Oh my... I do not want to run this monster, dude. So in order for me to run this monster, I'm either keeping track of hit points, or I'm keeping track of 2 claws, or 4 claws, 1 shell, and 1 head, and 6... So I'm either keeping track of 6 separate hit point pools all at the same time, or figuring out how they bake into this main hit point pool. That is tedious. Tedious. I really don't think that's going to be fun. Like, maybe that would work if this was a video game, or if you built it into like a VTT. But this is really complicated. Especially, you got to think about, you're going to be using this monster in a high CR combat. So the higher the CR of combat, the more inevitably complicated combat is going to be, largely because of, well, to be honest, largely because of how complicated player options are. So if players are going to be taking that much time to figure out their turns and to put their things together, you as a dungeon master don't want to have to be putting that much time together. Also, what happens if this thing is in a fireball? Adam, I love you. How are you? So if this monster is in a fireball, what sort of saving throw does it make? And where does the damage come from? If you target this thing with a fireball, how do you figure out where the damage goes? Could you, like, does that mean every time I use an AoE damaging effect against this monster, I'm picking which variety of limbs it's losing the damage to? Do you know what I mean? So I think that while this is a neat idea, I think you really aren't thinking about the implementation of it. It's described in the second bullet point. This is the second bullet point. So are you implying that if you pick an AoE damaging spell, you do not target a specific body part? That's what I'm assuming you mean. So, Rock, I'm going to say this as politely as I possibly can. I need you to stop explaining to me how your stat block works. And I'm going to tell you why. And I'm going to say this nicely, but I'm going to say this seriously because I want to scream at you and tear your fucking head off. Not because of who you are, but because of what you're doing. If you in chat need to clarify how these features work, what is the feedback you should be leaving this homebrew with? What is the lesson to learn if you need to explain how I am supposed to interpret the rules? What's the feedback? I would argue the feedback is your homebrew. No, I can't. And if you keep saying that shit, I'm going to mute you. Rock, I'm actually going to go out of my way and say, I think you're done. I need you to not talk anymore during the feedback. So I'm just going to say, next time you talk, I'm going to time you out. No offense. I put a rule in the form that says if you try to talk, we don't need your opinion. You should be taking note of how confusing this system is, and that should be the most important piece of feedback you get here. Because there is I would say, other than the other person you wrote this with, I would say across YouTube and Twitch, we have 115 people watching right now. I think maybe 2 of them would make that jump between this doesn't say how you interpret AoE damage, so you interpret it like this. Because I don't think anybody else in chat noticed that or would think that. So politely shut the fuck up and take note when something isn't clear and acknowledge that that is maybe the most important feedback that I could possibly give you. It resists sonic damage and comet damage. I didn't see that. Yeah, common is not a damage type and sonic is not a damage type. Good call. Fellstar DM. This crafting system is not clear. I do not know what 1d6 antennae do. And an antennae deals 1d6 lightning damage with 4 charges each. What do you do to deal that damage? Is it a weapon that you attack with? Is there a saving throw? Do you throw it like something? Do you eat it? When do the charges recharge? Do they not recharge? Is this thing an action to use? Is it a bonus action to use? Is it an item? No fucking idea. So if any of these are items, they need clarity. They need a lot of clarity about how they actually exist as items. Every single one of these things, if it's an item, needs to be very clear how it works as an item. This ain't clear. This is nothing. This is basically suggesting half-baked ideas. It's amphibious. It has resistances. Deals double damage to objects and structures. All of that is fine. It makes 4 attacks with its claws or antennae, or 3 attacks using one of its abilities, not on cooldown. This is also not great multi-attack design. So it either makes 4 claw attacks or antenna attacks, or it makes 3 claw attacks and uses one of its abilities. Okay, I understand. Why not? Why can't it not use antenna attacks and use one of its abilities? I don't know. I would bake those in. I don't really know how to judge how much damage it's doing because the CR is unclear. So I would feel different about the damage for this monster if it was a CR 20 monster versus a CR 30 monster. So it does damage. Claw attack. Does damage, grapples. It can grapple up to 4 creatures at a time. Again, we don't know what cripple means. I don't think we need to do a whole new cripple mechanic built in here. It's got a roar. What does the roar do? 120-foot cone. Each creature in there has to do a lot of size. This cone is, I think, too big. They do this much damage on a round and become deafened for 10 rounds. 10 rounds is I would say a minute. There's no reason to ever say 10 rounds. 10 rounds is a minute. Say a minute. Every single D&D thing ever written says a minute. Nothing says 10 rounds. So I would lower the AoE here because the only creatures that I can think of that have an AoE attack that is this big are the Great Worms. The Great Worms specifically are CR30 monsters, and their whole gimmick is that they are the avatars of dragon gods on Earth. So when they use their breath attack, it's like they use the breath attack of the gods. I'm not sure why this thing is getting an equivalent of a breath attack of the gods. It doesn't feel like it merits that. I think that this could still feel exactly as big and impactful as you want if it was smaller. I also am not sure why it's a cone. I feel like roars go in all directions. So if I were you, I'd probably lower the radius at least to 60 feet and make it a sphere. Force shield. It retreats into its shell. Up to initiate 0 in the next round. What does that mean? That is very unclear. While inside its shell, it becomes unable to move or act, immune to any damage. If it's attacked while inside the shell, it releases a wave of energy. If it's attacked or if it's hit. I don't know why it would release a wave of energy if it was targeted with an attack and that attack missed. All creatures in a 90-foot area each time it's attacked, unless they succeed on a DC 20 saving throw. Put the saving throw first. This feels a little over tedious also. Like, if I was going to write this, I probably would change it. I think you could probably get the wording of this out in half the words. I would say, first of all, I don't think it should be an action. I think it could be a bonus action. And I could say, Momot retreats into its shell. While in its shell, its movement speed is 0. It's immune to all damage. I think also immune to all damage is annoying and not a fun mechanic. I would make it resistance to all damage. I probably also would give it an AC bonus. In fact, honestly, I don't think it should be immune to damage at all. I think it should just get an AC boost. The damage immunity doesn't make sense to me. So I would give it an AC boost instead of making it immune to all damage. And then I would say if it is hit with an attack, instead of just if it's attacked, if it is hit with an attack, it radiates like a 30-foot blast of energy. 90 feet is too big. This is too much damage. So lower both of these. Yeah. And I also think the HP regain is a hat on a hat. It's like if we are making ourselves more defensive and giving us an offense on defense, we don't also need healing on top of that baked into the same feature. It's way too much in the same feature. And then it gets some legendary actions. It can fling a creature. Don't roll the dice, just make it a number. I'd probably let the creature make a saving throw to prevent themselves from landing prone also. It uses its claws defensively, trying to shield its face. Fuck this. No. This system of different ACs is already genuinely complicated and tedious. We don't need to make it more complicated and tedious by baking another feature into it. So no, I would just remove this entirely. And it recharges its force shield, fine. Yeah, so okay, these don't matter. It's fine. They're nothing. Okay, so overall feedback, I think that you are underestimating the level of tedious this monster is going to be. I think that the main things this monster does when we boil down to it are it has an AoE cone attack and an ability to defend itself reflectively. It's sort of like an alternative dragon turtle. I genuinely don't think it needs to be this complicated. If this is your favorite part of it, I would say you got to rethink how to build this system because right now it's kind of jank. I'm not saying it wouldn't work if somebody wants to put the work in, but the amount of work to do that, I think, is jank. And I think it's sort of making it so, like, you're losing space to make the monster feel unique by committing to this kind of overcomplicated system. And let's take a step back and look at what the monster actually does, because it doesn't really do anything that unique. It has some basic attacks that can auto grapple. It does an AoE damage effect, and it has a defensive attack, and then it can throw things. Like, that's nothing there is really that new. None of my feedback has been about your language, your sentence structure. The sentence structure here is fine. Your English is good, dude. Don't hide behind your... Listen, you're better at English than I am at English a lot of the time here, so you're fine. Your sentence structure is good. The issues are not with your language. The issues are with the core design, I think. Because I think that you got to pull back a little bit and say, what do you want this monster to feel like? Right now, it feels like an alternative dragon turtle. Or like an alternative kraken. Plus a whole new game system built on top of it. So I think that's my main feedback, is I think you need to clarify what you want the challenge rating of this monster to be, and figure out if you really want to deal with a system this tedious, and if you do, get all of the wording so that it's super clear and not annoying to handle. If you're going to include crafting, include all of it so we don't feel like you're giving us, again, half of an idea. And if your goal here is to make this monster feel distinct, the only distinct feature it has is Force Shield. And that's okay. In fact, I think that's good. I don't think a monster needs really more than one or two big unique factors to it. I just think if this is the main thing that it has that's unique, I don't feel like this monster is designed with that in mind. If it is designed with this in mind, then I think that you need to change it so that it feels like this is more important. Rock, you can speak, but I'm telling you, you clarifying anything about your homebrew isn't going to help your feedback at all. Because, again, you're not in the room with, especially if this is for a Kickstarter. If this is for a Kickstarter, then really there's no room for discussion. Like, you're more than welcome to say your feelings in the chat now. I don't care. But every single time you need to explain something is not, that's you actively deciding, I'm going to ignore this feedback. And I'm going to try to prove why I don't need to listen to it. And you can do that, but that's not helpful to you, right? This thing needs to stand on its own two legs. Like, if you can ask something, sure, you can ask something. You can ask something. I think the main feedback, though, I have is it feels a little tedious to run. And it doesn't, like... And Force Shield, I don't know, this should be... I would not make this do I don't know, I would cut half of this, I would cut the regen out of this, make it its own feature, make this its own thing, maybe get rid of Ocean Roar. I don't know. Depends on what, a lot of other things. Yeah, you can ask something if you want. I don't really have more stuff to say about it other than that. If limb-based damage was a core feature in 5e or done more simply, the monster would be fantastic. I think if this system was done in a way that could be implemented smoothly, then I agree that I think it would be really fun, especially if it was disabling other features. But I also feel like if that's the goal, there should be more about that. Like, what I would probably do is I would say, okay, we're going to tie each special feature to a limb, and then everything can be smashed. So, like, for example, the shell is tied to the Force Shield. Every attack is tied to everything. And I wouldn't just make these basic attacks. Like, why does this thing not have... And why can't I target its antenna, for example? Why can't I target its legs and cripple its movement speed? Like, I would say go big or go simple and nothing in between. I wanted to ask how you could improve the mechanic about having several targeted locations on a single body. I'm going to be honest, Rock. I really don't know. I really don't know. Maybe you could say the player could pick, but... Or if there is one main body, then you could pick that. But the reason why I brought that up is because I don't think I think that issue requires, like, I wasn't I wasn't overestimating when I said I think you need to fundamentally redesign this feature. Because the AoE damage is not a small deal. Especially, like, there's so many different types of AoE. There's fireball type AoE, but then there's also, like, moonbeam. Like, what happens if the thing moves across a moonbeam and, like, a bunch of different limbs hit it? You know what I mean? Or, like, what if it's, like, you know, enters into an area and leaves it? What if it's next to a wall of fire? Like, there's so much that is not clear. And that's not necessarily an issue that, like, that's not an issue with your game design, but that is an issue with you building something for D&D that sort of fundamentally pushes against D&D design. I mean, another way you could do it is you just make it a lot simpler. Instead of having all of these different things and all these different ACs, you essentially give it a head that can be crippled and, like, claws that can be crippled, and, like, that's it. And you basically say, whenever it's hit with an attack, that part can be specifically targeted. But yeah, I think the idea of a big giant crab monster is cool. I think the core idea of being able to, like, cut it up is cool. But I think this system, you need to think of you. I can't tell you how to redesign this so that it works with AoE damage, and I can't tell you how to change. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure what the solution is there. But I think that it's unquestionably a big issue. I don't really have more thoughts. Separate from the pretty fundamental disagreement with including these new mechanics and not explaining how they work, I think my other big feedback is I think you're losing a lot of the flavor of this thing by giving it this ocean roar feature. And I would try to make it more specifically like a crab monster as opposed to sort of stereotypical big dragon. Like, I would be wary of how similar this feels to a dragon turtle in a lot of ways, because right now it feels a lot like a dragon turtle in a lot of ways, especially with all the shell and the AoE stuff. All right, those are my thoughts. Let us give our dear friends a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The colossal size mechanic is what you wanted feedback on the most. I mean, it's not... We didn't really talk about it that much, so I guess I will give a little bit more feedback on that, and I'll just say this. I just want to say this. Making a monster take up 35 by 35 feet or 7 by 7 squares without including any real traversal mechanics or any suggestions for how the dungeon master is supposed to interpret that outside of it just being that big kind of makes it feel like it's, again, just more work you're giving the dungeon master to do. Like, if your goal is to do colossal-sized rules, then really build colossal-sized rules. This feels kind of half-baked at the moment. And that is my feedback. Each square is 5 feet. So 35 divided by 5 is 7. So 7 by 7 is 35 by 35. Also, size being part of HP regeneration is literal nonsense. But yeah, this needs a lot of clarification if you want it to feel fun and not just tedious, is what I would say. Because if you don't tell me how I should interpret a monster being this big, I'm just not going to think about it until a player asks. And then when the player asks, I'm going to make it up as I go. And that doesn't really feel like I'm using new rules. That feels like I'm being asked to make new rules on the fly. Okie dokie. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Kaboosh. All right, let's see. Do we have any new member submissions? We do. From Samtastic. Yeah, it should use D20s, is the monster should use for its HP. D20s. Bagadu bagadu. Did it use something different? I didn't even notice. Bagadu 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 bag. It's sponge, I believe. Sponge. What you got for us today, Sponge? Just got here. We are reviewing D&D Homebrew that people submit. The link to submit is in the YouTube video. Rock, I'm gonna be really honest, man. We are not. I'm not. If you, I don't want you. You're not posting any links, my guy. If you want to promote a Kickstarter, great. But I'm not interested in unintentionally promoting a Kickstarter. I would ask me about it next time, and maybe we'll have a conversation about it. I'm happy to help do promotion, but I'm not doing surprise promotion. So, also, I think I just have it set so you can't share links in the chat. I think it just auto blocks them. Okay. I am always happy to help promote a Kickstarter. I'm just, you know, not explode surprise doing it. All right, Spongy, what'd you send us, buddy? It's fine, dude. It's fine, dude. It's fine, dude. I'm letting you know if you put the link in the chat, it's just gonna auto block it because I don't accept links in my chats. You can share it in the Discord. I have a self-promotion section of my Discord. Sponge said they wanted to make a buff spell to let someone feel Thor-like. Oh, let's see. I can delete it. I don't even see it in the post. I don't think it went up. Yeah, it didn't even post it, dude. So any more about it. I am happy to promote Kickstarter stuff. I need to have a conversation with you about it first because I don't want to promote something I don't at least have a sense of what it is. And also, this is what I do for a living. So usually I ask for a little bit of money to do trailers and promotions. That's usually how the business works here. There it is in here. Take a look. But when the Kickstarter is live, if you want me to do ads for it, I'm super happy to. It's a thing I've done in the past. Berserker's Tempest. Let's see. 4th level evocation, 1 action, minute concentration. It's for bards, druids, paladins, rangers, and sorcerers. Ooh, paladins and rangers can get this bad boy. Okie dokie, artichoke. The unrelenting winds of a hurricane begin to swirl around a creature you touch. Who's texting me? My brother. Unrelenting winds of a hurricane begin to swirl around a creature you touch. For the duration of the spell, the target gains a swim speed equal to its movement speed. Additionally, once per turn, can use its bonus action to gain the following benefits. First time you hit a creature with an attack before the start of your next turn, deals extra 2d8 lightning damage or thunder damage. Each creature within 30 feet of you has to make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they're knocked prone and their speed is 0. You can make a weapon attack as part of this bonus action. On a hit, the creature's each creature other than you within 15 feet must make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they are shoved 15 feet away from you. This, I feel like, is doing a little bit too much. That's my main... Okay. The swim speed, I think, is unnecessary. I would completely remove it. It feels kind of random. Like, I would say either give us a bunch of passive features or give us... I don't think we need the swim speed. Swim speed feels nonsense to me. Also... Okay, let's think about what this spell does. You target a creature with the spell, they gain a swim speed, and they gain the ability to use a bonus action to either deal an extra damage on attack, make every creature make a strength saving throw or knocked prone, or get an extra attack and knock people back. I think this is just a little too much. Yeah, fly speed would make way more sense than a swim speed. I agree with that. These two feel kind of too... Like, this... Okay. This feels like a combination of these two. This is extra damage. This is crowd control. This is damage and crowd control. So, I don't think this should exist. or if it does exist, I think it needs to feel not like it's just a weird combination of these two. We don't need to say once per turn because you don't get more than one bonus action per turn. Anything with a saving throw needs a DC, or you need to clarify that they use the saving throw of the caster. I don't hate it. I don't know if it's a 4th level spell, and I don't know if it's an evocation spell. I feel like it really shouldn't be a swim speed. Here's what I would make it a fly speed. I'd probably make this a 5th level spell, maybe a 6th level spell. I would come up with a new feature here, or just get rid of this. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. The wording feels wonky. I really don't like that it's once per turn you can use a bonus action to do one of these things. Like, that feels weird to me. I don't know why, but it does for some reason. Like, maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe because one of the bonus actions is like an on. I mean, maybe it's okay. I guess it seems like it's doing too many different varieties. It feels like it's I mean, I guess that's my problem with it, is that it's sort of like, it's a spell that's doing like 6 different things. Like, I just don't think it just does too many. I think this saving throw specifically should clarify, only because it's not guaranteed that you, the caster, are using it. So the way that it's written, I might be a barbarian, and I might use a bonus action to do this, and I don't know what saving throw. You know what I mean? Like, or like if I'm a separate spellcaster, like I have this different saving throw DC than the wizard. So if I'm a paladin and the wizard casts this on me or whatever, I just think it's good to clarify whose saving throw you're using. I think they mean rounds. I don't think they mean turn. Oh, they do. Until the start of your next turn. No, that's fine. I don't think it needs to be. The second feature keeps creatures down for a whole turn because the speed is 0. Yeah, that might be too much. I think that's probably too strong. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, that's too strong. Yeah, this just feels too... It feels both too strong and too well-rounded. Like, to give you an example... Not well, but like, let me just give you an example of what I mean. So there's 4 spells that are like elemental spells. And the whole point of these spells is that they kind of make you feel like an elemental creature. So let's talk about how simple they are, because they also do a bunch of different things. And I just want to compare these to yours, okay? So this is a 4th level spell. It is also a touch spell, so you can target other creatures. It gives you a movement speed, and every single round lets you either deal a bunch of extra damage, essentially make everything knocked down around you, or get a whole other weapon attack and knock everything back, okay? Compared to Investiture of Flame. It is a 6th level spell. It lasts 10 minutes, worth thinking about here. You get immunity to a damage type and resistance to another. You get to deal a little bit of extra fire damage. And on your turn, you get a unique action where you can blast creatures with fire damage. So when you compare a spell like this to yours, I think that is kind of all we need to look at to see the distance, both in terms of power and doing a little bit too much. So, because this, when I compare this to Investiture of Flame, this is minimum 6th level spell. Even with the duration being 1 minute compared to 10. Because this is giving us so much more than Investiture of Flame is giving us. You know? So, I think you're underestimating how powerful it is to knock creatures prone and make their movement speed 0. And I think you're underestimating how powerful it is to give an extra attack. And I think you're underestimating how much each of these features feel good. Like, Heavy hitting feels good. AoE, area of effect, feels good. We don't need another heavy hitting AoE. We answer that question in both of these. So you're doing the same thing twice, and you really don't want to do that here. So yeah, I think it's a neat idea. It feels a little bit too unfocused and too powerful right now. So, fun idea, definitely too strong and a little bit too open-ended. Like, this feels less like a spell and more like a once-a-day ability, like a Tempest Paladin should be able to activate at level 20, you know? This feels like a once-a-day high-tier subclass feature or a once-a-day magic item, way more than it feels like a spell. And the reason for that is because it's doing all of these layered things on top of each other. Fun idea, but I think this realistically works a lot better as either like a very high level magic item or a very high level subclass feature. Sponge, I don't really have more thoughts. Let us give you a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. If I had to fix it, I'd keep the third part and the first part and drop the second. I mean, that's an interesting thing to do. I still disagree that if we're getting extra damage here, we don't need to get extra damage here. We don't need to double dip. I would also say that unless you are playing a really weird type of character, getting a whole extra attack as a bonus action is better than dealing an extra 2d8 damage 9 times out of 10. So I would hesitate about making these two the features left behind, because this one is so much worse than this one 9 times out of 10. And when you're giving a variety of options and they're all kind of focusing in the same direction, and one of them is just inherently better than the others, you're kind of not giving a variety of options. So that would be something I'd be wary of if you were deciding to go in that direction. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing, Sponge. We do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You're a champion. Alrighty. Gaboosh. Let's see if we have anybody new for the big wheel. We do, Jade. Hello, Jade. How are you today? Welcome to the wheel. Love to have you. Happy to have you. I'd get new water soon. Get your prayers in, hooligans. That's you? Heck yeah, baby. If you submit to the small wheel, are you not added to the big wheel? Just asking. You can submit to both. So you have to put the work in, and you can decide, I'm either going to put the same piece in both, or I'm going to switch it up. Basically, it's not like the system behind the scene is very simple. I have 2 separate Google forms. One is gatekept behind being a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, or a patron. The other is not. If you want to fill out both forms, you can. If you want to just fill out one, you can. And you can fill them out however you like. Bagadu 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 Gord the Frog. It's a fun name. What's up, Gord? What you got for us today, buddy? Gord says, making spells for my home game for players to use. I want to make it balanced for 3rd level. So you don't need to power balance a spell against what level the characters are if you're power balancing against the spell level. 3rd level spell. Meant for a home game. There it is in the chat. So when we're building something for a home game, we want to think about a couple things. We don't have as much to think about as we do for like, if we're making something for Kickstarter or public use. We still want it to be clear, and we want it to be as balanced as we reasonably can make it, compared to our understanding of the basic game. So like, for example, we're going to be looking, this is a 3rd level spell, we can power balance it against 3rd level spells. That being said, another aspect that we want to be thinking about when we're making something for a home game is we don't want to create a situation where a feature steps on the toes of other features or spells too much, because sort of like what we were talking about with the last piece, you can end up in this weird situation where if your thing is too advantageous of a choice, it becomes the only choice. So even though it's just for your home game and like the super polish is not as clear as, is not as important as the clarity, the power balance is kind of still important, because even if it's power balanced in a way that your game is not going to be unbalanced if it's a little overpowered, you might end up in a situation where your players sort of aren't exploring the full capacity of their character, or feel a weird pressure to push their character in a direction that might not be what they want, but is the most powerful choice. And we actually see this a lot of the time in some of the older Player's Handbook. Like, if you look at just the original 2014 Player's Handbook, there were better choices and worse choices. There's a reason why every single person was a totem barbarian, and very few people were berserkers. Arnix time, thank you for the membership, I appreciate it, but that's like a very, that's a big deal. So we don't want to accidentally create situations like that in general. Let's take a look. Here's this. I'll share it in the chat. This is called Soul Grinder. That's a fun name. 3rd level necromancy spell, concentration up to 1 minute. You compel a creature's soul to grind against the boundary of where it merges with the body. You need to clarify what the target is. It's for your home game. So say target, I would say pick a creature that you can see within range. I don't think this is not clear enough. I mean, you could say this, but I would say pick a creature you can see within range. They have to make a charisma saving throw. On a failure, they suffer one of the following effects at the start of each of its turns. Roll a d4 on the table to determine the effect. Do you roll the d4 every round, or do you roll it this time? Do you roll it when you cast the spell? So there's 2 ways to do this. Either you roll either it's the same effect every round, and you roll the d4 when you cast the spell. If it's a different effect every round, what you want to say is at the start of each of the creature's turns, roll a d4, and based on the roll, they suffer one of the following effects. Sort of like the confusion spell. I would look to that for the language there. There also probably needs to be able to be a way to break this. Okay, they repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns. What I would also say at the bottom here is I would also probably say creatures that do not have a soul are unaffected. Because if it's grinding a soul, I don't know if this should have an impact on like a animated armor, right? Or undead. So I think some undead do have, I don't remember where the lore sits in that way, but there's a lot of constructs and like monsters that are clearly like not alive that I think this shouldn't work on. Okay, let's see what it actually does though. Charisma saving throw, very strong save. I like using a charisma save here. I really do. And I like it because charisma saving throws are about will and force of will, like the power of your presence in the space. Any saving throws that have to do with a creature being possessed are charisma saving throws. Shunting creatures to other planes of existence is charisma saving throws. So I think a charisma save here is good. We just need to keep in mind that a charisma saving throw is powerful. There is an element of power balance in the saving throws we use. If you make a thing on a wisdom saving throw or a constitution saving throw or a dexterity saving throw, it is a little bit less powerful than if it's on a intelligence saving throw or a charisma saving throw, because monsters generally have weaker of those things. How can we tell if your submitted homebrew was added or not? I can check when we're done looking at this, or you can trust in the system, or both. Okay, let's see what happens. We roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1. The target's body contorts and quivers. They have disadvantage on strength and dexterity saving throws, as well as attack rolls until the start of its next turn. Target's movement drops to 0 and becomes prone. Target takes psychic damage and loses concentration on any spell it was concentrating on. The target doesn't move, and it attacks, and it takes the attack action against a random creature within reach. If none are within reach, the target instead moves towards the closest creature it can see. I like what's going on here, but I don't like what's going on here in other places. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about where this thing can change and where this thing is strong. So this is the spell Confusion, okay? It is a 4th level spell, and it lasts a minute. You roll a d10. Creature can't take reactions. Nobody can take reactions. You roll a d10, and then one of these things happens. Either it uses all of its movement in a random direction, it can't do anything, it makes an attack against a random creature, or it can act normally. Okay? Yours is a 3rd level spell, so immediately yours should be a little weaker than Confusion, right off the bat. Secondarily, you're using a charisma saving throw, not a wisdom saving throw. I would argue that's another good point that you should make it a little weaker. This is not weaker. Confusion has a feature where literally they can do anything. You don't have that here. The worst thing that Confusion does is it forces a creature to attack a random creature that's within range. Ours is better than that, because you basically get the best aspect of Confusion, but on top of that, now if there isn't a creature within range, we can now move towards it. So I think that there's a bunch of power balance issue here right off the bat. That's the first thought. The second thought, and I think that that's true across the board, I really think you got to look at how simple Confusion is and look at how much you're doing. Knocking a creature prone and making it so its movement speed is 0, that just means every single melee attack against it is going to have advantage. And it is going to have all sorts of... this is a really powerful debuff. Giving it disadvantage on 2 of the most common saving throws and attack rolls, really powerful debuff. Making it auto-drop concentration on a spell, medium powerful debuff. So you have 1, 2, 3 really powerful debuffs, and 1 pretty powerful debuff, compared to Confusion, which none of these are particularly crazy powerful. So all of this needs to be tweaked down a little bit, or you make this a 5th level spell or something like that. But the other thing that I think is maybe a good thing to think about here too is I wouldn't give this thing anything close to what Confusion gets. I don't think we should be doing anything with movement speed. I don't think we should be doing anything with forcing attacks. Like, it doesn't make sense for this spell to have, for half of the things this spell does, to basically feel like alternative Confusion. Do you know what I mean? So, I think if I were you, if you like the idea of it doing 4 random things, I think that that's cool. I am into it. That being said, I would push you harder to make all of those random things feel more like the soul is being eaten away and less like the Confusion spell is happening. Francis, I answered your question already. Now you're just spamming it. I told you, if you want, I can check afterwards when we look again at the wheel, or you can trust in the system. Those are your 2 options. But I get it that it could be a way more powerful version of Confusion, but why? Why move away from the unique flavor? I would push towards the unique flavor. Do you know what I mean? So I love the idea of a weird, random debuffing necromancy effect. Although part of me feels like that there's already that. Like we get eye bite, we get bestow curse, we get a bunch of debuffing necromancy feeling spells. So I almost want to say, I don't know if we need this in this same way because those spells exist. Like, you know, this isn't that different flavor perspective from eye bite or bestow curse. Those both let you pick the debuff. This is a random debuff, but they are doing a very similar thing. So my main feedback so far, I think, is tone the power down, and I want to push you to try to move away from features that exist in other spells and move towards the flavor of this thing consuming the soul, and whatever that means. You know? That be my feedback. Who was this from? This was from Gord the Frog. All right, Gord, thank you very much for sharing. It's a cool idea for a spell. I like the vibe. I just think we want the mechanics to match the vibe. And right now the mechanics are a little too reinterpretations of things that feel like they already exist. Maybe they're not intentional reinterpretations, but that's what they feel like. I use he, they, or he, him. I use he, him mostly. I guess. He, him. Some people call me they. I often lend to calling other people they if I forget what they want to be called, because it's easier to be respectful that way, but I understand that that's not also what people love always. Anyway, thank you very much, Gord the Frog. Thank you, thank you. I need to get more water. 1 second. Oh, I gotta unplug the headphones. I forgot to tie my pants, and they almost fell down. That would have been great for stream. Too bad. Next time. All right, anyway, thank you very much, Gord. I love the flavor. I hope you keep working on it. Lean towards the soul eating. All right, let's see if we got anybody new for the wee little wheel. Oh, we do. We have 2 new pieces. Fuck yeah. All right, who said they wanted me to check to see if they were submitted? Francis? Let me check, Fran. Yeah, you're on it. You'll be on the wheel for the next spin. You have to remind... I'll remember to put you on, but for the next spin, you'll be on the wheel. I basically update the wheel every spin. So handy to have a sink right in the room. Yeah, except for when it has fucking issues. Because if I want to deal with them, I have to just like... I can't like... It's annoying because it's in my space. Like if I... Like there's a... Like right now it's a little leaky. And I'm always around the leaky. So... Give and take. Bagadu 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 bagadu. I like the idea of a soul grinder. Yeah, it's a cool idea. It's a fun idea for a spell. I like it. Next is Zapasta. What's up, Pasta? I see you've switched to using 2 underscores now. Bold of you. This is another addition to my Strixhaven compendium I've been working on. It's an Artificer... Oh, I hate Artificers. I don't hate them, but I hate them. It's an Artificer themed around life and death. I don't hate them. I hate the way that people misinterpret how they work. And I feel like that is what we are going to be looking at right now. Because what you've just described doesn't feel like an Artificer subclass. Themed around life and death. It's the first Artificer I've ever made, so I'm looking for any and all feedback. Hopefully I've made it in a way that you're able to understand the vibe without knowing Strixhaven lore. That is usually the goal. So... What's the first thing what's the most important part of building an Artificer? What's the most important part of building an Artificer, chat? What do you think? What do you think it is? Pokeniner, what do you mean by the item? Pokeniner says the most important part of an Artificer is the item. Give it a single gadget. The artifices. Yes, 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 yes. Their creation. Exactly. Yeah, Pokey, you were right. I just wanted us to dive in a little bit better. Every single Artificer has a creation that is the focus of their subclass. That creation usually is a physical object, like their armor or their dog or their little magic bag or their crab. In fact, I would say it always is an object. If you want to make one that isn't an object, you still want it to build itself in that way. So what you don't want to do when you're building an artificer, if you find yourself making an artificer that has a bunch of features that essentially make you cast spells better or infuse items better, I would say go with God, but do not send me that subclass to review. This is called the Mutagen. Don't call it the Mutagen and then call it the College of Witherbloom. Is it the College of... Is it the Witherbloom, or is that just a school thing? Oh, this is flavor text for the Strixhaven. I understand. Is experimental necromantic gives a bad rep when in reality many of the students and faculty just want to learn the nature of life and death. This is much too long of an opening sentence to get to this final thought. Most of the time, experiments are done or captured on captured animal, summoned or captured animal. Why do we need this information? This is just... Who sent this in? Pasta. I'm going to say right now, I feel like it's not a good idea for your flavor text to be like, you do morally questionable experiments on animals. I would say that's not the vibe. I would say spend a little bit more time on the flavor text talking about the vibe of the subclass and less on its problematic elements, because I feel like you don't need to include problematic elements in it. I feel like you are deciding to include them here, and I would say that that's a bad look. You know what I mean? Like, why do that? Why bake problematicness into your subclass? That's a don't do that, buddy. Okay. Let's see, we get some spells. False Life, Cure Wounds, Gentle Repose, Wither and Bloom, Life Transfer, Vampiric Touch, Blight, Death Ward, Cloud Kill, Reincarnation. I like the spell list. Spell list, solid. Really good spell list. Now, we get two things from this spell list that I like. I want to point both of them out. You think many people wouldn't go past the flavor text here? Oh, I agree. That's what I mean. Like, you do experiments on animals. Okay, cool. I don't want to be that. Or, you do experiments on animals. Okay, cool. I don't want that in my campaign. Easy. Very easy. I agree. I feel like if you want to run it like that for your game, great. But I don't think it's worth assuming that. Did we see this already? I don't know. I don't think so. We have seen other Strixhaven-themed subclasses, and we have also seen other necromancy artificers. So I don't think we've seen this specific one. I don't remember it. I will tell you if I do. But in general, the idea of a necromancer artificer is a fairly common one, so we might have seen that before. And Pasta's been making these Strixhaven-themed subclasses for a while, so we have seen a variety of those before. But anyway, I really like the spell list. I think the spell list is solid. I think the spell list does a really good job of doing two things, and I want to point them out. One, I think the spell list does a really good job of selling the flavor of this subclass. Like, it feels like a Dr. Frankenstein life and death vibe. Like, it's really strong on vibes. But there's something else that it's doing, and I want to point that out too. What does this... If you cut out all the vibes, cut out all the flavor, what are we learning about this subclass from this spell list? What kind of play style does this subclass do? I would argue this is a support artificer. This is a in-the-back artificer. This is not a damaging artificer. This is a support artificer. And I really like when we can feel the theme, the gameplay theme, being expressed in the mechanics. And that's kind of what's happening here. I don't know if that's actually the mechanics of the subclass. It should be, because what we're getting presented with here is very clearly a artificer that's intending to be maybe in the mix, but largely taking the support role. And it's cool when you can have spells that do a good job of selling the flavor and a good job of selling the mechanical playstyle implied. Again, not sure if that's intended, but I like that. I don't know, Wither and Bloom, is that an offensive spell? Wither and Bloom allows you to force a creature to roll with disadvantage. It's more of a defensive spell. Brace myself. Why? Am I not going to like what's happening here? Am I going to be upset with something? We'll see what happens. Beginning at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in nature. You also learn Spare the Dying. Fine. Unnatural Adaptation. This is what you think I'm not going to like. At 3rd level, you've learned to create alchemic concoctions, which you use to change your own biology. When you choose this specialist, choose one of the following unnatural adaptations: fungal growth or rotting visage. What? When you finish a long rest, you can choose to forego up to 2 of your Artificer infusions to create that many vials of transfusion. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, I don't like that at all. If your subclass requires you to fundamentally change the core class, my question becomes, why? Why do we need that? I'm going to say right now, who sent this in? Pasta? I really disagree with this system immediately. All artificers get a tool that they're better with. We don't get one here. We should. Good call. Why are we picking between 3 things? What is that? Also, you say you're picking between fungal growths and rotting visage. So we're getting options and then we're getting more, like, too many options. Okay. I'm gonna be an asshole here, and I'm not gonna do the work to figure out how to balance a vial versus an infusion. I am gonna use my memory of infusions to sort of help with that, but I'm gonna tell you that fundamentally you need to change this system, or that this, in my opinion, doesn't work as an artificer, full stop. That is strongly my opinion here. As an action, you can drink one of your vials of transformation. For 1 minute after drinking the vial, you enter a chosen unnatural adaptation. So we either get a fungal growth or rotting visage. So I drink a potion, and while I drink the potion, I get a natural armor class and a natural weapon. Or I get damage resistances, and I can reroll damage of necrotic spells, and I can gain proficiency in saving throws. So I don't know how to feel about this. I disagree. This spell list no longer feels relevant to this subclass. Why are we becoming the battlesmith? So here's the problem. You're filling 2 different gameplay mechanics while not giving us any interesting new gameplay mechanics. What do I mean by that? This is sort of filling the same role as the battlesmith or the armorer. You get better at armor and you get better at attacks. That is literally what the battlesmith and the armorer gets at 3rd level, except in addition to that, they get something kind of unique. Or you are getting to reroll damage die and shit like that, which is basically the artillerist. So I feel like you are creating this situation where even though you are giving us options, you're not actually giving us anything unique. Nothing here feels unique. And in fact, not only does it not feel unique, it's taking away from artificer infusions. So I disagree. Also, you spent all of this time talking about life and death. Literally nothing here feels like it has anything to do with the flavor text. Literally at all. Literally at all. So I don't know exactly what to say other than these shouldn't just be doing things that we get naturally with other subclasses. If they're gonna do that, we could just reflavor those other subclasses. You like the idea of choosing between being a caster-focused subclass or a martial one? I don't know if I do, because it's pretty fundamentally baked into the subclass design that you get certain features at certain levels depending on if you're more of a caster or more of a martial. And if you're going to do both, you're going to have to break that grain. And if you're going to break that grain, you really need to prove that it's worth it in the features. And so far, this doesn't prove it in the features literally at all. Because everything that we're getting is stuff we get in other places, and this is just presenting it in a way that feels like it's making the Artificer feel less like an Artificer, as opposed to elevating it into a specific type of Artificer. So, what do I mean by certain types of subclasses get certain features at certain levels? Every single 5th level Artificer gets the same thing at 5th level. Every single one. Either it is a combat-focused Artificer that is intended to be melee and punching, and it gets extra attack, or it is a little bit more defense utility-focused Artificer, and it gets an extra die to a damage roll of a ranged thing. And those are the two things they get. They either get an extra damage die on like their cantrips, ranged things, or they get extra attack. So you don't need to copy that, but it's not good form to ignore the fact that that exists, and it kind of feels like you're ignoring that. All right, let's see what we get at 5th level. Apprentice of Life and Death. At 5th level, your studies into Life and Death have made you especially proficient in necrotic and healing magic. When you deal necrotic damage or heal a creature, you can choose to roll 1 additional damage die or 1 healing. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier. Yeah, man, it kind of feels like you're not picking a lane. I don't mind the necrotic damage thing. I don't actually mind this feature at all. I really don't like it on top of this feature. Because this, yeah, I don't know, man. I think this feature could work if you figured out a better way to represent the 3rd level, but the 3rd level really, really doesn't work. And it kind of makes me feel like the 5th level feels kind of random. Like, the 5th level feature sort of makes sense if I look at the spell list. It sort of makes sense if I look at the flavor text. It doesn't tie into the 3rd level feature at all. At all. It feels completely tangential. You think it feels forced? Why are we healing, by the way? It feels forced? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. All right, let's look at evolved adaptations. This just makes our adaptations longer. They become 10 minutes instead of 1 minute. And this one, we are now faster, and we get multi-attack, and we get resistance to stuff. This one, we are now immune to that damage, and we can do an AoE damage. Yeah, I don't know, man. Literally the same feedback for the 3rd level feature. What are we doing here? What's the point? Why is this an Artificer? It really doesn't feel like an Artificer. I feel like this subclass would make more sense on almost anything else. Like, I feel like this subclass would make more sense on a fighter or a barbarian. Like, why are we doing these? Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't think it's the move. I don't think it's working. I disagree with this. You can enter into a new mode, and you're picking between one of these two transformation drinks. I don't know. It just doesn't feel... It really doesn't feel like an Artificer. And I go back to, what is the flavor? Why is the Life and Death Artificer getting the ability to become Mr. Hyde? I just don't get it. Beginning at 15th level, any advancements of your experiment of your humanity, blah, blah, blah. When you're reduced to 0 hit points but aren't killed outright, you instead drop to 1 hit point. Lackluster, but fine. Not super exciting. Genuinely feels more like a Blood Hunter subclass than an Artificer subclass. Yeah. I don't love it. I don't love it. I think that if your goal is to do something with you drink mutagens and you change, I would not have them replace infusions. I would not pick from 2 that completely change your gameplay style and feel like they have nothing to do with the flavor of Life and Death. Lean into Life and Death stuff, man. Give them a little phylactery box that they can use to do stuff. Like, it's an Artificer. If you're not going to be making them build tinker a thing, then they shouldn't be an Artificer. You know? Anybody can be an alchemist. Like, this is like an alternative alchemist. Why is this an Artificer subclass? I just don't get it. I think this would make so much more sense as a fighter subclass that, like, you could make little potions for that changed your fighting style. Like, yeah, I just think that the road is not matching the map in terms of the design here. It feels like you are ignoring the design philosophy of Artificers and trying to bake this idea into an Artificer because your first thought was this would make sense as an Artificer. Which, to be fair, is also often the feedback that I have for artificers. Because, again, you're not really making an artificer. You're not really giving it a unique thing that grows. You're giving it a bunch of different modes that it can enter by taking away one of its core class features. And then sort of ham-fisting in the idea that you are now a little better at healing and necrotic damage. But that feels so distant from this core mechanic of you drinking potions and you changing that it's like, why are we getting both? I don't know. It feels like I think the 5th level feature is the closest you get to the concept of the subclass, and everything else feels like a pretty big miss, at least in terms of the way the subclass is described in the flavor and in terms of the spells. I would completely rebuild Unnatural Adaptation, completely rebuild Evolved Adaptations. Again, try to make it more like what you've described here. Try to make it more like what is being built out here. If you want to be like the Way of Mercy monk, but for artificers, sure. Give them a little spirit box or something, though. Yeah, this feels like a barbarian. I think this would be... I would make this a fighter subclass if I was going to do anything with it. Just because I feel like fighters, you got a lot of flexibility for weird stuff. But yeah, if you're going to make an artificer, you got to pay attention to artificer design philosophy. And also, beyond the vibe, you want it to fill a unique gameplay space. There's too many things here that just feel like an alternative version of another subclass. And that's my feedback. Making artificers is hard. We're not going to pretend it's easy. And I think that if you want to keep working on it, I encourage you to try to build the artificer that you described, not a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde artificer. And don't take away its core class abilities in order to make its subclass work. And don't make its subclass based on its core class, like only improvements of its core class abilities either. You didn't do that, but that's the other thing that a lot of people do when they make an artificer and they do a kind of jank, is that they just make an artificer that's around having more infusions and like not having a core concept. All right, anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Big old round of applause for Zapasta. It is hard to make an artificer subclass. It is very hard. And a lot of that difficulty comes from the fact that they're the newest subclass, but also, like, I don't know what it is about them, chat, and maybe you guys have an idea, but people seem so against making an artificer around having a unique object that it has constructed. But that is the whole fucking point of the Artificer. That is the subclass of every Artificer's. You've built an object. Maybe it's represented as a specialty, but you have an object. So I always... And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's like everybody gets it with every other subclass. Everybody gets that the Barbarian's core thing is built around it raging in a unique way. You know? Maybe it's just because it's been around longer, but people do not get that concept that artificers are built around a creation. They're built around a creation. And people really struggle with that, and people push against that, and I don't know why. Every time they do, it falls apart. I would love to see an artificer that doesn't build around a creation and works, but I have yet to. I think the alchemy artificer is one of the only subclasses that if somebody was like, I'm redesigning this from the ground up, that I would be like, cool, I get it. Because yeah, it's another one that people are like, I don't know. What about a grenadier artificer? Yeah, if you made it around, you have a special grenade launcher that you build, sure. Because there's also the artillerist. The artillerist is kind of a grenadier. The artillerist gets a little artillery gun that has a variety of different things it shoots. You know? That is I would argue the artillerist is a grenadier. The way that I would change the artillerist to make it more of a grenadier, if I wanted to, was it'd be about you having a giant gun. And if you remember, when the Artificer first was being playtested, there was a subclass that ended up getting removed that was the Thunder Cannon Artificer. And it was about having a giant thunder gun. And it was really cool. And I'm a little bit sad that it never got published, because I think it's awesome. But there was a whole artificer devoted to being a Thunder Boy. All right, who's the bottom? Jade. Okay, so we got a couple new pieces. Francis, I'm adding you to the wheel now for our next spin. See? There you go, buddy. Kaboom! I think that's what Hakase. I think that's what ended up happening. I think that's why they changed it. The main difference between the artillerist and the thunder cannon guy in the playtest was that the artillerist has like everything that it does with its actions, and then the little cannon is a bonus action. And the thunder cannon, everything was with your action, and all of your infusions went into just giving you a bigger, more powerful gun. You know why they got canned? No, I have no idea why they got canned. Because they were Thunder Warriors. I don't know what that means, but okay. You decided to add something for the first time? Whoo! Very cool. Welcome back, King Kadasha. The Kadashin King. Artificer got canned from the 2024 book, so you can send $60 on a separate book, maybe. Bagada 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 bagada. The suitable command. Hey Cinder, that's me. I wanted to make an archery themed warlock. I want to say why, and then we're going to move on from that. To complement my vile shot cantrip, asked and answered. And settled on the Cupid as a patron. A little mix of archery, wind magic, and love. Ooh, you got to be really careful with that. I actually might need to check that before we look at it on stream. I don't want to look at anything a little bit inappropriate. Oh, it's too wordy. All right, here's the game we're going to play. If you enter the realm of creepy with it, we're going to stop reading it immediately and have a conversation about why you shouldn't be a creeper in your game design. But we're going to hope that you don't go creepy with it. Okay? Cool. Okay, archery, warlock. Why are we doing archery? It's so not warlock. This should be a ranger. That's my first thought. You're not sure if you're going to be here? All right, that's fine. Although it looks like you're here in the chat. Oops, did not mean to get rid of that. The Cupid Warlock. They're here now. I see them popping back in. How was your game? I hope it was good. They said in their message, they said they have D&D tonight. So timing was lovely. I hope your session went well. The Heart Seeker. Oh, look at this lovely art credit. A little golf clap for crediting the art. Thank you. If Hexblades get swords, I don't see why Warlocks can't get bows. Hexblades don't get swords. That's why. Hexblades get a unique interaction with swords. They get a unique interaction with other weapons if they take an invocation. There's already built-in mechanics for being a ranged Hexblade. It's called taking the right invocation. So it's built into the game already. So that's why. Hexblades account for longbows in the fucking subclass. Like in the game. The mechanics are there. It's literally actually not part of the subclass. Any warlock can be a bow-wielding warlock if you have Pact of the Chain and the right invocation. So that's sort of why I'm asking, why does this need to be a warlock? Because I don't think we should build a warlock subclass that requires us to take those two steps. All right, let's see what's going on here. This flavor text is too long. You're saying I should ask the lovely lady out for dinner? You're saying I should ask the lovely lady out for a drink, not because I want to, but because a child wants me to? This is, I don't, get rid of this. This isn't helping. This isn't selling any fiction. I don't know if it's supposed to be funny, but it does not land, in my opinion. Your patron is Cupid, a small childlike celestial tasked with assisting mortals in finding love. Ironically, however, child mentality of Cupid towards blah, blah, blah. Where do we get into what the subclass actually does? None of this is helping us literally get rid of this whole sentence. This does nothing for us. There we go. Warlocks who pact with, that's not the way it's. Warlocks who form a pact with Cupid are often granted wider abilities. Oh, there's no flavor text here. So I would say rewrite your flavor text from scratch. Remember what the goal of flavor text is, friends. What's the goal of flavor text? It's not to tell us a story. The goal of flavor text is to tell us the playstyle vibe of the subclass and the mechanical vibe of the subclass. If you want to tell us a little bit about the patron specifically, great, but that should not eat up 80% of this. So, yeah, I would rebuild this from scratch. Double check to make sure that none of the spells here are already on the Warlock spell list. I don't think they are, but just double check that. Remember that the Warlock expanded spells are not automatically added. They're just added to the spells we can choose to pick from when we're picking new spells. A bunch of arrow-related stuff. All right, let's see what we get at first level. You're proficient with blowguns, hand crossbows, heavy crossbows, and longbows and lyres. This is not nearly as good a feature as you think. Also, a lyre is not a weapon, so I probably would not include it next to the weapons. It feels weird. This is not that good, this mechanic, because we're still using dexterity for our attack roll with all of these. So we are, like, the reason why Hexblade works is because we're using charisma for our attack roll. That's the only reason a Hexblade Warlock ever fights with a weapon is because they're using charisma for their attack roll. That's it. So by not giving us that here, it's like Eldritch Blast is still better than using a crossbow 10 times out of 10. And if all of our features are going to be about making us better with crossbows, you're sort of in this weird position where the Warlock features are fighting against the subclass features, because the Warlock in its base class gets the best cantrip in the game, which is Eldritch Blast, and it gets a bunch of invocations that make Eldritch Blast better. So if you are opting to give us another ranged thing that we want to be encouraged to use, I don't know, it feels like it's fighting that core class in a way that I don't love. It's a little bit more reasonable for the Hexblade because it's ranged versus melee, but I think because this is ranged, it's really not sitting in a unique space. I'm concerned with the design of this class, this subclass. I'm concerned with the back end feeling about it. All right, let's see what else we get at first level. This is basically a ribbon feature. Like, there's really no reason to use your hand crossbow. You're still going to be better using your Eldritch Blast most of the time. Your patron's magic allows you to briefly awaken a profound sense of empathy in your foes. You have a pool of D4s that you spend to fuel this ability. The number of D4s in your pool equals 1 plus your Warlock level. This is too many. You should not give a resource based off of the level of a character. Let me give an example of what I mean by that. Most classes come with a core resource in their core class. Not all classes do, but most do. So all the spellcasters, they have their spellcasting, right? Druids also have Wild Shape. Fighters basically don't, except for if you count like Action Surge and Second Wind. Barbarians get Rage. Monks get Key Points. You should not ever have a subclass that uses more charges than a core class. Monks get key points equal to their class level. We should not have a number of D4s equal to our class level. So look to other features that give pools of points and pay attention to how they scale. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. It really depends on how powerful these features are. So if these features are really powerful, you know, you're maybe going to have a number of dice equal to your proficiency bonus. If they're medium powerful, maybe it's like half your level plus something, or maybe it's just a static number that improves over time, sort of like Battle Master dice. Or if they're medium powerful but not crazy powerful, maybe you have an amount equal to like twice your proficiency bonus, or something plus your intelligence modifier, or your wisdom modifier, or your charisma modifier in this case, because sort of like the Psy Knight, because they have a pool of things, but they're a little weaker, or the Psy Rogue. But this is too many points, regardless of what the thing does. I think Healing Light of the Celestial Warlock scales the same, Cinder. Well then, call me foolish, but I am going to... Here's what I'm going to say. I think, because I still kind of want to stand by my point here, because I still agree with myself. I think the only reason why it works for the Celestial Warlock is that it does a single thing, and that is the only thing it ever does. It is not a resource that can be used for a variety of options. It is one single thing. If this works in that way, maybe it's okay. But I still kind of think it's poor design most of the time. You have a number of pools equal to this. When a creature within 60 feet of you deals damage to another creature, you can use your action to spend dice from the pool. The maximum dice you can spend at once equals your proficiency bonus. Is this just... Did you just completely copy the Celestial Warlock? Roll the dice you spend, add them together, and reduce one instance of the triggering damage by the total. The triggering creature then takes psychic damage equal to the amount. Okay, so I feel like you just copied the Celestial Warlock. I think that's a bad idea, man. That's a really bad idea. Like, this is... First of all, I think that the extra damage is too much. So when we talk about, earlier when I said, I think the only reason the Celestial Warlock works is because it does one single thing, this immediately is doing two things. Okay? So I, again, disagree with that. I do not think having the dice go down from a D6 to a D4 justifies the ability that now that this negates damage and deals damage. I think that is more powerful than the dice going down. And separate from that, and maybe more importantly, we are now done looking at first level. So the only two things we get at first level are essentially a ribbon feature that is completely useless, unless we very actively build in a disadvantageous way, and a feature that essentially does the exact same thing as another Warlock subclass feature. What do I mean by that? What does the Celestial Warlock's feature do? It makes it so you take less damage. It does this by healing you. What does this feature do? It makes it so you take less damage. It does it by reducing the initial damage. But those are two sides of the exact same coin. So now we are done first level, and we don't really have a unique subclass. And I would argue we certainly don't have a subclass that feels like a Cupid subclass kind of at all. So I think if I were you, I would rethink the first level feature. Regardless of whether or not you think it's balanced, which I still push back against. I don't think it's balanced. It's too similar to something that already exists. It doesn't feel unique, and it doesn't feel like it's selling the vibe of the subclass you just told us we're about to play. I also think that this first level feature genuinely feels like a waste of space, and I would just remove it. I think that I would come up with another first level feature to help fill out the unique flavor of this subclass more than this. This feels kind of like a nothing burger. Yeah, just also, you know, don't we already have if Warlocks already have proficiency in short bows, we literally need nothing. If Warlocks don't have proficiency in short bows, the only thing this should give us proficiency in is short bows and lyres, and that's it. No, the Celestial isn't reaction based, but RX, that's not the point. The fact that it's a reaction versus a bonus action, the fact that it's a D6 versus a D4, the fact that it is healing versus damage reduction, none of those really change my main point, which is that they are still doing the same thing. And if this is our main first level feature, which it already is on the Celestial Warlock, the main thing we get should be unique. At least it should be unique to Warlocks, and this isn't right now. That's my main feedback is, sure, it's a different ability, but it's similar enough in terms of the space that it fills that, to me, I don't think it makes sense to put here. Maybe you could take a feature like this and give it at a higher level and give us something unique at first level, but you got to change it around a little bit. It's doing the same. Yeah. Pinky Mouse put it perfectly. It's a different ability, but it's in the exact same design space. Exactly. And that can be okay, but I don't think it's great when it's so similar and we're getting it at the exact same level and it's a subclass for the same class. Because then it's just too samey. And also, like, it's doing a disservice to your idea. because I don't think this feels like it fits the Cupid vibe at all. You know? Like, at all. If anything, it feels like it's less like that. It's more like the Justice vibe. Like, can I give you an example of why I don't think this fits? If I called this Evoke Justice, I wouldn't need to change the feature at all. And Justice is filling a completely different space than Empathy. You know what I mean? All right, let's take a look at level 6. What's up, Queen Kaylin? We got 2 queens in the audience now. Okay. Cinder, you better get on your regal tone. You cannot be charmed or frightened. Maybe this feature would be okay if the first level features felt more distinct and unique. But they don't, and it isn't. This is another feature that kind of feels like maybe it could work in this subclass if you build around it nicely, but it's not really doing anything to sell the unique flavor of the subclass. Yeah. Supernatural Charm. As an action, you draw upon your patron's magic to briefly assume a form of supernatural beauty. Choose a number of creatures up to your charisma modifier within 30 feet of you can see. Those creatures must make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you until for the next minute. If you deal damage to a creature this charmed this way, it takes an additional 2d10 psychic damage and the charm ends. A creature can repeat its saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Once you use the ability, it can't use it again until a short or long rest. I think this should probably be a once-a-day feature. Charming is pretty powerful. When a creature is charmed by you, they can't target you. So it's really strong to charm a creature. I love the idea that you can like proc this extra damage. I think this mechanic is fun. I like it. I think you're underestimating how strong this is going to be. And I also think that, I'm going to say it again, and I do really mean this in the kindest way possible, I like this feature, does not fit the subclass. Ironically, very few features that you've given this subclass feel like they fit the subclass. I would also argue they don't really feel like they build on each other. Right? Like, where is the synergy here? Either from a flavor perspective or a mechanical perspective. I don't really see it in any... Like, this feature has just been left out to dry. This is fine. I see that we're doing psychic damage, and I guess we're doing psychic damage again. But aside from the damage type, like, the only synergy I could see here would be synergy that would pull this in a direction that has nothing to do with the flavor you presented. Like, we could maybe push this in the direction of being like a psychic warrior. But that's not what you're trying to build. Let's take a look at the 14th level feature. You can manifest beauty, a pair of wings as an action on your turn. They last until you dismiss them as an action. Don't give us 2 features that activate a mode. This activates a mode. This activates a mode. Don't do that. They last until you dismiss them as an action or you're incapacitated. While they're manifesting, you gain the following benefits. Fly speed equals to your movement speed. Creatures have disadvantage against saving throws against your supernatural charm. If this can be on infinitely, then it shouldn't give us this. Felstar DM, pretty cool. Thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate. If while they're active, things have disadvantage on the other features saving throw, and these are just infinite, then it's just a complicated way of saying this creatures always have disadvantage on the saving throw against this. So yeah, I don't mind a lot of these features. I don't think most of them, I don't feel like this feels like a Cupid subclass. If I were you, I would ask myself, what does it mean to make a Cupid subclass? And you also, I want to just point out, you specifically said you built this to tie into a cantrip. Your vitriolic thing, the one that lets you, like, it was like Thunderbolt. It was like it was like boom. It was thunderous. What is it called? Boom smite, booming blade, but ranged. This doesn't tie into that literally at all. Literally at all. The only thing that bakes it into that core concept is the fact that you now have proficiency with longbows. That doesn't feel like you're building a subclass to use a cantrip. That feels like you're building a subclass that just does a bunch of random shit that you want, including one of the things is to work with a cantrip you like. So, if I were you, I would have a conversation with myself about what do I actually want to build here? Do I want to build a Cupid subclass, or do I just want a character to use the vitriolic shot? Because right now, this doesn't feel like a subclass. This feels like a bunch of random features that all do sort of psychic things randomly. But again, the key there is randomly. So yeah, I don't really have more thoughts other than that. I think you missed the mark here a little bit with flavor meeting mechanics. And I think, unfortunately, the mechanics also don't have enough synergy to feel like they feel like a subclass that we could figure out how to reflavor into something more distinct, you know? Like, it all sort of feels... It feels very unfocused. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. This piece was from Suitable Command. Suitable, thank you very much for sharing. Again, I think if I were you, I would be like, what is the point of this? What is the point of doing Cupid if you're not going to do any Cupid stuff? And what is the point of building something around Vitriolic Shot if we're not getting anything to make that an advantageous choice to make in the game? The other thing that I would say, Suitable Command, is if your goal is to make something work with Vitriolic Shot, you should see if you can just make that work with a Hexblade Warlock where you take the invocation where you can summon a longbow. Because that might just be what you want to play. You know? You don't necessarily need to build a whole new subclass if you can just make it work. Anyway, let us give Suitable Command a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing. I'm also glad it did not go creepy. Thank you very much for sharing. I was hopeful that it wouldn't go creepy. I feel like people... I want to say I feel like people usually have a good head on their shoulders around that, but there was literally a piece of homebrew that we looked at that somebody sent in last week that was essentially had an AoE feature where it was like AoE, everybody sexually assaults each other, but they have to give consent. And it's like, dude, if you have to fucking say that in the piece, that is bad. And I just took it off the wheel and had a conversation about how that's a really inappropriate thing to do. So you know, people are dumb. You'd be surprised. Not that that person is dumb, but they weren't thinking through the context of that feature. What am I doing this stream? I'm reviewing Homebrew. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a thing. We talked about it on that stream. It was a bad choice. Bad choice that the designer made. I don't mind creepy from a perspective of bugs come out of your eyes, but we don't want to do anything that dances with any sort of trauma that people in the real world could or might experience. And I want to say again, if we want to be able to play with toys, we have to be responsible with those toys. And if you want to be able to play with the toy of enchantment magic, and you can't do that without dancing with creepy stuff, you do not deserve that toy. So if we collectively want to play a fantasy game where it's okay that there are enchantment wizards and enchantment magic, we have to be reasonable about what the limits of that are when compared to what the limits of that would be in real life. Otherwise, we end up in a situation where you are playing with your toys irresponsibly, and I do not think you deserve to play with them anymore. You know? Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Here's our member wheel spin. Bagadu, 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 ba, 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 ba. Dice or spag? Dice or spag? Spag. What you got for us today, Mr. Spaghetti? This Barbarian subclass that I wrote a long while ago for your 100-word subclass. Ooh. I added some words, thank God. I think the subclass works, and I like the simplicity, but I'd like an outside perspective if it seems fun or exciting. Cool. So we did a challenge on stream a couple months ago called the 100-word subclass challenge to see if you could write a subclass in 100 words or less. It was difficult, but I think it led to some really interesting ideas, and this is one of those pieces. The irony is a lot of the 100-word subclasses were, in my opinion, much better designed than a lot of the other stuff we see because people actually had to really think about every single thing they put in it. All right, let us see. This is the Path of the Primal Horde. You could call it Path of the Wog. Barbarians of the Path of the Primal Horde develop their power by forming strong bonds with their comrades and by attacking in groups, never by themselves. This sentence is too long. Figure out how to make it shorter. I would say it should be half the length that it is. You want to cut out about this many words, if not more. They care deeply about the well-being of their group, seeking to protect them and push them to the best versions of themselves. They also revel in chaos of fighting in the chaos of fighting as a group can bring. This sentence is grammatically incorrect. They also revel in the chaos of fighting as a group can bring. So I feel like you could probably get all of the ideas of this subclass in like 3 short sentences. I think this is way too many words. You basically want to say they are better at fighting in groups and they support each other in and out of combat. You don't really need much more than that. And you're sort of repeating those ideas throughout this a couple times. So cut it down. If you say they form strong bonds with their comrades, we don't need, like, you know, there's a lot of stuff you can cut out here. So cut this thing in half. All right, let's see what features we get. Group demoralize. You can leverage the optics that the strength of numbers grants you. Again, these sentences are wordy in a way they shouldn't be. The optics that the strength of numbers grants you is the most roundabout way of saying you can leverage being in a group. You know? You have advantage on intimidation checks while at least 2 allies are within 5 feet of you. I don't hate this. It's kind of fun. It's pretty good. It's very easy to have active. I don't know if that's an issue. Intimidation checks are pretty fine. Yeah, I think it's probably fine. I like it. I like the goal rather. I don't know how I would word it if I would change it, but I think it's probably fine. Are people being mean in my Discord? What's happening here? Oh yeah. Hey William, listen buddy. I'm sure that you mean well. I'm sure that you mean well. But if you're gonna say we've been looking at 2 hours of crap, then I'm gonna put you on a 10-minute timeout. And you can come back in 10 minutes if you're gonna be nice. All right. So yeah, I think it's pretty fine. You think this sounds computery? Maybe it's translated from another language. I do probably need some new mods for YouTube and Twitch. I'll tell you what, if anybody is interested in being a mod for YouTube or Twitch, or both, I don't remember if I still have a form available. You can send me a DM in the Discord and let me know that you're interested. I open that door. But I also warn you that depending on how you reach out to me might be an indicator of whether or not we keep the conversation going. That's okay. Listen, I don't want to ask anybody to do it specifically because it's work and I'm not paying you and not everybody has time. I don't want to ask anybody to do that. I only want people to do that if they feel like they want to. I mean, I'll just ignore them if they're... I don't need to read every DM. All right, let's take a look at the other third level. I like it, though. I think overall I like it. Just, again, your sentence structure is really doing you no favors. You can direct your... Okay, exploit defenses. You can direct your fury into your horde, causing your allies to strike. Your sentence structure is so bad. Who is this so I can actually name you? Is this you again, Spag? dude, I feel like spaghetti, man. We've danced this dance. Causing your allies to strike sounds so bad. Simplify your sentence structure, man. I'm only going to be mean to you about this spag is because I've seen at this point quite a lot of your homebrew, and I've also seen it pop up on like Unearthed Arcana and stuff, and it's good. You're a good designer. So clean up your sentence structure. You're better than this. When you rage or as a bonus action while raging, the way that you would put this is when you rage and on as a bonus action on subsequent turns while raging is the way you would word that. You can direct a willing creature within 30 feet of you to use their reaction to make a weapon attack against the target that is within 5 feet of you. If the target is within range. I worry that this is too strong. So there is another feature that's like this. That feature is a Battle Master maneuver, but that's on a resource. This is not on a resource. This is every single turn while you're raging. I like it conceptually. I think it's a little too strong. So I think you gotta, I'm not sure what the move is there, but I think that being able to give somebody else an extra attack every single round at no resource cost outside of while you're raging, I think you are underestimating the power of that. I don't think you can make it charisma bonus times per day or once per day, because then what's our third level feature? So every barbarian at third level gets a feature that activates when they rage, and it does not run out. Maybe they get another feature that can run out, but every single barbarian at third level gets a feature that activates when they rage, stays active the whole time that they rage, and they can always decide to use it while raging. So we don't want to limit this in that way. The unfortunate thing is when you put this feature on that infinite use scale, it's a little too much. So let's keep going. At 6th level, when you rage, you can select 2 creatures within 5 feet of you until the rage ends. They gain resistance to 1 damage type. You have resistance to of your choice. That's fun. I like it a lot. I feel like you need to come up with a more magical flavor text if you're going to be doing stuff like this that really feels magical. I don't understand where the flavor meets the mechanics in terms of you giving another creature damage resistance. So I disagree with it in terms of flavor, but maybe you could just fix that by coming up with something that includes more magic in the context here. Okay, let's look at 10th level. When you use your exploit defenses, you can direct 2 allies. No. If you take an overpowered feature and then make it more overpowered later, I don't think that works. So by the same logic of everything I said about exploit defense, I kind of feel that way about Horde's assault. And then at 14th level, once per rage, if an attack granted by your exploited defenses reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you gain an additional attack on your action on your... You gain an additional action on your current turn? No. You would make this, maybe you get an extra attack, or you could use your reaction to make an attack or something. But yeah, no. Unfortunately, I think that the piece of this that works nicely is you having advantage on intimidation checks when you have 2 creatures within 5 feet of you. I think that the fatal flaw of this subclass, and honestly the fatal flaw of many homebrew subclasses, is you've given us a feature that is a little bit too powerful, and unfortunately 2 of the other features that we get require that 3rd level feature to exist, and because that 3rd level feature is too powerful, inherently these are too powerful. Separately getting a whole other action is a lot. So yeah, I feel like you might need to play the figure out other things game here. I love the idea of a barbarian that is better at working in teamwork, but I think that this ain't it. I think this ain't it, my guy. It's a little too much. A little too much. You think the action surge is not too much, but would have to say can't use action surge? Because it could stack with action surge in theory if you had a couple levels of fighter. That's true. I didn't think about that. I think the real problem here is just that you shouldn't get a whole other action. That's just too much. I think the idea they were going for is interesting, but I think the mechanics are really not it. Really, like the mechanics that are it is this. The advantage on intimidation while you have allies within 5 feet of you is great. I think you lose the plot with exploit defenses, and the plot gets more and more lost as we get deeper in. So if you want to keep working on this, I think come up with some more unique features and have a real conversation with yourself about how powerful this 3rd level feature is when compared to other Barbarian 3rd level features. Action Surge is not an extra attack. Action Surge is an extra action, which means that if you have extra attack, you can be making multiple extra attacks. If you have the ability to cast spells, you could use that action to cast spells. If you have unique class features that require an action, or magic items that require an action, or feats that require an action, those could all be used. So an Action Surge is a lot more powerful than just an attack. Yeah, the other thing that gets to command an ally to attack that I could think of off the top of my head was there's a Battle Master maneuver that does that. Maybe there's a Paladin that has a Channel Divinity that does that. There also might be a Paladin that has a 15th level feature that works like that. But anything else that has a feature that works like that is on a much bold, underline, highlighted, much more of a resource than every single round that you rage. It's either going to be on a Channel Divinity or its own limited resource, or it's something that you don't get access to until you're much higher level. Voice of Authority. They can do it every time they cast a spell on an ally. Let's take a look. I mean, I feel like my thought process is still the same. That's still less infinite use than what you have here. Like, just to give you a sense of what I mean by that, let's look at it. Let's see what it does. It's the order domain, I think you said. Okay, let's see. You invoke the power of law to embolden an attack. If you cast a spell with a spell slot of level 1 or higher and target an ally with that spell, that ally can use their reaction immediately after the spell to make a weapon attack against a creature of your choice. Okay, so let's talk about what this requires of us. We have to target an ally with a spell. That means we're not casting any spell. We are casting a spell that specifically targets an ally. So that means they either need to be in range, or that means they need to both be in range of the spell, and it needs to be a situation where we want to cast a spell on an ally, which is not every single spell we cast. This doesn't sit anywhere in that space. It doesn't eat our rage. So a cleric at level 3, how many times can a cleric use this ability? A cleric at level 3 could use this ability 6 times. And if they did, they would have none of their spells. Okay? So that would sort of be the equivalent of being like, you could use this ability during one rage, and then you don't get any more rages for the rest of the day. The other thing is, we do not need to do anything special to target an ally for this. We just decide to do it. We're not sacrificing a bonus action because we don't use bonus actions for anything as a barbarian. We're not picking what type of attack we are doing or what type of bonus action we're doing because we don't need to target a creature with a feature. We just pick a creature. So while I think that it is worth acknowledging, I still feel pretty strongly that we need limiters on this thing. You know? So, those be my thoughts. Again, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't know if it's gonna fit nicely into a Barbarian rage mechanic, based on the way that Barbarian rage mechanics usually work and how they kind of do require an element of this thing can always be on. And I do not have more thoughts. Thank you, my dear Spag, for sharing. Let us give them a round of applause. If it was when you enter your rage and it was only once per rage, I would argue it would not be fun. Excuse me. Thank you very much for sharing. Any tips for people just starting out on making homebrew? My main tip for people just starting out on making homebrew would be start simple. I don't think you need to make something completely crazy for the first time you make something. If you want to make a monster, start with a smaller monster. Don't start with a god. If you want to design a new type of character option, start with building a D&D species or a subclass before you start trying to build a class. I would also say the most valuable resource you have as a game designer, if you're trying to make D&D homebrew, is the published material. So for example, if you want to make a Barbarian subclass, the best thing you can do is look at the other Barbarian subclasses and start looking at the patterns in their game design, as well as their power kind of vibe, and also to make sure you are not unintentionally designing something that already exists. Also to help get the right language. And then the other thing that I would say is... how do I put this? One of the easiest ways to make D&D homebrew is to change something that already exists. Now, you don't always want to do that if you're trying to be like, look, I made a new thing, because you aren't making a new thing. You're changing something that already exists. But it's really helpful for learning how to do game design. So, like, for example, a great thing to do is, so there's fire giants, there's frost giants. You can look up the stats of a fire giant. You could look up the stats of a frost giant. And the question that I would say is, cool, with both of those in mind, if you are looking at those stat blocks, how would you change them to make an acid giant? How would you change them to make a thunder giant? Because there's a couple very simple things that you're going to start to notice. You'll go, I could just change this a little bit to start building a new thing. And then I have this full monster that's basically balanced, because it's not that different than a frost giant, which is basically balanced. So I can play around with giving it some new or some weird features with a little bit of safety net to know the core stat block is mostly works. So like if you wanted to make an acid giant, you know, you could basically copy the fire giant, but then maybe give it a feature where it can turn into slime, or when it dies, it explodes in slime, or I don't know, whatever. But building stuff using pieces of things that already exist, it might not be the quickest road to having your own compendium that you could go out there and sell, but it is the quickest road to like familiarizing yourself with a lot of the sort of back-end philosophy of game design. Hunter S. Thompson used to do this thing, and he talked about it a bunch, where he would take books that he liked and he would type them out on a typewriter. Like he would take the Grapes of Wrath and type it out. He would take the Iliad and type it out. Why would he do that? He did that because he wanted to go through the physical motion of writing those sentences. That didn't necessarily make him a better writer, but it made him physically go through the process of doing excellent writing because he was literally typing stuff that is considered excellent writing, you know? So like, that's not a bad place to think in terms of like your headspace of getting started. You don't need to be coming fresh off everything new if you don't know what you're doing yet. Start small. another piece of advice that I think is very valuable. So a lot of people want to write a novel. Great. You are going to finish a short story much faster than you finish a novel. And everything you learn through the process of writing and getting feedback on and rewriting and editing and drafting a short story, all the skill that you're going to gain from that is applicable to writing a novel. So if you decide, I'm going to spend the next year and I'm going to write a novel, maybe you'll finish a novel. But if you decide, I'm going to spend the next year and I'm going to write 12 short stories, I'm going to write one short story a month, you're probably going to end up, realistically, writing between 6 and 10 short stories. And by the end of that year, you are going to be better at writing novels than if you spent that year working on a novel. There are exceptions to that rule. People are crazy, you know, everybody's an exception to something sometimes, but it's a good habit to get into. Ray Bradbury used to say, the only reason why he was good at writing was because he wrote 52 stories a year. And if you write a short story every week, a lot of them are going to be really bad. But at least 5 or 6 are going to be really good. So that's a little bit of bland, open-ended, you want to get into writing homebrew or writing in general feedback. Helpful? Who knows? Applicable? Who knows? Ice cream? Who knows? Chocolate, of course. You love Ray Bradbury? Yeah, he's one of the best. One of my favorite writers of all time. If you ever want to feel inspired about writing or creating, you should watch literally any of his speeches that you can find on YouTube. There's a bunch of him like doing speeches at colleges and things like that. And it's some of the most inspirational stuff about writing you've ever seen this side of the Mississippi. His writing is great. His speeches are almost as good as his writing. I prefer Ray Bradbury to Vonnegut, both in writing and in speeches. But he's more jolly. Vonnegut's a little bit more haggard. Like, I feel like Vonnegut's going to be like smoking a cigarette and walking like he just stepped on a tack. And Ray Bradbury's going to be drinking hot chocolate, looking like he just got off of playing Santa Claus. You know? All right, let's do another spin of the wheel, shall we? Okay, let's do a little check-in. How do we feel about the new system? About not having a member night and a open night, we just switch back and forth between the wheels. I feel good about it. I'm enjoying it so far. It's not that much extra work to navigate and manage. It's making me feel like I don't have to think about back-end stuff that much in terms of worrying about people that are like subs, members, patrons, feeling like they're getting something out of it. I feel good with it. It's fine. Good. All right. As long as nobody's like, fuck this system. Because if they were, I'd be like, why? Bagadu 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 bagadu. Dravard. What you got for us today? Fuck this system. Okay. Oh, interesting. Dravard says their goal was the basic outline for subclass. I don't know what that means. Does that mean you have not made the subclass yet? That might be what that means. All right, let me load it. Let me grab it. Oh, that's a bummer. Dravard, you did not give us access to the document. So, whenever you want to send in Homebrew, you have to make it publicly available, whether you're making it on D&D Beyond or Google Docs. And I believe it's listed 3 different places on the submission form, including instructions for how you can check. But as always, we are not here to reprimand those for making this specific mistake. There are so many mistakes that we make and so much reprimanding that we do on this channel. This is not a mistake that we need to reprimand for. This is a stumble. we can stand up. So Dravard, here's what I'm going to say. I say to you what I say to absolutely anybody when they make this mistake. I am going to take your name off the wheel. If you see this before stream ends, and you actively change your link so that it's publicly available, I will put you back on the wheel. But for now, my dear sweet prince, the stars are on your side, and we mourn with you the loss of this moment and this potential to look at your homebrew. And we pray to the great darkness that we may find that chance again. If not in this stream, then the next. All right, let's give Dravard a sad round of applause. Sad round of applause. Good luck out there, buddy. We hope you find your peace. We hope you find your peace. All right, anyway, that's not off the wheel anymore. Let's see, do you get anybody new? Anybody new? Anybody new? Anybody new? No, all right, we try again. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Ooh, the Lion of Komar. You know, I have spent a little bit of time with lions years ago. They're weirdly different than you'd think. All right, Lion of Kamar. Where are you in the chat? Right here you are. Let's see what Lion said. Lion's goal, excuse me. Lion's goal was to say, I wanted to make a mundane item to make using spell scrolls feel a bit more convenient. And then that spun off into magical variants. Are spell scrolls inconvenient to use? I'm so curious. Ooh, I like that you made your... Did you make your own art? No, okay, that's fine. Still like it, though. This is a bunch of different things. So, for better or worse, you sent in 3 different things. We'll read one of them. If you're in chat right now, tell me which one you want me to read. Otherwise, I'm going to read the Scroll Slinger's Bracer. Uh-oh. Are we getting fucking Christmas music? No. We are close to Christmas music, though, guys. I don't want any Christmas music. These were originally created as a more elegant solution for mages, finding they had trouble having their spell scrolls on hand when they needed them. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see what this does. 75 gold. The container on this bracer can pin a stack of scrolls in place so that the top one is readable without needing to use your hands. Once the spell is cast from the top scroll, turns to dust, revealing the scroll below it. When the leather flap is closed, it provides the scroll some protection from the elements. You don't really need to give scrolls protection from the elements. There's usually like an implication that they're on like that powerful magic paper, which is why they're so expensive to make. Like, you don't need this. Your spell book doesn't need protection from the elements. I don't think this needs that either. Maybe that's not true. But that's sort of where my head goes. Takes 1 object interaction to add a held scroll to the bracer. The non-magical Scroll Slinger's Bracer has a capacity of 3. Okay, so there is one really important thing that's missing here, but other than that, it's kind of fine. I think it's just overly wordy. What's missing? What's missing? There's a really important thing missing here. I'll give you a clue. It has to do with the mechanics. I use Epidemic Sounds for music, and I do a combination of playlists that I've made and sort of like playlists that it makes based off of songs. So, for example, the playlist that we're on now is not one I made. It's just one that's based off of a song that I liked that played on stream earlier today. So there's an element of randomness to it, which is why I'm like, why is Christmas songs here? Action economy, kind of. Pinky Mouse nailed it. So what is this doing? What does this thing actually do? You say that it stores the scrolls in place so that the top one is readable without needing to use your hands. So you're telling us what this thing does, but you're not giving us specific mechanics. So what is really important to get in here, which you need, is that when you cast a spell from the spell scroller's bracers, you do not need to do any somatic components. That's what that means. You don't need to use your hands means that you do not need to pay attention to somatic components. If it means more than that specifically, get all of the language needed for it in here very mechanically clear. Because right now it's a lot of implication. So you could also say you don't need to have any free hands and you don't need to require any somatic components. You could say that if that is what you mean, but you need to get that language in there specifically. I also think that it's probably fine. This is not criticism of the piece, but I do feel like this is sort of a nothing burger for most D&D games. Not because I don't think it works as a concept, but because I think unless you specifically say the no somatic components, nobody really pays attention. Like, I can't think of any very rarely is somebody gonna be like, actually you can't use a spell scroll because you're holding your loot. Like, I can't think of any situations where people do that. Like, I think most players and dungeon masters spend a little bit less time focusing on those nitty gritty. Maybe that doesn't matter because maybe you're like, I don't care. I do spend time on it. So maybe it's fine. But I think that this really doesn't have that big of an impact on the game. Not for any reason that is your fault. But I do think it's worth thinking about, which is why I think you want to get the specific mechanics in there, just to help crystallize what the point of this is for people that might not be paying that close attention to the rules of spell scrolls and the way they're running the game. This is really only useful if the spellcaster is bound. I would argue it's not necessarily useful if the spellcaster is bound if it's closed. Like, you still need to be able to open it and, like, tear the spell, read the spell. So, but yes and no, yes and no, yes and no. A non-magical item probably shouldn't have a capacity based on spell level. I don't know if that's the end of the world. It's weird. I would argue that realistically, this probably... If I were the designer here, I would probably just ignore everything before uncommon and just make it an uncommon magic item. I'm not going to read all of these, but I will tell you that I feel like increasing the capacity is another nothing burger. Who the fuck is carrying around 20 levels of spell scroll? Like, you know what I mean? And if they are carrying around 20 levels of spell scroll, they're not using uncommon magic items anymore that much. So I think it's a neat idea. I like it. Next time, if you send me a thing that has 6 items on it, tell me which one specifically you want me to look at. I looked at this thing, and then I looked at these one, and I basically looked at this one between those two. And I would say you need a little bit more mechanics here to make this feel like it's a thing. Every Baldur's Gate 3 player? Well, we all know that the absolute best way to design something for D&D is to base it off of the gameplay mentality of Baldur's Gate 3, because Baldur's Gate 3 is so similar to D&D when it comes to item usage and resources. I don't really have more to say. Thank you, Lion of Komare. I think it's a pretty simple item. I think it's probably pretty cool. I think more than anything else, you're fighting with the fact that people don't really pay that much attention to spell scroll mechanics a little bit more. Thank you very much for sharing. I just want to say it's a fun idea. I like it. Like, I like the idea of like having like a speed spell thing like on your arm. I think the flavor of it is cool. Like, I could see a dungeon master having a player start with this if they were like a battle wizard, you know? It seems like something that you would have, like, if you were used to casting spells in, like, fraught situations, because I don't have time to open the spells card. No, it's like, I'm fucking going. You know what I mean? So, very cool, fun flavor. Clarify the mechanics a little bit. Yeah. It's fun if the spell scrolls rolled on the arm like a Rolodex. That certainly adds to it. We're not going to pretend it doesn't. It's an item that makes sense in the base assumption of the rules of the make. For sure, for sure, for sure. And the concept is cool. But I think that, like, that's why I'm saying clarify the things that you're getting that are unique here, because what that does is, even if people aren't using the base assumptions of the rules, it kind of subtly reminds them of those base rules by showing that this is unique. You know, if you say, when you use this item, you don't need any hands free to use a spell scroll, what that tells the reader is, oh, normally I need a hand free to use a spell scroll. And the more specific you can get in terms of what we're getting mechanically out of it, the more it can kind of almost work as like a reverse engineered reference for the rules, so that we understand what its intended purpose is. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Oh, very good on Eldritch Knights. Very good on Eldritch Knights. Any new members for the member wheel? Let's see. Nope. With the symbols being burnt off upon using scroll usage. What? I missed the beginning of that sentence. Oh, I see. Oh, you're just having a chat with each other now. All right. I love it. Sorry. I'll stop interrupting. I apologize. I'm not here to get anybody in any trouble. Maybe you can load it with a certain amount of spells per day. The way that was written is it could have a certain amount at a time, which I think is a reasonable way to do it if you're not trying to overthink the balance. Like, you don't care about it being a little bit unusual. I think that's a simple solution. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Ooh, Felstar DM. I believe this is the first piece of homebrew I've ever seen of yours, Felstar. Let's see. I wanted something different from the swath of arcane half-casters. Oh, we're just talking about Eldritch Knight. I set to make something that required attention to resources and had potential for in case of emergency break glass moments. Ooh, I would push back to you and I would say, I think that both of those things already are, well, we'll see what you did here. This doesn't have the resources to throw around its big spells all the time, but can make a big tide turning moment with them. It utilizes its lower end abilities as they scale. I've been through some playtesting, would love some outside criticism. All right, I'm gonna try not to make too many assumptions, but I want to. A lot of stuff you said, I feel like is little red flags to me. I'm hesitant about baking in a spellcasting feature that then has like separate elements to it. Is this a whole class? Okay, fell. Just so you know, when I review a class, I don't look at the whole class. I look at the first 2 levels. Most likely, first 2 levels. In some circumstances, I just look at the first level. I will briefly explain my reasoning for this. If I want to review a whole class, it's going to take a really long time. If there's a higher level feature you want me to check, I can't really review it if I don't have an understanding of the whole class, so I kind of would need to review the whole class first anyway. I don't really need to have an understanding of the class to review the first and second level features. The first thing is that we shouldn't get a fighting style at level 1. That's the first thing. The only thing fighters really get at level 1 is a fighting style. It is what makes them special and unique. You'll notice that rangers don't get a fighting style at level 1. You'll notice that paladins don't get a fighting style at level 1. That is intentional. So I would drop the fighting style at level 1 immediately, and I would give it at level 2. And I would make one of these reasonable to get at level 1. We use a D8. We're proficient in all armor types, all weapon types. Charisma and con. Pretty open-ended weapons. Oh, this is a long fucking feature. All right, let's see what this does. Do we know anything about it other than it's a D6? No. You've learned to draw on both divine and arcane magic by embracing the good and evil side of all things. It's represented by your Concord die, which are D6. You have a number of Umbra die and a number of Lux die equal to your level as a Dusk. Okay. First things first. If you are going to give us a resource that is a part of the Concord die, give it a column up here, or it's going to be confusing. What's the name? Fucking not clerics. Monks have a resource equal to their level. It's still shown here. We now are dealing with. Think about how confusing this is going to be if it's not written down. You are introducing. This sentence introduces like 4 different concepts. This is way too much to keep track of without giving us columns for this. Honestly, I want to even say I don't think we should have two different dice pools. Immediately, I'm like, that probably is a bad idea. When do they come back? They come back when you finish a long rest. Okay. When you do an art, you shift the balance and gain a die of the opposite Concord type. Oh, this is not good, my guy. This is already, I think, a little bit frustrating in its confusion. For example, if you use shadow bind art, don't explain something. Don't use an example that we don't know what it is yet. I have no idea what this is. This is the first time you're using this word. It's not a good idea to have the example of the thing you're giving something that is unclear. So if I use this thing that I don't know what it is, I gain 1 Lux die, regardless of what rank you cast it at. Yeah, so this, like, you have not mentioned rank yet. You haven't mentioned Shadowbind. This is really confusing. This is really, really confusing before we've even started. So I think that I'm not going to be able to tell you super clearly whether or not this system works, but I can tell you this is a bad explanation of this system. It is tedious and overbloated and not good. The die gets bigger for the sake of counterspell, whatever. These can be... So... How do these work for counterspell? What spell level are they? Counterspell works really differently depending on what level the spell is. You have no reference guide for that here. So, you can't really just equate these to spells if you're going to ignore the spell system. Because there's a lot of things that have to do with the levels of spells when you're interacting with spells. And that's just not explained here. You regain half your die when you finish a short rest. You told us up here that we get our die back at a long rest. Why are you repeating when we get our die back down here, but then also changing it? That's not good, man. If I see when we get our die back here, I shouldn't see it again differently here. So we actually have quite a bit more die than I initially thought. Charisma is your spellcasting. Okay. But Arcane Recovery is a separate feature. The Tigertron! Thank you for the raid. Love to have you. So, Pinky brings up a good point. If this feature functions like Arcane Recovery, why did you not take note of the way that Arcane Recovery sits within spellcasting? Or rather, I'm not going to ask why you didn't do that. That's not a kind question to ask. I apologize. I'm going to say you should be thinking about that as you move forward with it. You also you talk about the spellcasting. You're over-explaining it. As an action, you can rebalance your Concord die as long as you maintain the amount. What does that mean? That is unclear at best.
Hooray!
Jacance, thank you for the sub. That's very kind. You prepare a list of dusk arts that are available for you to use. To do so, you must choose from the arts equal to your charisma modifier. Are you in the chat? Who sent this? All right, Felstar. Here's the problem. And I don't mean this unkindly. What you're essentially doing with this block is the same level of complicated as redesigning spellcasting from the ground up. There's a lot here that I would argue this is just different versions of would be mentioned when you're explaining spellcasting. The problem that I have is that I don't think you are doing a good job of matching the clarity and the execution of explaining something as complicated as spellcasting. So, it's okay to completely do a new system if you're trying to, like, you know, break the mold. But you really, really gotta pay attention to how the order of operation of the information that's given and how clear and simple and straightforward it is. Like, you are talking about dusk arts and shadow arts, and we don't know what any of that means. Literally, we have zero. You're using a great deal of vocabulary and that we don't have reference to yet. And you're explaining new features and how features are different all inside of itself. So, like, I'll read a little bit more, but I'm telling you right now, the most important feedback I have for you is if you want to build a completely new alternative to spellcasting, you really got to think about it like an instruction manual and really make it clear, because this is not easy to read. This is like, especially if you're building a new class, you really don't want the people that are reading your new class to be looking at the first feature and thinking, what? And that's kind of what's happening right now. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if it could be done as a subclass, because my biggest concern is I don't understand what this is supposed to be and how it's supposed to feel different. Like, I don't understand the point of it. Because it seems like we have two different resource pools where we have a number of points equal to our level, and maybe they can be used to do different things, but, like, I have no idea how, I have no idea why, and then there's, like, ways that you can balance them, and I have no idea how, or, like, I just don't understand what the point is. So, like, why do we not just use key points? I really don't understand. And if I don't understand, like, I don't understand, more than I don't understand, I appreciate that we haven't looked at, like, if you didn't know what spellcasting spells were, you wouldn't understand how spellcasting works. I get that. But I don't need to know how spells cast to understand how leveled spells make sense logically. Like, I do not need to read any spell features. I don't need to read any spell to understand the concept of you can use cantrips an infinite number of times. You have a certain number of spell slots, and the higher level spell slot you use, the more powerful the spell is. That is very easy to understand. I don't need to, I really don't need to know anything about spells to make that make sense to me. I feel like I don't understand any aspect of why you made any of these choices. Like, there is nothing built logically or inherently into this system in the way it's being explained. So it sort of sits in this place where, like, if you are going to be building your own spellcasting kind of system, it either needs to be logical enough that I don't need to understand the literal spells to understand why it is doing what it's doing, or it's got to be simpler. Does that make sense? Like, I shouldn't get to the end of this and not understand why I'm balancing my things, or like what the die increasing means, or you talk about wanting to use them as like the potential of using like burst potential. I see nothing about that baked into the explanation here literally at all. And to be quite honest, the thing that this is most closely resembles is not warlock, excuse me, is monk key points. So if I was looking at this, excuse me, if I was looking at this, I would not in a million years assume that the goal was you having burst potential. I would assume it was like sorcery points or key points, neither of which has any design goal towards burst potential, and both of which are literally almost the same as this. So that's going to be my main feedback here. Again, we shouldn't get a fighting style at level 1. That's fighter's thing. Don't do that. At second level, when your Concord is perfectly balanced, it allows you to cast magic at an accelerated rate. When your number of Umbra and Lux dice are the same, you really don't repeat yourself like this, especially when you're building something new. Just start here. And right before you cast an art that has been a casting time of 1 action, you can expend an additional of each dice to change the casting to a bonus action. And that is called a burst casting. You cannot burst cast from other classes. Again, I don't understand what this is doing. Burst casting what? There's no list of known arts anywhere? Or if there is, I missed it? So what are we talking about here? What do you mean I can burst cast an art? What does that even mean? Like, what am I casting? This is just confusing. So this feels like, if I was going to translate this, if I was going to say what this says clearly, this is what I was going to say. When your 2 resource pools are the same, you can remove 1 from both resource pools to do an unknown thing a little bit faster. All right. So yeah, I mean, they're listed at the end. All right. I'm going to look at a couple. All right. We're going to stop looking at the subclass. We're going to look at 1 or 2 of these. So maybe if I look at one of these, I'll understand what they're supposed to feel like. Because right now it is genuinely, I don't understand the point of this. Okay, Dusk Arts, Blast. We're not going to read one that's 3 pages long. We're going to read one that says Umbra. It's an action. You create a bubble of pure, complete silence. Till the end of your next turn, no sound can be created within or passed through a 20-foot radius sphere. Any creature or object that's in the sphere is immune to thunder damage. Creatures that are definitely... Okay, so for 1 resource point, we can make an area of 20-foot radius sphere of quiet. We'll look at one more, and this is a Lux one. It's a bonus action. You coat your weapon in blue-white ghost flame. You regain hit points equal to 50% of the damage you deal this round. Cool. So here's what I'm going to say. This system that you're creating, it might work. It might work. I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm saying it might work. I see two big issues right now. And they are big. Capital B. The first issue is, why are our Umbra / Lux dice? Look at the first 2 features I picked literally have nothing to do with dice rolls. So it seems like it's pretty important that they're dice. That adds a whole other level of complicated to the way you describe it. If they don't need to be dice, don't make them dice, and that initial feature is going to be a lot easier to explain. I shouldn't see the first 2 features that I look at that we expend our dice for shouldn't be non-dice features. Maybe other ones do use dice. Great. Who the fuck cares? It doesn't matter. You can just use a resource and you can bake the dice into the feature. That's how spells work, for example. Second issue and this is maybe a little bit of a bigger one, and I mean this one kindly, I mean this one politely, and I mean this one from a place of tenderness and a place of warmth. When I look at this feature, and I look at this feature, to me, I am worried that you do not have a great understanding yet of power balance in D&D. The ability to spend the equivalent of 1 key point to make it so you regain hit points equal to 50% of the damage you do for a whole round is broken and is way, way too overpowerful. Way too powerful. So if the second feature that I looked at that costs 1 point is too powerful, I'm worried that that is probably going to be a reoccurring issue. Why is this overpowered? Well, let's think about what these points are supposed to be. It's the equivalent power of a key point or a sorcery point, or alternatively, maybe it's the power of a first level spell. Okay? If a monk got the ability to spend 1 key point to regain hit points equal to half the damage it dealt in a round, would that be balanced? I would say no. I would say no, especially because we would be getting this feature at level 1 or level 2. So that means that if I was a fighter, let's say I'm a level 5 fighter, if I take 1 level of this, I now have the ability to action surge and just heal to full. It doesn't matter if it gets extra attack or not. It is already unbalanced. That's why, I mean, we don't need to even look further. Like, if one of the first features we get at the lowest level already kind of fundamentally breaks the game, to me that means we don't need to worry about literally anything else yet. So, Felstar, my biggest feedback to you is I think you are dramatically... It doesn't matter. I'll also say this. Even if you weren't thinking of multi-classing, I would not put a feature like this on a core class, especially one that gets extra attack and inevitably probably ways to do more damage. This is just too powerful. It's just too much, man. Look at other situations where healing happens in D&D. And I would say look at how much those resources cost, how limited those powers are, and how much they take up in terms of what something gets. We were talking about the Celestial Warlock earlier today. They get a bunch of healing. That is the Celestial Warlock's whole first level feature. That is their whole fucking subclass. And they get other things. They get some shitty, they get them cast Light and Sacred Flame, but they're never going to do that. Their 6th level feature is also pretty bad. Like, it takes up a lot of power, giving that Warlock subclass that ability. The fact that you can just insta-heal yourself based on how much damage you do is insane. It's insane. So, if I were you, I would probably think about how powerful you want these features to be if you're using a similar resource system to key points when compared to something like key points. I'm the Schwa gives another good example. Vampiric Touch is limited to 3d6 damage. That is bad. Or 3d6 healing or whatever. It's still bad. That's a 3rd level spell. Characters don't get access to that spell until 5th level. You know? So if I were you, I'm a little concerned about this whole new system with the potential power bustedness. I'm not saying don't do the system, but I'm saying my main feedback comes in 2 forms. 1, I genuinely think you need to not rethink your resource system from the ground up, but rethink why you're using it and how to make it not frustrating and confusing to read. That's probably the most important thing. And then beyond that, have a real honest conversation with yourself and say, is this actually balanced compared to a Warlock? Is this actually balanced compared to a monk? Is this actually balanced compared to a fighter? Is this actually balanced compared to a ranger? Because I would say right now, I don't need to look at anything else to say no, it's not. So there's nothing wrong with trying to build a class from scratch, but to me, this speaks to, and I'm not sure if you've built other subclasses before, I'm not sure how familiar with game design you are. This is really well formatted. It looks really nice on the page, like the layout is really good, so I'm going to assume you've written at least a little bit of Homebrew before, but I would maybe try to build a subclass that uses this system before I built a class that uses it. Or if you're really convinced you want to build a class that use it, you just have to acknowledge that you are in hard mode. Because yeah, man, I looked at 3 features and all of them felt overcomplicated, poorly explained, and overpowered. And if that's how I feel about all 3 of the features, although these aren't poorly explained, I take that back. But like, if that's how I feel about all of the features so far, that doesn't bode well, I think, for it, because classes just get more complicated and just get bigger and more amped up. So it's not a bad idea, but let me rephrase that. This is also maybe important feedback. I don't know if this class is a good idea or a bad idea, because after looking at everything we get at first level and a couple different forms that we get with our resource, I have no idea what this class is supposed to feel like. It really doesn't feel like something unique. So that might be an important piece of feedback too. Yeah. Classes are hard to make. I'm not going to look at any more features. We've talked about this thing long enough, and honestly, it needs enough work that I don't think it will be super relevant to look at anything else. Anyway, thank you very, very much for sharing, our dear Fellstar. Let us give them a round of applause. Remember, everything that if you're going to build a new system, build it with intention. It's cool to build a new system and be like, this is fun and this is cool, but there should be a logic behind it that exists not just from a flavor perspective, but from a mechanics perspective. And that logic needs to be more than this expresses the flavor. The logic also needs to be this is easy to use. These games are designed for pen and paper. Like there's a reason why any class that has multiple resources, those resources are simple and they do not stomp on top of each other or twist in that many ways. Like they are bare bones simple. So I would twist down into simplicity a little bit more. Also to make sure that like you're actually making features that feel like they are expressing the feeling mechanically that you want to express. All right, let's give Fellstar a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah, it has 3 resources instead of 1 is a big, that's a big concern, I think. I think the resource system might need a tiny bit of rethinking or make it or expressing it in a way that is much easier to understand. All right, thank you very much, buddy. Any new submissions? Let's check. Excuse me. Wild Shape is awful, but it's not that hard to understand. It's just a lot of words to read. It's not actually that complicated once you read it. It's just annoying because it's a lot of words on the page. What time is it? All right. Bagadu 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 bagadu. You can't find the sub wheel link. It's in the Discord. If you go to the Discord, go to the member submission section. It's there. Dice Admiral is next. What you got for us tonight, Dice? Trying to make a brew that works equally well as a feat or an item. Why? Why is that your goal? What an odd goal. I feel like that is just limiting yourself both in terms of making an item and in making a feat. That's okay. Internal gyroscope. All right, somebody time out the Malice for being a fucking idiot. Malice, you know what's going to happen when you put something through Chat GPT? It's going to make you better at being really bad at writing. I'm going to time you out for 10 minutes so you learn your lesson and stop being dumb. Why? Why? Because when you use AI, do you know what you're deciding to do? You're deciding, I'm not going to learn how to write. I'm just going to trust this thing is going to do it right. And you know what's going to happen? It's going to do it wrong a lot of the time, and you're not going to notice, and you're never going to grow. That's why. So you can come back. You can come back soon. You can come back soon. Stop, but yeah, no, I'm not a fan of suggesting AI stuff. That's not the move. I shouldn't have timed you out. I feel bad. I can fix it. But yeah, if you let me rephrase that. If you make that suggestion again, I'll melt your house. I don't know how to untime you out. Let's see if I can do it. How do I do it? I don't know how. Do I have any mods in the chat? Somebody untime out that guy. Who's here? Who mods are here? One of you. Fix it. All right. Let's take a look at this internal gyroscope. Yeah, there's no reason to use AI. It's just bad. It's just bad. Makes your writing bad, makes you dumb, and makes you a thief. And morally bankrupt. I didn't ban him, I just timed him out. I don't ban people that often. Here, who's... here, one of you do it for me. Who wants to become a mod? Pixie, I'm modding you. You have to unban? Alright, who said that again? What was their name? I don't fucking remember. Alright, we're not going to worry about it. They'll be back in 10. The malicious compliance? That's ironic. The malice... Okay, the malice conspiracy. I got it. Let's see if they're going to be an idiot when they come back. Here's the game we're going to play. I've removed the timeout on the malice conspiracy. If they come back whiny and in a bad mood, we ban them. If they come back being like, oh shit, you're right, I should never write with AI because it makes me a worse writer, then we'll move on. Now, let's take a look at the internal gyroscope. I don't think you should ever write with AI. The only time you write with AI, ironically, is if you're doing malicious compliance, I think. Okay. Let's see. Internal gyroscope. It's a rare item or feat. Requires construct creature type. There is no construct creature type in D&D. You are hard to knock over and harder to keep down. You have advantage on saving throws against effects that would give you the prone condition. At the start of your turn, if you are prone, you can spend 5 feet of movement to stand up. This is already in a feat dice. Like this is already... The athlete feat literally gives us this feature. Or the mobile feat, one of them do. So I don't think you should give us a feat/magic item where one of the features is just a feature of another thing that already exists, like straight up. The advantage of you having advantage on the idea of you having advantage on saving throws against things that would knock you prone is cool and fine, but I don't think this is a feat. I think this is maybe a magic item and certainly not a feat. Construct is not a creature type that players get access to. There is no player character options to be a construct. Even being a Warforged, you don't count as a construct. Maybe Autonome, maybe counts as a construct, but I don't think it does. So Dice, I feel like it's fine but also you're not paying attention to a lot of like fundamental game rules here. Specifically how construct isn't a creature type that players have access to, and half of what this thing does is already something that happens in other places. So I think that if you want it to exist as a feat, it needs to be more unique. And if you want it to exist as a magic item, it's probably fine. I don't think it's even really good as a magic item. It's pretty weak, but it's fine. Like, I mean, maybe it's rare, but it's a weak rare if it's rare. If I were you, I would probably get rid of this second feature, give it something else, and maybe even a third thing. And those are my thoughts. It's honestly just, and honestly, it's just a feat as a magic item, kinda. Yeah, I don't really have more thoughts than that. It's pretty simple, doesn't have a lot going on. Autonomes are constructs, cool. Okay, so there is one player option, but like, why give us the work? Why make chat do that work? You know, why not just say only autonomes can use this? Or if you want Warforged to be able to use that, just say only usable by Warforged and autonomes. Because it's just, don't make us look stuff up, you know? So those are my thoughts, Dice. It's a little, I would say, I mean, and I mean this with love, it feels a little half-baked. That's how it feels right now. It feels a little half-baked. So I think if you want to bake it a little bit more, get rid of the feature that we don't, get rid of the thing that we already have somewhere else, and give us 2 more features. And I think it could work well. You like the idea of an internal gyroscope, though? Yeah, I think it's the flavor's fun. I just think there's a lot of little bits and pieces missing from the actual build. But yeah, this needs a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of powering up. Those are all my thoughts, Dice. No more. Let us give Dice a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. It is much appreciated. You sharing your brew. You brew sharer. You brew haha. You brewtastic. Glory unto you and glory unto the brew. That was a gross burp, I'm sorry. Okie dokie. Oh shit. Did I close something important? No, I did not. Okay. You would turn into a creature feature? I mean, it could be a like a species specific feat. I could see that working. Yeah, I could see that working. Okay. Languish! To the wheel you are added. I'm glad you figured it out, my guy. Knock, knock. Who's there? Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Homebrew, I hardly know brew. Yeah. Oh, God. You guys are both the best and the worst, and I love you and I hate you. Is it Askew or is it Milky? Oh, it's Askew! What do you have for us today, my friend? Let's see. This is a piece I made for a one-shot for a Musketeer Dex Warrior where I gave all my players powerful items. The point, blah, blah, blah. The point was to give him a good weapon that could help him deal a lot of damage with his offhand gun or give him the chance. This is so rambly. Let's go. What are we trying? What are we doing here? Comma from the Discord helped me ton with phrasing. Cool. After you translated it. I would like your input on its power level and if it could be interesting for other games. I'm a new DM and I'm unaware of some interactions. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what we built. This is the Rapier of Paralysis. Paralysis is a scary thing to do in D&D. It's quite powerful. When you paralyze a creature, it makes attacks automatic criticals, and automatic critting is a little bit broken in D&D. Very rarely do you want to do something that automatically crits. All right, let's see what this does. It's a Rapier, very rare. When you hit a creature with this weapon, they gain an instance of soul wounded. If you land a crit, they gain 2 instances. Can they have more than 1 instance? Yes, that's not good. You don't want to have to... So, why is it not good to have to stack stuff every time you hit a creature? Well, the main reason is D&D is not a video game. So the more instances of things happening, the more things you have to keep track of. So I would strongly advise against, you can now have stacking things on creatures. Like, how long do they last? Maybe it would be okay to do stacking things if they end after a round, but the idea that they last more than a round is a big issue, because you end up in this position where, as a player, like, okay, I think that goblin has 2, this goblin has 1, that guy has 3, and like it is a tedious amount of things to keep track of. Very tedious. So I would push against that. Whenever a creature has 3 or more instances of soul wounded and an attack is made against them, you can use your reaction to remove all instances of soul wounded and grant advantage on the incoming attack. Okay, so I don't know if you're still in the chat, SQ, but this is a really good example of something that I think is important when we are doing game design. First of all, there's no paralysis. Why is it called that? But okay, so I just want to let's talk about what this item. Let's talk about what this item does. So let me read what I understand from this feature. If you hit a creature at least 3 times, and then that creature makes an attack, you can use your reaction to remove 3 charges to make it so that attack has advantage. Let me rephrase that. But basically that's what it is, right? You can go through this whole system, and what is at the end of this system? The end of this system is you use your reaction to give a creature advantage on an attack roll. That's the only thing that's happening. This is a very, very complicated path to get to the you give someone advantage on an attack. And I would say to you, does this path of needing to hit a creature 3 times and then someone else make an attack against that creature, does that make this feel more fun? I don't think you need to do that. So I'm going to read the rest of this, but my bet, and I'm making this bet against myself, my bet against myself is that I bet you could remove this whole mechanic of creatures getting charges to activate something, and instead just make this an item where the item has a set number of charges that you, as the player that's using it, can expend to do a thing. That's what I'm going to bet, because wouldn't this whole thing be so much smoother if it was, when a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll, you can use a charge to let that creature roll with advantage. Literally will feel exactly the same. Much simpler to get to. You know what I mean? If the attack hits, it becomes an automatic crit. I don't like items that do this. I think this is a bad idea. I think it's a bad idea because it's very easy to misbalance encounters with features like this. Also, it kind of steps on the toes of a couple class features. Specifically the Assassin Rogue. I know we don't love the Assassin Rogue, but that doesn't mean we should make a magic item that just is better than one of their core class features. So I don't think it should auto-crit. A creature with a legendary resistance can expend a use of it to prevent the effects and remove all instances. This feels unnecessary. Yeah, oh, that's the only thing this item does? Oh, it has something else. If you hit a creature with a weapon and deal damage to the creature, you have advantage on your next attack roll against the creature before the end of the turn. That has nothing to do with this resource system. Who sent this in, my darling? Which darling of you sent this in? SQ. SQ! SQ, my dear sweet. Why do you feel the need to have such a tedious resource system when what it does is so simple? Oh, this is just from other things. Okay, cool. Why? This system doesn't need to be this complicated, my guy. So you should never have a resource system that is more complicated than the goal of the resource system. Yeah, it's really underwhelming for what it does. And it's actually not underwhelming, Poke9er. It's not. It's really not. Like, if we didn't look at the beginning of this feature, if we literally let me rephrase this item for you, okay? Because I actually don't think it's underwhelming. When a creature within 30 feet of you makes a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to give that creature advantage on the attack roll. If that attack roll hits, that creature gets to deal a bunch of extra damage. I don't think that's underwhelming. I think that's really good. But it does feel underwhelming, doesn't it? Like, it feels really underwhelming. Why does it feel so underwhelming? The reason it feels so underwhelming is because when we as readers and as players see a system where we are stacking like charges on people and we're expending specific amounts to do specific things, that tells us we are going to be doing something fairly complicated. That tells us that this system is going to give us a bunch of options. But then it doesn't. So, by introducing this complicated system and then giving this fairly simple mechanic, it makes the mechanic feel lackluster, even though it's really not. So, if I was going to try to make this weapon work, here's the changes that I would do. First of all, it's not a very rare item. It's probably closer to rare. I would make it a rare item. I would make it a +1 Rapier, not just a blank slate. I would give it 3 charges, maybe 4. And I would basically keep the mechanic the same. When a creature within 30 feet of you makes a weapon attack, you can expend a charge to let that creature roll with advantage. And then I would make it so if that attack hits, instead of it automatically critting, which I think is jank, what does critting do? What is the goal of critting? The goal of critting is more damage. So I would just say, if that attack hits, it deals an extra 2d6 damage. It deals an extra 2d10 damage. I would probably keep it 2d6. 2d6, maybe 3d6. And then I think it'll work really well. But whenever we're making magic items, whenever we're making anything for D&D, it is really important to think about what is happening at that end goal. And does that end goal feel good? And does the journey to that end goal feel good? So those are my main thoughts. I think that there's a fine, simple item in here, but it's kind of hidden under the tedium of this mechanic. Also, why is it called the Rapier of Paralysis? Maybe my guess is it was based off of some other item and you forgot to change the name, but I'm really not sure. Anyway, I don't really have more thoughts, my dear SQ. I hope that's helpful. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing. We do appreciate it very much. We do appreciate it very much. Guys, I am loving this new system. I feel like it's helping my brain keep steady too. I feel like I've been a calmer, gentler Cinder this stream, which I think is a goal that I have for myself. I know you guys like the blunt, because you're a bunch of fucking potheads. Hey! But, yeah, I think this has been good. Yeah, so rule. Okay, so before we do anything else, I just want to clarify a couple things. This is going to be the system moving forward, I think. What does that mean? That means next week. And by the way, if you don't know my schedule, I usually post it on Sunday on YouTube, but I also keep it on my Discord. Or Saturday or Sunday, I post it on YouTube, and I post it in my Discord. So the schedule for next week, in case anybody's curious, we are going to be running homebrew review streams very similar to this one in style and structure on Monday. Not Monday. Fuck me. On Sunday and on Tuesday. Okay? Sunday and Tuesday of next week are going to be very similar to this. And then on Thursday of next week, we are going to be doing... On Thursday of next week, we are going to be doing a themed homebrew night, which means that I am going to have a very specific prompt, and I will also share that prompt on Sunday, so you can start thinking about it. And on Thursday, we are going to be looking at not any homebrew. We're going to be looking at homebrew with the specific prompt. I think we're going to be doing probably build a species, a player species inspired by a D&D monster or by a monster, because I saw a lot of people excited about that idea. I asked for suggestions in the Discord. I will continue to ask for suggestions in the Discord as we go on doing this. In the past, we've done things like build a subclass based on Super Smash Brothers. So that's going to be Thursday. I don't know the theme exactly yet. If you're like, I want to know what it's going to be, stay tuned. Check my community tab on YouTube. Check my announcements or homebrew tabs in Discord. And, you know, if you've missed the boat on it, this is going to be a weekly thing moving forward, okay? I'm trying to get into more habit and routine with these streams. I don't know if we're going to be streaming the same day every day. The goal is to stream every Sunday and ideally 2 other days of the week. And I think Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday is my ideal. So that's what we're doing next week. Does that sound good, everybody? How did you want us to contact you if you want to be mods? Just shoot me a message in the Discord and tell me if you want to be a mod on YouTube or Twitch. You can just DM me. I will respond to all the polite ones. I won't necessarily take you all on mods. I will probably ask you a couple questions. Most of the people that I have as mods, I like to at least get on a voice call for like at least 5 minutes to make sure that like they understand the goals here. So we'll do that realistically. I did a form before. Maybe we'll do a form again. Maybe we'll just ask. Ice cream, chocolate, 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 ice cream, chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. You guys know that song? It's classic. Stoned homebrew review when? I don't think a stoned homebrew review is going to be helpful. Here's what's going to happen. We could talk about this. Which wheel did we just do? I forget. I can check this way. We just did the big one. No, we just did the little one. Big one. Here's the problem with doing stoned homebrew review. If I am stoned enough for you to notice, I'm worried I won't actually be able to give any feedback, and it won't be anything. It'll just be gobbledygook. That's why I don't know if I want to do stoned homebrew review. I don't think you'll notice. I think because you don't get crazy. I don't know. How many of y'all smoke weed? Like, you don't get that crazy when you're high. You're just kind of like, it's just a little bit more like this. Like, I just think it would just be boring stream. It would be low energy me. It would be, let's watch the CinderBlocksally show, except he's going to be super low energy and he's going to miss a lot of details. You know what I mean? I don't think Patrick has smoked weed in like 10 years. I don't want the first time he smokes weed again to be in public. That man needs to recalibrate if he's gonna start smoking weed. If he's gonna start smoking weed again, that guy needs to recalibrate his pumps. I would do a stoned painting stream. I need to figure... I have an iPad that I like to do art with. I just don't know how to connect to the screen of it to my PC. Stoned painting stream. Again, I don't even know if you'd notice I was high. People... I don't know how familiar you guys are with intoxicants. We'll do one more, at least. I don't know how familiar you guys are with intoxicants, but weed is not like alcohol. Like, being really high doesn't look like anything. You only really notice if someone's really high if they are in an uncomfortable situation or like they have to be very physically active. Other than that, they're just fucking... I look like this half the time anyway. You know what I mean? And I think drunk you might notice, but I think drunk would be even worse. I think I would just scream at you the whole time. And probably say stuff that I shouldn't. I get very loud and boisterous when I'm intoxicated, especially when I'm drunk. And it is friendly, but I would argue confrontationally friendly. Like, if and you can ask anybody that was at Gen Con because they all saw it. If I'm really drunk, I'm very nice, and I have a sense of like a certain element of boundaries. But like, if I see you and we're friends when I'm drunk, what I want to do is grab you by the collar, slam you up against the wall, and say, we're best friends. Aspects of that are appropriate. But I think if we were talking about homebrew, that grab you by the collar and throw you up against the wall would translate into me cursing and yelling a lot. Like a lot. I just don't know. Bagadu 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 bagadu. If it's Felstar, Felstar! We already looked at a piece of yours. We spin again. Bagadu 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 bagadu. But look at that, crazy, right? Bagadu 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 bagadu. I'm telling you guys, if we did a stream where I was super high and we were writing, and if we did a stream where we were super high and we were writing homebrew, I don't think you would notice. I can't take it twice. No, I've talked about this. I talked about it on stream multiple times. I talked about it in the Discord. Talked about it in every spot. We are still doing one person getting reviewed per stream. Oh, you're joking. You're saying I can't take it twice. No, you're fine. 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 I love you. You're fine. I didn't understand that you were making a joke, and I misinterpreted it. It's getting late. Okay, I'm starting to lose my cognition. I'm starting to lose my brain. The robots are dying. Hey, speaking of the robots dying, you are funny sometimes. That was very funny. Also, I do not mind being made the fool in that circumstance. That was a perfect example of ways I like to be made the fool. I started watching this thing called Murder Drones. It's a CGI show on YouTube. I guess it was big a couple of years ago. I like it a lot. The same guys are doing this show called The Digital Circus, which is about to be on Netflix, and it's like, I watched the first 2 episodes. It was so good. Anyway, both were good. I don't know why I just thought about that. Cinder, would you ever want to collab with any other D&D creators? I literally want to collab with other D&D creators all the time, and it never happens. Nobody plays with me. So yes, King Crusher, it is desperately what I want. Glitch! Yeah, Glitch. That's the YouTube channel. Yeah, so I watched like 2 episodes of Murder Drones before I went to bed last night. I was like, I think this is pretty good. I think the Electric Circus is better, though. Even though there's only 2 episodes so far. Or the Digital Circus. I like the Digital Circus more. Like, you can tell that they've developed as, like, writers. And, like, world builders. But, yeah, the Murder Drones show is great. Okay, what do you say, Nikolai? Ooh, this is gonna be one that I'm gonna have some contentious feelings about. You're doing a bunch of stuff that I think is hard to do. We're gonna try to be upbeat as we read it, because I'm worried I see so many little red flags inside of the thing you sent me. Little red flags flags. Little red flags. All right, what little red? Like, let's read. The goal is to create a blood hunter style barbarian that sacrifices hit points to deal big damage. I'm having problems with a 14 level ability, so you could help with that. Be great. What are the red flags? Red flag 1. I fucking hate blood hunters. They are literally not a thing. There's no design to them. They are nothing. I hate them. You should not aspire to design like a blood hunter. Be better. The second thing, sacrificing hit points to do something can be okay, but it is tricky to balance, especially with a barbarian. So I am a little concerned. I am a little concerned. We got to stop dealing damage to deal damage. Exactly, Queen, my darling. Thank you. Do the wheels carry over? No. The wheel starts afresh every stream, which also means that the earlier you are on stream, the higher chances you have of getting stuff looked at. Like when we started this stream, for example, this wheel had 4 things on it, and this thing had 30-some things on it. So I can't help it. That's the game we play. Have I tried Savage Worlds? Fun fact, Savage Worlds is the first game system I ever played any ttrpg in. And it was amazing, and I loved it, and I still think very fondly of it. It was the superhero, it was like the superhero Savage Worlds game, and I didn't even really know how to make characters, and it was great. I made a ghost. I was invisible, intangible. I was invisible, intangible, and could fly. The only ways I could interact with the world was like very weak telekinesis, but I could possess people and machines. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun. For a stream, yeah, no worries. I don't mind asking. Here's what I want to say. I put a minimal amount of work to make this thing looks like there's an element of like systems that are doing stuff automatically. There is zero automation here. Quite literally, what I'm doing is off camera. I'm rechecking the Google form and then manually adding people every time. Like there's no crossover, so it's all, we just keep it simple. We just keep it simple. I don't remember what the superhero game was called, but if you look up Savage Worlds Superhero Compendium, I'm sure you will find it. Let's take a look at this Blood Curse Barbarian, and let's pray that it works. And if it doesn't work, let's pray that we have the patience to get through it. Blood-cursed barbarians use their blood as a weapon, sacrificing their vitality to brutalize their opponents. Not a bad opening sentence, although it's... Duh, is my first thought. But yeah, of course, fine. Blood curse starts when someone is so filled with hatred that their blood begins to boil. After days of suffering, the blood curse adapts to their new acidic body, slowly learning... Are they a blood curse? Okay, I don't mind this. I think if you're going to do this, if you're going to like tell a story here, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But be careful about how long it takes you to get to the ideas. And also I would say be careful about how specific you get. Because you want to remember that whoever's using this subclass is going to be they're probably going to change aspects of the flavor, and like you almost want the flavor to be more inspirational. So when you say a blood curse starts when someone is so filled with hatred that their blood begins to boil, and then after days of suffering it adapts to the new, like this is like, I would not put this in my flavor text. I would tell this to the player or talk to them about it if like I wanted it to be this specific. But I would probably say something like, you know, when a barbarian's rage grows so deep that it boils their very blood, it can take on new vitriolic powers that they can learn to wield. Like, keep it a little open-ended. Just because you want the door to be open, you know? We get some quirks. Check them out if you want. This is always a lovely thing to do. Give your players some quirks. We're going to be wrapping up sooner than later, I imagine. Hey, Cinder, I have a Homebrew Ranger class update and don't want to overload the doc with too much info for this. Is it okay if I load in 2 features for a review? Yes, it is. That being said, I would say I don't want to see them if they're late game features, because if there's any changes earlier, I need to know what those changes are before I can judge later. So if you're changing things that you get at like level 1, 2, 3, feel free to send those. Later levels, I don't want to see those if you're not showing me the earlier ones. And then I'm also going to say something else, McDesi, and I need you to understand this before we look at your homebrew. If I disagree that something needs to be reworked, like on a fundamental level, and I don't feel like your rework is doing anything interesting, it's just making it better, that's going to be my feedback. So for example, if your reworked ranger class is like, I wanted to rebuild the ranger from scratch, assuming that they were much, much more magical, except it was all very ritualistic as opposed to spell slot. Okay, I see an argument for that. But if you're like, I don't think the ranger does a good job of being a ranger, then I disagree. So it's going to be hard for me to give a lot of really helpful feedback if I feel like you're just making the ranger better in ways that it doesn't need to be better. So just think about that before you send in a rework. I mean, that's what happened with the Dragon, Drake Warden subclass we looked at earlier. It was just Drake Warden, but better. It's like, okay. All right, let's see what we get at 3rd level. Rancid Blood. Your body has adapted to your acidic blood. You gain resistance to acid damage. Fine. Additionally, you can manipulate the blood in your body to aid you offensively. Once per turn, while you're raging, you can deal extra damage equal to twice your barbarian level on a hit. This extra damage affects both you and the target. So, the idea here is that you're dealing a shit ton of extra damage, and you're taking half that damage back. That's what's happening, right? I'm dealing 6 damage, I'm taking 3 damage, because I have resistance to acid. Here's the problem. Dealing extra damage equal to twice your barbarian level is so much more powerful than taking half that damage back that, unfortunately, I think this straight up doesn't work. I think it doesn't work for a number of reasons. The biggest one being, your damage and your hit points don't equate in value this way. You dealing that much extra damage, it's just too much. It's just much too much. Underline, bold, exclamation point. The other thing about it, while it is not easy to gain immunity to a damage type, it is possible. And this class fundamentally breaks as soon as you figure out immunity to acid damage. So, I don't love that. We're getting a free Great Weapon Master at level 5. Yeah, the fact that at level 5 you can deal an extra 10 damage a turn is too much. It's just too much. So, if I were you, I think you need to rethink a lot of this subclass immediately. Because if the whole class is going to be based... Usually when you're looking at a barbarian class, the core feature we get at 3rd level is what the whole class is largely built around. And if this is the core thing at 3rd level, we are immediately in trouble because we are broken before we've started. The only reason we're getting this acid damage resistance is so that we can take half damage back. That's it. I agree. We shouldn't be getting it at 3rd level. Most barbarians at 3rd level get an offensive feature and an offensive feature and a ribbon feature. The ribbon might be a little bit utility or defense. And then at 6th level, they usually get a very impactful utility feature or defense feature. And then at 10th level, they usually get like a big fuck off, the big fuck you feature, or an improvement of their 3rd level feature. And then at 14th level, they either get a big fuck you feature or an improvement of their 3rd level feature, depending on what they got at 10th level. That's often the structure of a barbarian subclass. So I think that if I were you, I would go back to the drawing board with this idea in terms of the dealing twice your level, half your level back. I just don't think that's good. I just don't think that works. Does that mean that I might have basically unhelpful feedback for the rest of the subclass? Pokey, I feel like you're being pretty rude here. They literally said they didn't know what they were doing for the 14th level feature. We do not need to give them crap for making the 14th level feature blank. Be kind. Be kind or I shall time you out. Not talking to you, Pokey9er. Pokey9er, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to PokeyFan64. If you're the same person, then chill the fuck out. If you're different people, I'm talking to PokeyFan64. Pokey, yeah, I'm sorry. We have two Pokies, which means I can't call you both Pokey. I need to come up with a new nickname. I'll apologize. Let's see what we get at 6th level. At 6th level, the curse has heightened your senses, allowing you to smell the blood of wounded creature. When you roll perception or survival check to track or locate a wounded creature, you can add your constitution modifier to the roll. I think this is fun. I think this is great. I like this a lot. This is an awesome feature. What do you mean by wounded creature, my guy? We need to clarify our mechanics. So I would say creature that is below its maximum hit points. That's what I would say there. My nickname strat is backfiring. I know, it's big. I know. Listen, we only build our houses of... Listen, it's a castle until it becomes a house of cards, you know? So I like this a lot. Change the language a little bit to be like, whenever you roll a perception or survival check to track a creature that is below its maximum hit points, you can add your con modifier. I think that would be good. I could also see us giving you advantage on those rolls if you wanted to. If you didn't want to do the con modifier thing, either one would be fine. But I like this a lot. Really cool feature. Really fun. I like it. Very flavorful. Additionally, if a creature within 15 feet of you has less than maximum its hit points, you're aware of its location as if you had blind sight. I might lower the radius of this, but I like this too. I like this too. I just don't actually know how much it matters on a barbarian. I like it, but I just don't. I actually feel like it weirdly is less applicable on a barbarian than most other classes. The reason for that is because as a barbarian, you kind of always have the ability to deal with being blind when you're fighting a monster. Blind sight doesn't reveal location because creatures can still hide from you in blind sight. Blind sight is a specific sense. Yeah, so you might actually need to clarify what you mean by that, because that's true. So what I would probably say is, if a creature within 15 feet of you has less than its maximum hit points, you are aware of its location. Period. I think that's just it. It just means they can't hide from you. If your goal is that you can attack them well when you can't see them, I don't think you need that on a barbarian, because barbarians can always reckless attack, which means they can always negate being blinded. I can just decide to attack regularly because I can reckless attack. So if I were you, I would cut this part out and just say, you know their location, they can't hide from you. Both of those are awesome, by the way. It's kind of a shame. I want a better 3rd level feature because this just fundamentally doesn't work, and these both are really interesting. So we get a 10th level. 10th level, when a creature within 5 feet of you hits you with an attack, it takes acid damage equal to your rage bonus. That's not bad. I don't know if we need anything else. That's pretty damn strong if it's happening every time and you do not need to do anything. It just happens. That makes that pretty dang strong. So this shouldn't be cray-cray. Additionally, when a creature takes damage this way, you can use your reaction to force the creature to make a wisdom save. On a failure, they can only target you with attacks until the start of your next turn. On a success, it's unaffected. Nah. Listen, if you want to do like a once-a-day special thing you can do with this, I think that's fine. This is just taking the main concept of the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian and shoehorning it into this Barbarian at level 10. Really doesn't fit. I would not do this. Cut this out now. We don't want to be don't do any crowd control. So I would cut this out. Get rid of this entirely. If you want to do some extra big thing here, I think great, but this is not it. This is just much too similar to the Ancestral Guardian vibe. It's not good. Cut this out. It's not a bad feature if the Ancestral Guardian doesn't exist, but it's not the move. And it might tie into this feature because it's like, oh, well, now they take damage every time, so it's nice synergy. No, that's not called synergy. That's just called making an overcomplicated feature. It would have synergy if it worked alongside this feature or this feature. Okay, so how do we want to fix this up? Genuinely, my main thought you need a completely new 3rd level feature. I have no idea what it should be. If you want to deal with you dealing extra acid damage and taking damage, you have to be willing to accept that, quite frankly, the give and take of damage versus taking damage is not equal. There's very, very, very few, if any, core class features that interact with that. There's a couple magic items that do. They're usually pretty limited in use. Maybe a couple spells that do, maybe, but there's a reason it's not tied to any core class features. It's easy to juke, easy to cheese. This is way too much damage, and it's not particularly flavorful. So I think you got to rebuild this 3rd level feature basically from the ground up. Now, I don't know what it should be. I think that's a question you have to answer, because I think it will determine a lot of the play style of this character. But once you figure out what you want this new feature to be, I think that can inform your 14th level feature. And maybe your 10th level feature, 2nd feature. I think that whatever you figure out this is in a reasonable way, because right now this is truly not reasonable, your 14th level feature could be some element of improvement on that, or some element of expansion on that, or your 10th level feature could, and you could turn this 10th level feature a little stronger and make it your 14th level feature. That's what I would do if I were you. Yeah, I think they should. I get rid of the whole 3rd level feature, whole thing. Which is a little tricky because that's like the core feature of a Barbarian subclass, but this just really doesn't work. Honestly, this is your 6th level is where you're strongest. Your 10th level is like, okay, this is not great, feels redundant, kind of sitting on top of other Barbarian subclass features. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I don't know what this should be. I think you're going to build what this is when you figure out what your 3rd level feature is going to be. And I do not really have more thoughts, Nikolai. I do appreciate you sharing. Let's give Nikolai a round of applause. You'd go counterattack acid blood thing on 3. You would have to limit it a little bit. It couldn't be every attack. That would be too much at level 3. A couple people have mentioned the acid backlash at 3. I mean, it's a cool idea. You just got to make it less damage. Like, I think it's reasonable if it's once per round, not per turn, but per round. Or maybe if it's once per turn, it's got to be really low. And if I think once, like, it could also be a reaction. I don't know. There's a lot of different elements there, but it's either got to be way less and do a little bit more damage, or just do a shit ton less damage. I think if it's equal to your con modifier, it's too strong. Straight up. If a creature takes damage equal to your con modifier every time they attack you, or even just the first time they attack you on their turn, at level 3, that's too strong. And then at higher levels, it becomes too weak. So it kind of it opposite balances. This idea that you are giving damage to take damage, I think fundamentally is a little jank. I just don't think it works. I just think it's pretty unsmooth. I think it's really easy to cheese. Really easy to manipulate to take advantage of stuff. So I would just flat out say push back, come up with something different. Square one, start over. I don't think you have to, right? If you disagree with me, do whatever you want, but that's my professional, that's my semi-professional opinion. All right, thank you, Nikolai. We do appreciate very much. We do appreciate very much. Alrighty, friends. We are going to start wrapping up for the evening. Before we go, let us say a very big thank you, a big round of applause to every single person that submitted Homebrew tonight. You are all amazing. Whether or not we looked at your brew, remember, folks, if you didn't get something looked at tonight, you can always resubmit it another night. Our next stream is going to be Sunday, similar to this. Keep an eye out in the YouTube community tab as well as in the Discord, and I will share both the schedule of next week as well as the excuse me, as well as the theme for Thursday's show. And as always, before we end, let us say a final thank you to everybody that all of our new community members. Wait, fuck you, start over. Credits.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think